Bett gehen, schau die schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 8 und 8, bist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küss den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille.
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, as we take a look at the beautiful, the wonderful, the glorious sights across the wonderful Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. We're going to be getting ready for our third day of the group stages here in this first tournament since TI-12. The new season has begun, and Fear, you're looking very red and gorgeous today. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm very angry, you know, because like this is the last day we get to do casting, so I had to express that through my clothing clearly. But other than that, doing really good.
There, fair. I threw on the. I thought it'd be a little bit festive with the Hawaiian T-shirt, even though it's like, I don't know, 4 degrees Celsius or something over
December,
here.
yeah.
That's how it goes. Man, so we got to follow Azure all throughout the group stage, pretty much, you and I, and it was a ton of fun. We got to see a lot of crazy stuff. Today we're going to be taking a little bit of a different look along the way, but first and foremost, I guess just trying to get a feel for how you're feeling and what you're thinking going in. Are there any teams that you've really enjoyed seeing so far, teams that you feel like might be able to make it all the way?
Oh, make it all the way. Wow, that's a hard one, I'd say, but I've been enjoying Azure Ray because we've been getting to see them a lot and their growth as a team. I feel like we're like specialists at this point. We've watched every single match of theirs, so I'm very curious how far they go. But other than that, yeah, there's no team specifically that I'm just really looking at that I think is just going to go all the way. Nobody is dominating to the point where there's no losses yet, so It's very competitive, and we'll have to see in the playoffs like which of these teams during the break can have like some type of like strategy or figures out the meta the fastest, because it doesn't feel like there's a skill
Right.
It feels like it'll come down a lot to preparation.
Well, I'm excited to see what indeed is going to happen. Let's take a look at what went on just yesterday, as we do have a little bit of a recap of all of the matches that were happening and the grayed out sadness that was that missed buff stomp. Oh, it was so sad, Fear. It was rough to be there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was, but you know, it happens. I really like this play by Save. This is like the play of the day that we witnessed there, getting that quick, then watch us deny here. Beautiful.
Yeah.
That, like, how much damage does that do? Like 12 damage or something?
Right. I know. It was
Getting
insane.
the deny, so that was a pretty big moment as well. But a lot of cool moments from last game. And there's like so much Dota. That's one of the beautiful things about the group stage. No one will ever see every single game, so you always have opportunities to go back and just look at something new. And group stage Dota gives you that opportunity.
Absolutely. That Tundra versus LGD series, I did get to catch a little bit of that one the other day, and it was really freaking hype. We got to see my man Darkseer show up and put on solid display. Was playing against a Luna. Tomato had a really good performance. They ended up trading that series 1 game apiece. So much needed for LGD, who are on the verge of elimination. We already saw in that graphic down below that the 9 Pandas and Wawitas have been eliminated so far. And on the verge of it right now are 2 of the other teams, Blacklist International and LGD, with chances for them today to send somebody else down there instead.
Yeah, they definitely do have that chance, and it's going to be pretty interesting as well, because after day 1, Blacklist, right? They were on top of the groups. They looked like they would be killing it, but going into day number 2, they just did not win a single game. They lost every single game in day number 2 there, and they're gonna have to shake that off, because that can be a bit demoralizing. Be like, yeah, we're doing super well, and then day 2 comes around, boom, you lose every single game. You're gonna have to find some type of recovery. Either you talk about playstyle adjustments or draft adjustments, but we'll have to see what they have regarding that coming into this next series.
Absolutely. And yeah, there they are right there. 2 of the missing ones. The animals are being destroyed. The puppy dog and the pandas both being eliminated, sadly. But that's how it goes sometimes, you know. It feels a little bit rough. I think, the overall just, you know, situation as it stands right now, as we can take a look at what those standings actually are pretty even across the board. There are a couple of teams that have been able to make a little bit of a runaway, but as you can see here in Group A, it's really down to the wire. Blacklist are playing against BetBoom, and that's the match we're covering. Win or go home.
Pretty much. They're definitely in a very difficult situation here, and BetBoom has been in a situation as well where they kind of need this win as well. So when it comes down to it, this match is going to be super important. So far, BetBoom has drawn every single match, whereas Blacklist, they've been a little bit all over the place, but more recently struggling. So it's more of like a team that's win 1, lose 1, and a team that has to come over a 4-game loss streak.
Right, and then on the other side, Group B, fairly close in there. Should also mention that because Azure and Gaming Gladiators are playing each other in that other group, if one of them 2-0s, there's a decent chance that they might lose that upper bracket spot. So can't afford to give up on that last day. And then that could be either, a team secret or a BetBoom that end up taking that top seed. How crazy would that be if Secret could manage to pull it back throughout all of that?
I mean, that would be pretty insane, yeah, because like after their first overall match, we covered that one too. Like they looked like a really shaky, really shaky. Yeah. But going on to their next game, they played Gaming Gladiators. Like, all right, they look shaky here. They're playing against one of the best teams of last year. It's going to be pretty rough, but they brought it back.
And here's the schedule for today as well. We won't be seeing any Secret over on that main stage as of yet, but instead it is going to be the Azure versus Gaming Gladiators matchup like we were talking about. Falcons and Tundra will be playing a little bit later, and then of course more matches to be determined later on. But for all you fine folks out there, we're actually us 2 going to get to take a look, our first look at Group B a little bit later today, when it's going to be LGD versus Liquid, and then of course the BetBoom Blacklist that we've been hyping up a bit already.
For sure. And then, on the Storm stream as well, we got Secret Wawitas there. These are always going to be the interesting games, right? Because you have the 2 teams that have been eliminated already playing here, and you would imagine it should be free points, I guess, for the other side, because you're not in the tournament. You have no chance to get out of this group stage. At that point, you kind of just play for fun. Are you going to play for serious? Are you going to play to try and win still for practice, or are you just going to try and put on a show? We'll have to see in those games.
No, totally. And if I'm going to be honest, I feel like Secret is one of the teams that I feel like is most likely to just drop a game randomly that they shouldn't lose. But also they're the team that, like, you know, take one of the only games off of Gaming Gladiators. It's just kind of that variability where they sometimes play up to their opponents.
Yeah, I just think it's pretty important for like Secret. They should get a 2-0 there where Blacklist plays BetBoom team. That could determine.
Yeah, no, totally. Well, of course, be sure to keep up with all the stuff on social media, all those stuff down there. # Rise Above Fate. And of course, the Facebook, Instagram pages. And you know what? I'll sell out us too. Follow our Twitch pages too, because let's do it. Go follow us at Lyrical Dota and Fear Dota too, because you love to do it. Man, Fear, we're getting ready. The game should be starting in just 7 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So let's head on over to a quick break, and as all the players are cycling into the lobby, we'll head on off and take a little break. BetBoom versus Blacklist up next.
Weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
The kind of love I got for you don't take no for an answer. It's like you came out of the blue and moved me like a dancer.
Welcome back, you lovely people out there, Dota fans the world over. We're getting ready for this first game of our third day here on the B stream. And Fear, we're going to start taking a look and talking a little bit about BetBoom team. I just think there's such an interesting story, right? Because we saw the other day, they absolutely wrecked. They looked so freaking good in this game number 1 that we watched. And then suddenly game 2, it felt like it was an entirely different team. And I guess some of that also is Azure Ray like putting together a much better performance. But talk to me a little bit about like how you prepare for a team like this that's so volatile and strange.
Yeah, for when you're playing versus BetBoom team, of course you have to treat them with the utmost respect, and that's the early game, because this is a team that is very phenomenal when it comes to the laning stage, and they do really well there. And they're also a really, really good team when playing from ahead. So that's where the laning stage becomes very important, because if they already are playing from ahead, we're going to see the rotations, like their map movement. Toronto Toki on his Stream Protector was so good in those others matches. He just knows exactly where you're going to be. He's setting up on enemy heroes, trying to split push, getting kills all over the map. Pure has been brilliant on Blink Initiators as well. One of his signatures, we saw his Magnus the other day, looked really good, and he's been very famous for heroes like Axe, Legion Commander, some of his best heroes. Blink Initiators, pretty much. And GPK, he has the freedom to play whatever he wants for the most part, but he's oftentimes as well playing heroes like Kunkka or Storm in the past, running around trying to like make things happen on the map and get kills. This team is very aggressive, it's very active, but if you can slow down their tempo, this is where they start to fall apart a little bit. A lot of it has to do with the draft, of course, but they have some notorious players that don't do so well from behind in a mentality state, right? Like you might get a little bit tilted. You know, GPK has some moments from his pubs where he'll just get a little bit flustered and things might go downhill. Pure, we've seen him on camera time and time again with the face palms and stuff like that. This is a team that doesn't like to be from behind, but when they're ahead and they're feeling themselves, they have all the confidence and skill to completely crush you.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think that's something that I'm really curious about as we're going to hop on in and also start to take a look at Blacklist here as well. But to me, at least, when I start thinking about mentality just in general in Dota, it feels like it's the biggest and most important factor that is the least understood or the least studied. Like we study the hell out of heroes and like rotations and all this other stuff, but like how to not tilt your head off is like, I don't know. I feel like we're just scratching the surface of that. But this is a team that looks like they're in pretty good mood here. Blacklist feeling themselves and under the captainship of Abed, another player that's maybe taking a little bit of a change in terms of the role he sits in the team.
I'm very curious about their jerseys. Some of them are blue and some are black. I wonder what that's all about. Maybe they just have two different ones and you just throw one on randomly, what you want. But yeah, to answer your question about like tilting, we see a lot of like therapists for the teams or sports psychologists, right? Not so much therapists, but maybe some need some more individual care in that regard. But it's very important having a sports psychologist if you need it to know how to deal with losses and how to communicate when things are going well. That's very much a real thing in human nature. Like if things are going badly, that can have a negative effect on your mentality, and your communication can also suffer from that, whether you realize it or not. Sometimes that third party like point of view can kind of help you out with that. But Blacklist rivalry, this is a team that looks so good day one, and day number 2, just one thing went wrong. I believe they played first game in game number 1 of the day. They should have won that game. They should have won it. Then they took a heartbreaking loss, and I feel like that when that happened, you know, the mentality, we're speaking of mentality, probably went down the gutter, right? And then they just had a pretty bad day. So hopefully they had a good sleep and recovered and just brought back what we saw on day number 1 from this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the hope. We'll see if they're going to be able to right the ship a little bit here. But as we get ready to hop into this draft for game number 1, a lot of questions, not just about mentality and all the rest of it, but also how much are we going to see, Blacklist and BetBoom get the heroes that they want, sides and pick that they want. We talked a little bit about Blacklist being a second pick team. We'll have to wait and see, as the draft should be coming up pretty shortly here in just a moment. But yeah, I'm feeling like this is going to be one where Blacklist, they had a day to kind of recover after a bad start to their day. BetBoom ended on a loss. how much do you think at least that game was like a pretty frustrating one to lose versus like, all right, we're just ending the day. It sucks, but we're going to come back on it better here as we take a look at already a quick draft.
I think BetBoom team, if they wanted to make roster changes after TI, they would have done it.
Right.
And what I mean by that is they've had a rocky year, right? Yeah. And they're a team that can take a couple losses here and there and be fine. So I don't think mentality-wise losing or going 1-1 for the past 2 days really hit them that hard. It's kind of like, all right, we're winning games, we're losing games. Clearly there's an issue here. Let's just go ahead and clean this up. It's not a complete disaster. There's no point like making this something it's not right now. Let's just clean up our gameplay and try to get some 2-0s.
Fair enough. Let's see if they can do it. This is their last chance to get 2-0s here indeed. And it is... what is this? Oh, so it's BetBoom that get the second pick. So maybe both teams vying a little bit for second pick, or possibly Blacklist have switched up their style. I didn't see at the draft which one it was that they chose, but we'll see.
Yeah, and then we see the Enchantress come out first pick here, and this is a hero that they have not ran yet, but they did lose to a Gaming Gladiators Enchantress, and that's kind of what happens when you lose a game to a team. And the next day, you kind of like look at the replays and be like, oh, this person may have done something that we may have overthought. So this hero was completely ignored by Blacklist for the entirety of this tournament, not banned or picked. But coming in today, they found new value in this hero and they're going to try picking it. And this is called adapting. And we'll see how well it works for them. And BetBoom team, they already got some pretty strong heroes here in the Tusk and the Phoenix. Tusk has been regarded as the only playable position 4 for a while now. So we'll have to see. Of course, we did see the Tiny from Jin Q yesterday, but I think it's very rare that we'll see other Phosphorus come out. Sometimes a Clockwork if it's a good game, but Tusk has been pretty special as far as his laning mechanics go. Oftentimes he might be with a Dawnbreaker or something like that and pull out a very strong laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a chance that they could run that type of dynamic. You know, it's funny because, like, I think in the past couple of days in our cast that we've been watching, at least, I haven't seen almost any Enchantress. But I did tune in and just saw some Dubu stream Enchantress play, and I was looking, I was like, man, why aren't people picking this hero? It seems good. It, like, can be pressure early game. You've got a really good heal. It lets you scout ahead without too much worry. And then late game, you do actually become a damage dealer, too. So I feel like I kind of like this. It is definitely more team fight on the side of the BetBoom team with their Phoenix already taken, but then Blacklist go back for the Wraith King and pairing together with the Grimstroke. Interesting.
Well, that's just a strong combination in my eyes. Wraith King with Grimstroke, that could just be your position 3 and 4, right? Most likely because you have the Enchantress, this will be a position 4 Grimstroke. It's been quite popular and really strong. And that's another hero that came out, the Lone Druid with the Tusk. This has been a very strong matchup as well. Oftentimes this will indicate that will be an offlane combination here, where you do put these heroes as your dual offlane here, and it could be quite strong. But on the other side here, what I was going to say about Grimstroke and what's so good about it in this particular game is you can just use the leash on either, we talked about the bear being super annoying, but they didn't see the bear quite yet. But if Tusk ever blinks on and to save someone and the leash is active, he's going to get leashed and he won't be able to use that snowball. And then they're both going to get silenced together. And that can be really annoying for Tusk in particular. And it goes back to Grimstroke versus Lone Druid. I talked about it yesterday. It's a very, very annoying matchup. I don't think people respect it as much as they should, because I don't know if they play... There's not a lot of Lone Druids in a lot of these games. I think the hero is becoming more and more popular. Sure, it's really popular in pubs as well, but it's something that a lot of people used to think was good. I think the Inkswell actually stuns the bear now when it never used to be able to do it. So that is something that gives them a bit more advantage. And of course, you got to play very carefully with this leash on the bear to make sure the bear just doesn't get kited here. And Naga Siren will come out as a carry, so solidifying that Wraith King is going to be the offlane with Grimstroke. And now you have Enchantress, Naga into that safe lane there. Now you got 2 bans for BetBoom team to kind of make... I mean, I suppose, like, I'm thinking of, like, picks here. Most likely Invoker mid, but we have seen the support Invoker from time to time if they do want to mix it up a little bit, but I don't see core Tusk being that good in this patch.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And, I mean, that is sort of the weird thing, because normally teams are saving that last pick for their position 2, but most likely this is going to end up being, a pure last pick here for BetBoom team, right?
I think Nightfall will take it, actually. I think Pure
Okay.
will be playing the Lone Druid offlane.
Okay.
But it's
Fair enough,
flexible, technically. It is flexible, but Low is the only player I've seen so far taking that Lone Druid into the carry role. Most other players are playing it either mid or in the offlane, because when you do play this hero as carry, we saw yesterday from Low that it's definitely viable, it's definitely good, but most players want to abuse this strong laning stage, either on the offlane, the pressure carries, or in the mid lane. So, and Nightfall, he hasn't played it yet. So we'll have to see if he's been playing a bit of Lone Druid. It's definitely a possibility, but that's exactly what you want to do on second pick, right? You want to pick a hero that makes it so when it comes to this last banning phase, they don't know whether to ban a carry or an offlaner right now, right? So they have to kind of just like choose between the two, which will give you more options if you're a BetBoom team to get a better last pick.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's going to be the thing that's interesting, is depending upon what Blacklist take. Because on the one hand, you want to get Abed a hero that like can sort of flex his stuff and, be really strong. But depending upon what happens, like he could also get super hard countered. I mean, I guess out of the offlane or the carry, less so, unless it's something like a Faceless Void, which still is in the pool, but I mean, really unlikely. So Naga Siren as the main carry. Do stuff hero around the map. What do you like for Blacklist?
What do I like for... I mean, Void Spirit, I suppose, but I wouldn't be surprised Abed pull out like a TA or something just to try and crush Invoker in the mid lane.
Okay.
I always like to defer to the, 13,000 KA MMR or 13,000 MMR mid players. They probably know what's best.
Well, he's drafted now, so
yeah, I mean, he's picking it. I Void Spirit for me or TA could be good. It's just Void Spirit's a hero that hasn't seen a lot of action lately. But I think when you are playing with a Grimstroke and you do have like a Naga and a Wraith King, something that can get kills is really nice to have. I've seen the Ricky before too. I don't know if he plays it.
I haven't heard that.
I'm just getting wild now. I'm like,
I wouldn't
this
mind
hero's
this
been playable.
Okay.
Dragonite.
So that's simple.
Very
easy
simple.
peasy.
I mean, it does what you need it to do. I've never been a huge fan of the Dragonite against Phoenix in particular, just because you don't have mobility as a Dragonite outside of your Blink Dagger. Phoenix has a lot of percentage base damage, so he can actually shred you. But I think from the laning stage per point of view here, that Dragonite is probably going to be your strongest bet in the lane. And they definitely wanted a stun as well. And I suppose Void Spirit is just unpickable right now, and maybe he just doesn't play Ricky. Those would have been cool options as well. That can kind of just like get away from the Invokers, Cold Snap, EMP combination.
Oh, you remember back in the day when you used to run PL mid against Invoker mid? Those were the days. Don't you remember that?
Oh, boy. No, I maybe it was a dual lane mids.
No, it was
Just
there was
solo?
a while.
Okay.
I think it was a Southeast Asian thing where they ran PLs mid against Invoker.
That must have been like bottle refill days or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think it was when there was maybe one extra creep.
Yeah, but either way, Nightfall is going to be taking the Alchemist last pick. This has been a very classic counter pick to the Wraith King, because Wraith King likes making a lot of skeletons, and these skeletons traditionally don't give you a lot of money. But Grievel's Greed does work on them, so as you're split pushing with these skeletons, you're kind of just feeding Alchemist free money that he otherwise wouldn't be getting. That's pretty much like the premise of the pick of Alchemist against the Wraith King here. It's pretty decent as well against Naga, because you do have that big AoE stun and the Unstable Concoction. You buy a Radiance as well. If you want to, you can go into Mjolnir. Doesn't really hurt your build so much. And it's a nice front line initiator at some point that can just blink and get in there with save and just allow GPK and Pure and Toronto Tokyo to take the backline damage.
I will say that it's more amped up physical damage from BetBoom right now. And there is some pretty high armor heroes in here, also heroes on Blacklist that likely want to build an AC eventually. Do you think that there's going to be any damage issues eventually, or does like the Invoker Phoenix kind of mitigate enough of that for you?
Damage issues from Blacklist or
no, from BetBoom?
Oh, I think they got plenty of damage. Then they are not lacking in the damage department. Phoenix Lone Druid, Invoker, and even for the most part, GPK playing as Invoker does a lot of damage. I think both these teams have pretty good damage. I'd say Blacklist is actually lacking a little bit of damage in this kind of draft. And as we saw yesterday, Phoenix is a beast of a hero this patch. Like, once it gets into late game, and they don't have a lot of ways to hit this egg. Naga is absolutely terrible against Phoenix, right? You're never going to hit the egg with your illusions. Wraith King, Strength Hero, hits really slow, doesn't really do much. Same with the Dragonite. So I do fear a lot that this Phoenix, if he has a good game on Toronto Tokyo here, he can be the one hero that we're going to look out to winning or losing the team fights, like from a support perspective. Like very, very rarely you're like, oh, the supports are going to just carry the game. Actually, I take that back. Supports actually do carry games quite a lot nowadays.
Yeah.
Grimstroke also with the Ags on the other side could be really strong here. Carlo, if Enchantress gets up to like the Hurricane Pike Moon Shard, can also do a lot of damage. Comes down a lot to the laning stage and how much farm priority you're going to give these supports on what they decide to itemize.
Right. Well, that's going to be something to watch for. If Toronto Tokyo can get the farm to set himself up to be in a really solid position to be that mid-game team fight winner. But of course, before then, we've got the laning stage situation. And Fear, are there any of these lanes that to you feel like it's really imperative that either team wins? Not necessarily how you think it's going to go, but lanes that like kind of feel like they need to go.
30 seconds to
I think both off lanes here are incredibly strong. This Tusk plus Lone Druid lane, it is incredibly strong. Same with the Wraith King lane with the Grimstroke, also incredibly strong. So I think in this game in particular, I'm going to look at how well are the safe lanes doing. Or do one of the safe lanes fall apart? Because you can easily chain feed on these side lanes here.
Both on heroes too that do eventually like to head back to the jungle and farm up both the Naga Siren and the Alchemist, but not before they gain a decent amount of levels, at least at the start. But looks like the bounty rune's going to be traded off to a piece. No real issues there at all. As Carlos starts to head down bottom. Now, you know the dream. Imagine if Little Friends worked with Spirit Bear. That would be hype.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that is something you particularly are going to want to do and buy an Agatha Enchantress.
Right.
But if you get it for free, and if it works, could be pretty cool. But for now, I think you're a damager. Buy the Force Staff, get the Moon Shard, things will do well. And of course, I think another thing to look at will be the mid lane. This Dragonite can be really good against Invoker. But that all comes down to just individual skill lasting by GPK. And we'll see if he can kind of minimize the damage in this matchup.
Abed is putting a priority on denying creeps more than he is last hitting his own. GPK only has one last hit so far, about a minute into the game.
Yeah, it's hard because you can't really harass the Dragonite. He has higher base damage than you, and you don't have any spells either as an Invoker. He does get Tornado now, which will help a bit. But other than that, this matchup is going to be Abed favor on the Dragonite.
Super annoying to play against, gotta imagine. Which, you know what? Hey, we talked about trying to tilt. Start tilting early on. Just being up there, taking hits and not caring about anything.
Not a bad strategy, to be honest with you, but yeah, this mid lane, Abed is just owning right now as far as the denies go. And this is like during the point where he will get another deny there.
Yeah.
He's no Tornado as well. I mean, he's trying his best on GPK, but really he just has a base damage deficit. And he can't harass him either because you got 2 points in the Dragon Blood. That's 7 regen, 7 armor. There's no chance your right clicks are doing anything.
You know, you talked about the feel-good sound when you manage to get last hits. It's just trying to take away the audio cues from GPK as much as possible. Yeah, 11-6 right now versus 5-1. Obviously, you know, you can make comebacks happen early on, but this is the mental battle that they're having early on here.
For sure. And to look at the other lanes, Alchemist is not struggling whatsoever. I feel like this lane, maybe I'm underrating Phoenix just a little bit, but this hero isn't incredibly strong in the laning stage. It's good enough, it's pretty defensive, but it's not very aggressive, which I think is fine for the most part. So when I do look at a Phoenix doing well in the laning stage, it's kind of concerning because A, the hard carry is going to get free farm, and B, we've seen how strong this Phoenix is in the later portions of the game. So if you can't punish it in the early game, when do you punish it? And then you have to pick like an egg hitter or something to punish it, but they don't have that either. So Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall already off to a great start.
Down bottom, they tried to get a little bit aggressive onto Raven, but the shards were just slightly off the mark from save, not able to connect onto him. And they are sort of whittling down the bear bit by bit. Doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy move over to take that one down as Carlo tries to open up these camps and get himself access to a creep.
Yeah, I mean, Naga in general is one of the better heroes that can lane against the Lone Druid. But it doesn't mean it's a free lane. In these early levels, the Lone Druid still has a lot of ways to get the CS against you. You can still die. Or on the other side, I don't think Pure is in any threat of dying here unless Raven wants to skill a point into Ensnare, which you'll probably get maybe at level 4 if they feel like they can get the kill. If they don't feel like they can get a kill, it's probably going to be one of those situations where he's just going to head to the jungle slightly early.
Right. Absolutely. Get out of there. Just
they
go
found
farm
Raven
up the
here.
sides. They have enough to bring him down, though. Tries to jump away. Sees if he can juke it out, but it's not going to happen. Toronto Tokyo gets the kill on the Grimstroke. In the meantime, is Raven underneath tower. Does he break the leash range? He didn't get a root there. And now the resummon. And Pure.
Oh, he resummons.
He's in trouble. Oh, God. They got a couple more hits, but Carlo going to be blocked off by save. That keeps Pure from trouble. Now, with the swell out and save being turned upon, Carlo drops low and ends up dying. So good micro coming out from Pure to keep himself alive.
And they even TP'd the Grimstroke down there as well, and he's going to have to take the gate right away, so I suppose it doesn't hurt too much. That's one of the beautiful things about this patch. Like, before, if you messed up your TP scroll, it'd be so punishing. But now, you can just take that gate, no big deal. And he can get back to lane pretty quickly there. But not ideal to bring 3 heroes to the lane and still end up losing one of the heroes from Blacklist here.
Yeah, it's not what you want to have happen for them to start this game out. Granted, again, the other lanes seeming to go fairly well so far for Blacklist Rivalry. Again, that Dragon Knight 26 and 14 right now, very much ahead of GPK. This is kind of what you'd expect, but to be honest, like Invoker's still keeping up to some extent. You know, he's about a half a level. It's almost catching up to a level behind.
Yeah, he's definitely getting something here, and he's one of those heroes where you don't really think of Invoker to crush the laning stage. You are thinking more of him just getting his urn online and making rotations on the map here. But that's also the great thing about the Dragon Knights we're seeing in the mid lane here is the fact that you can keep the Invoker in the lane for a while because they're going to continuously pressure his tower. They're going to try and go.
Bring more numbers. Can they do anything? Has the Hurricane to pull him down to the low ground if they want, but saving it instead. They want to try and go for some kill damage on to save. Beating him up with the Wild Wing Ripper, it's not enough for the finish. But they do keep their Dragon Knight alive, and now he picks up an Illusion Rune to try and spam some more damage onto this tower.
That's not bad for BetBoom team. That could be this rotation with the catapult and your mid being level 5 and the enemy already has the dragon form up is not so bad. But they might try and go again here as Tim's is sticking around, but he doesn't have the most mana. Basically just has 1 nuke here if he wants to use it. And this is continuous pressure that they're going to try and put on there, but Nightfall, he's free farming this game.
Yeah. The Alk is getting everything he wants. And Toronto Tokyo keeping his distance just to make sure that, you know, his Alk can keep on getting the full amount of experience and everything else. In the meantime, also, you can see Pure getting a pull off. Gabby is also headed off to the jungle for a little while and is starting to farm with his skeletons. While it is a sort of counter for Nightfall being able to get that Greevil's Greed, if he's off away, he's not getting those skeleton kills at least.
Yeah, you got to be very careful not to feed the Alchemist those skeletons. So this is the things that he normally has to do, and which is what makes this matchup super annoying for the Wraith King. Normally, you want to pressure the tower or the enemy carry with them because you know they're non-committal for the most part. But against an Alchemist, you kind of just got to go out of your way to play the hero differently than you would like to play him.
Well, with that early level 6 online for Abed earlier, it is going to be enough time as they actually run at GPK here.
Where are you going?
Bringing the Blood Grenade in. They have the Seed Shot. Carlo in trouble. And now, I mean, this is not going to work for a kill onto GPK. They might get saved here, but Abed has to back away. It does kind of make you wonder if they would have just focused on taking the tower. Abed gets the kill, but, well, not even.
Oh, he's got a haste.
Okay, a chance? Okay, he's just going under tower to kill GPK. But now, the Sunray, it's going to be enough to force him back.
Yeah, I mean, the heal from the cold snap and the sunray healing him up there and making sure he doesn't die, but definitely relatively close there. And there you can see how much they are trying to shut down GPK because they realize the side lanes, it's pointless to go there. This Alk is completely free farming. He's too tanky. Lone Druid as well. He's level 6 and he has skilled 3 points in the abilities. Just saving all his skills for Christmas, perhaps.
What the hell?
I mean, that's how free his lane is. He's deciding because, like, when does he need his true form? Does he need a point in Savage Roar? For now, he doesn't really need anything, so he's just gonna save it all.
I guess you can do that thing too, where you resummon the bear to get like a second root, so it's not on cooldown anymore. You know that thing?
Oh, I know that thing. Yeah, you also can take off a stun. So if you stun the bear and you resummon it, the bear will be unstunned as well.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely always want to save skill points as a lone druid, but normally you don't save 3.
Got it. Understandable.
Normally that's a lot, and he's gonna start funneling more points into something. He's just really waiting. Am I getting ganked? Do I need a point for my true form? Do I need a point for my Savage Roar? And do I need to resummon my bear? He technically could have done all 3 of those at the same time, which is a lot of foresight and a lot of patience.
Yeah, maybe he just took stats. Who knows? But
and not if he wants to throw the game, sure.
Okay.
If he wants his team to report him.
They did take the tower mid, and in spite of that tier 1 tower being down, you can see because of how free of a game Nightfall has had, they're up 2,000 gold. And Tim's runs into Nightfall, starts stacking up that stun. We'll throw it out now onto Gabby. But yeah, they can't really do much of anything. And Nightfall, he might just kill all of these skeletons here.
I mean, the poison missed them, though. That's a little unfortunate part.
Yeah.
You can kind of see with all these kills here, he's getting plus 18 on top of the plus 5. So that's definitely some money. And of course, that brings him up to a 10-minute relic with Soul Ring and Phase Boots. He is incredibly farmed on this Alchemist. Exactly where he wants to be.
Definitely. Although kill his relic courier.
All right,
that is
okay.
annoying.
Oh, that's big because like that's gonna slow down his radiance because he's gonna probably have money for that radiance in the next like 30 seconds or so, just about how fast he's farmed, maybe a minute. And that courier being dead for a minute and a half, having to make the trip again, it might slow down his radiance timing by a full minute.
Oh my god, and they're sending in these creeps too. You see the Enchantress creep? It just stole like 4 last hits from him with the one of the shockwaves.
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, that's good micro for sure. And it's going to scout out a gate rotation here from save.
Oh, interesting. Okay. They're bringing more numbers to take down this tower. And Gabby thought about running in. He also is getting fairly farmed. A little ways away from a relic himself.
These skeletons are just feeding gold to Nightfall right now. Let's see. Oh my goodness. I mean, if you do a quick CS check, you're going to see this Alchemist has 115 CS at 11 minutes into the game here. It's absurd. A lot of those are skeletons, but those skeletons do matter when you are playing versus Alchemist. Quite a lot. So it is relevant CS, as you can see in the network.
Yeah, it definitely adds up. Scary stuff. Meanwhile, BetBoom stacking up the triangle here. The DD is ready. Toronto Tokyo is going to steal that one away from Tim's. But with 2 tier 1 towers taken, Blacklist starting to put themselves in a position where they can maybe look to constrict the map. Is there a need for them to start making a bunch of plays around? Like, I'm looking at Abed, and he has a choice right now between Blink or Midas, basically. What do you like? Which would you rather see here?
The Midas. Like, he already has the gloves. I think you have good late game. And I think if you fail one Blink Dagger attempt here, you're going to be in big trouble, right?
Okay.
And the Blink, it's basically just higher risk, and I feel like it's a hard call to make. It's to be like, hey guys, you know, they're already pretty far ahead. He's gonna go for the smoke and the blink, so this is something they'll go for and save. Finding Raven, perhaps.
So this tells you you have to get this kill though, right? Like you have to make use of this blink dagger.
You do. You have to make something happen here because right now you're free farming on the Alchemist, you're free farming on the Lone Druid. Neither of them have hit their timing yet. So if you do go for this and you get a kill, that's great. You're gonna slow down time. But if you fail this and you die, now you've just completely ruined your own game. And the other cores are gonna continue to catapult forward and get more farmed here. It's a risky play, and I understand the fact that Naga... All right, this is huge if they can get it.
Oh, jumps in, stun is there. The Inkswell, the follow-up, a couple of hits, he's low and going to die. That was so needed. And I think it speaks even more to what you're talking about, right? Because he showed the gloves of haste. And if you're Bedboom, you're looking at it and you're thinking, okay, Midas is coming out soon. There's no way you expect that blink dagger.
Yeah, it's definitely unique for sure. It's something we don't see a lot of mind games coming into it, but I think he also made the decision. He probably wanted to go Midas first, but then he's like, oh, I have a Wraith King and a Naga. Maybe I have to go make a play happen on the map here. And now it's in your head that Dragonite, he's got a blink. He's looking for plays. Tim's is going to constantly play around him to make things happen. I think you should go in a very defensive formation now if you are a Bedboom team, because Lone Druid just wants to hit creeps. So does Alchemist for the most part, until at least Alchemist has a BKB. I would say he wants also either a Silver Edge / Blink until he really wants to play the game. And for then, you just kind of need to put save in positions to block smoke ganks, make sure the Lone Druid doesn't die, and make sure the Alchemist doesn't die. GPK is also going for a Midas right now, realizing he's just going to kind of chill here. But he does have a Vessel available. It just has no charges at the moment.
And look, I mean, after not being able to connect with a gank onto Alk, they have an idea that somebody's over here, and it is Pure stacking up the triangle. I mean, it looks like Tims and Abed are trying to just sort of make these gank squads work, but a little bit too scary to run up into that triangle without anything.
And interesting enough, Pure is doing a Maelstrom Mask of Madness build on the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this one a ton.
Oh, they're looking for him. They want him real bad. It's not easy to find the angle. If he shows, they'll look for him. Oh!
They're going for the bear.
Okay.
He resummoned. That's what we're talking about. He had a point. He only had 2 points on bear, so he can do that again, by the way. What he did there is he made it so when Abed stunned the bear, he resummed it, and that takes off all debuffs. It takes off Static Link, it takes off like Astral Imprisonment, it takes off, you know, stuns. It just removes everything from the bear, and it allows him to just run it, just shake it off in that situation.
Mid lane, they find another. Toronto Tokyo will manage to dive away, currently sitting with 3 blood grenades.
Yeah, it's 150 health right there.
So it's definitely high tempo, but you're seeing that, you know, even though he only was able to connect on one of those kills so far for Abed, he's still keeping his net worth up and definitely above the Invoker. And GPK now finding a target. Toronto Tokyo does go down to Abed. Carlo is just going to give up his life here.
Yep. And that's a Vessel charge now. The first Vessel charge of the game for GPK. Now, if they want to, you can make some type of play happen for Bedboom team. GPK has been pretty quiet this game, not really moving around too much. As you can see in his net worth, Invokers that don't get kills oftentimes don't get farmed, and that's why we see this Midas coming out from him. He wants to try and stay as relevant as possible. But I think with this Invoker having a Vessel charge now, you can make something happen. You have BKB available on Nightfall. If you want, I wouldn't hate it if they waited for the Blink Dagger as well on him as well. And then, of course, on Pure, Mask of Madness is online. Looks like he's going for the Shard and the Hyperstone, meaning he's going for Mjolnir into mass attack speed bear here.
So is this just a function of the Naga Siren in the game? Is that why he's doing this?
Yeah. He wants to be able to not only kill the Naga Siren, but deal with the split push that's going to come out from the Wraith King and all the skeletons. You often see these Wraith Kings get the skeleton attack damage talent and +6 minimum skeleton spawn. And if you don't have a way to deal with it, it's super obnoxious. And even Enchantress has skeleton from the Dark Troll Summoner running around the map.
Right.
That's a very spooky draft here, very Halloween from Blacklist.
already past that. What's going on? Yeah, they
Maybe
did
they missed
see the invoker there because they got the cold feet, or rather the ghost walk proc on them. And well, they're running into Gabby as Toronto Tokyo goes down to the combo, but Gabby just walks it off, did not get rooted. And now instead it's saved. It's kind of getting ran at. Nightfall makes his move over, does not have the blink dagger delivered yet, and is going to stun himself again. Just can't get anything going.
I think at this point in the game now, it's because they were unable to find anything with GPK at this point in the game. He's sitting at 1-0-1. Sure, he didn't die. His lane was a bit rough, not only counter matchup, but they kept ganking him too. They are relying on Blink Dagger initiations now to make anything happen, because it's around that 20-minute mark now. Yeah. And for that to happen, they're going to need Nightfall to have a Blink Dagger, and they're going to need Save to have one. Those are going to be like the 2 points that BetBoom is going to be ready to play the game. But on the side of Blacklist, they've been ready. You've seen Abed. He has had this Blink ready for a while now. They're trying to make things happen in Nightfall.
Oh, he's going to get jumped on. The rest of the team's coming just a second too late. Oh, all the rest of them were right there ready to join in.
They're going to continuously fight this one, though, it looks like.
They don't have any Blink Daggers, though.
Wraith King's not here, though. Pierce is going to do it the old-fashioned way.
All right, they run in with the bear. Silence now onto 2, keeping both Save and Pure stuck in the area. Naga Siren decides to back away. Abed looks for the jump forward, turning in, trying to take down that egg, and they will get it. They managed to kill the egg and now find the sleep. Pure left completely alone, as they will get him with the stun. What an immaculate fight from Blacklist.
Yeah, they thought they could fight without their alchemist there, but it turns out they definitely need their alchemist to be alive. And now it just feels like there's a timing that has just been missed by BetBoom. I talked about this importance of the Blink Dagger on Abed to make something happen, and he has done just that. Like, it was a risky move, I think, to go for the Blink. As we all know in this patch, people are totally fine with just sitting back and farming. He decided to do something aggressive, and it's paid off in spades. He's gotten kills all across the map, killing Pure early on, now killing Nightfall, keeping GPK on his toes here in this game as well. And it's difficult now. Look how the farm priority here is Nightfall again.
Oh, no.
All right, they're just going to back up. I mean, they could have killed him, to be honest with you.
Right.
But they didn't know where the rest of the heroes were from BetBoom. They didn't realize that top lane GPK was there, Pure wasn't nowhere near, and Save also was not showing on the map, so they could have thought maybe that snowball Save was going to come in.
I mean, I think too, as they're going to find
Look
the
how close
stun
he's dagger. Oh no!
Yeah, he's dead. That hurts, man. He was only a couple hundred gold away. That's what it's feeling like across the board, right? Because Phoenix level 10. Imagine how different that fight looks if he has level 2 egg. You know what I mean? Like, all of these things are coming together to matter, and BetBoom, they're just not coming online in time, and now they're going to get their Tormentors stolen. Bro. Oh, that hurts.
It's definitely getting into that rough territory. You had a timing for BetBoom team that you needed to hit and get active, but Blacklist didn't let you get to that timing. They hit their timing first, they got aggressive, and the whole time, while Abed's running around with Tims and Carlo getting kills, this Wraith King has been free farming. This Naga has also been free farming. And now they're huge. And as his bearer, it's going to get punished.
Silence.
You got to be a little careful. It might actually die with the next ensnare.
Chase. Can they?
There's a Radiance burn on it.
Get it. Pure trying to dodge. They spot it. Can they poof it back in? Oh, they got him. Fear. He's walking with them. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, Bear's going to be down. Not the end of the world, but he has no bear for 22 seconds here, so he's going to have to wait for that to respawn. And the problem with the heroes that BetBoom have is the fact that these are early game tempo heroes. Whereas I consider the Naga and the Wraith King, the later the game goes, the better these heroes get, just inherently by the items they're going to buy. Gabby at some point will buy like an Aghanim Scepter for the team, and Gabby's going to lose his life here to just try and take the Tormentor.
Gabby.
I mean, I think this is intentional, because like,
yeah,
he doesn't care, I don't think. He hasn't had to use his ult even once this game. So it's like, either we get this Tormentor with me dying once, or we don't get it. And he's like, we're getting it, boys. We're getting it.
I mean, I think I'm excited to see that Abed's gambit of like, okay, I'm gonna go for this blink dagger and run together with Tim's actually worked out, because we've seen so many instances where that exact idea has failed a ton of times, and the fact that they were actually able to get a couple of those clutch kills, it's good to see that Dota can still be played like this. As BetBoom gonna make a move of their own and try and move on in and take down Roche. Well, they're gonna get it in time, I think. Naga Siren doesn't get here quick enough with the Song of the Siren, but maybe they take the fight afterwards.
We'll have to see.
Alk ulti is wearing off.
Yeah, they want to. Oh, they're TPing out. They all got to go. They all have to TP out now. And Pure might actually just, if he's not careful, lose his bear here. I mean, I'm down to settle with a bear kill. Why not?
Yeah, they'll take that bear. So silenced. Oh, and he can't hit the Phantom's Embrace off. That's annoying. Nice chase.
I mean, he is fast though. We'll have to see this yet again.
Run! Oh, they got him.
This bear has 0% chance to live now that the blink dagger's back up.
Bang.
See you later.
Big get. More gold. Poor guy. He's just stuck with his branches for so long this game on Pure.
Yeah, Lone Druid's definitely a hero that needs to snowball the game, or it kind of gets kind of sad when the bear is disabled. When the bear is killable, that's when the hero just feels really sad.
Did you play a lot of Lone Druid when it was the bearless Druid?
I played during that era, yes, but I was not one of the people that enjoyed doing that.
Okay.
I liked always playing with the bear.
Yeah.
There was never a meta where the bearless Druid was better than the bear Druid. There was an option of doing it. It was viable.
Right.
But it was still worse than if you knew how to micro.
Okay.
Those are all the Lone Druid players that just didn't know how to micro, so they're just like, I'm going to play sniper.
Yeah, they're like, I just want this CDR talent.
Oh.
Or, yeah, wait, not CDR. Respawn.
I mean, that's bear, the talents you're talking about, they had a bonus attack range talents. Just gave your hero more attack range, so you just had this random bear that didn't do anything, but you just had a lot of attack speed and
didn't it
range.
Also though give you like respawn reduction also, or no?
On the hero?
I thought it did. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. There's definitely a patch where I felt like half the heroes in Dota had that, then they had to remove it because Lion
reasons
was just 0 and 20 every game.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Patrick. Appreciate it. Patrick just sent us it. Apparently, he had minus 50% respawn time. Well,
it percentage?
I guess. Minus 50 seconds.
Cool. Oh, 50 seconds. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, 26 minutes in, an 8,000 gold lead, and every one of these moves that BetBoom has made has not been able to find a hero, but they found the hero that can't move. It's called a tier 1 tower, Fear. They're going to take that one down.
Lyrical, that is not a hero.
Well, okay.
That would be a structure. And you are indeed right. Structures cannot move. It looks like they want to fight here. And I think a big reason why the game's slowing down is that BetBoom team were able to get the Aegis. And the whole reason of why they were able to get this Aegis was the fact that Wraith King died to the Tormentor. Right? It made it so that in this situation, you didn't feel very confident to take that fight as Blacklist because your Wraith King had no reincarnation. So they decided to give it up. They're still going to farm. They're still winning in net worth, even though the Aegis did go to the side of BetBoom here. But I think what's more important here... Okay, I don't know if you want to go on this.
I mean, they had save behind, and...
It's free. It's free.
Wow. Okay.
Get back now.
Yeah. That's an easy one. So Aegis down.
Yeah, it was gone in like a minute and a half anyway, so they weren't willing to commit a lot, and they didn't have to commit a lot for that, so the free is free, as they say.
Fair. Wonder if they're going to get this D-ward or not. It looks like, yeah, they are. So that was placed down by Save as he was wrapping around that ward up on the high ground. But we're getting this next tier of neutral items, as BetBoom also are going to look to claim them. Likely going to have to come back to defend this tower. And actually, Pure does not have a TP ready to go, nor does Invoker.
I mean, the story of this game really shows in GBK and Nightfall right now, because Nightfall is sitting at 0-1-0 at 0 kill participation, which is pretty crazy, and GPK is 1-0-1. These heroes have not found a way to enter this game whatsoever, as their barracks probably just going down. Toronto Tokyo's dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying. They don't actually have TPs on a couple of their heroes, so this is a full set of racks that's just going to drop, I'm pretty sure. They are about to have it back up again on Pure now, but yeah, I don't think that they come back for this. All right, melee racks in their hands.
Yep. That's an easy one for sure. We're going to take it with the Naga illusions there. We're going to clean them up if Raven wants to micro his illusions. One hit, someone's link, please get it.
There it is.
There you go. And I think fights are just inherently hard right now if you are on the side of Bedboom team. Right now, the egg, sure, it is strong, but at this point of the game, I guess they have to use it. They have to get initiation. Going back to Nightfall being 0-1-0 and GPK being 1-0-1, there has to be a point when these guys are ready to fight. And if they're not going to be in a position where they're ready to fight, Toronto Tokyo can't use this egg. I think you just have to believe in the fact that these heroes are ready. If you do push yet again, of course they're waiting for the right opportunity to take the fight. They just can't take bad fights and expect to win them. They need to plant some vision and get a fight. The reason why that's going to be so hard is Wraith King and Naga are continuously pushing lanes out with the mirror images and the skeletons, so you don't really have to show very much if you're on the side of Blacklist. And of course, Abed, he's got Manta and Aghanims too, so even more of that ghost push. It's going to be very frustrating to actually find these fights if you are a Bedboom team.
Yeah, this part is just going to be very annoying and kind of suck to play against, but as you said, there isn't really that much else that they can try and do. If they just sit back and let their laves get passively pushed, and then like I don't think that they can secure another Roche easily. It doesn't feel like it's in the cards really.
I mean, if Gabi wants to use reincarnation for a tormentor again, maybe.
Toronto Tokyo, oh, is he dead? DOT doesn't look like it's quite going to be enough to bring him down.
Not yet. Let me see what they're waiting for on Bedboom team. I think they're waiting for BKB on the bear.
Okay.
I mean, and maybe Abyssal Blade. That's it on Alchemist. GPK just picked up Boots of Travel, and like that's not going to help you team fight, right? So their idea is kind of that's going to be more of a split pushing tool,
right? I'm looking at the way that this stuff is likely to go, though, and I feel like Blacklist can kind of do some slow pushing stuff without that much worry of sending a hero forward. And if they don't find the Grimstroke, he's just going to Inkswell, cleanse, whatever.
Yeah, no, it's time to go. I mean, they got their timing. BKB on Bear, Abyssal Blade on Nightfall. You got to go. You got to find something here. But look how frustrating this is. Mid lane, Naga's pushing out. Top lane, the Dragonite with the ultimate and the Manta pushing out, and they're just sitting there on top of Vision.
Yeah, this is really good. Gabby is on the other side of the map. We'll see if this ends up working for him. If they can find Tim's, that's like the ideal situation.
Carlo's split pushing top as well with the Troll Summoner.
Yeah. The wraparound is there. They break the smoke. Now they know if they can find Tim's here, it's again very, very good for them, but not easy to go. It's a quick Roche also.
I think you kind of have to make these plays here. You're getting split pushed like crazy on Bedboom team, and if you don't make a move, if you don't make a move on the map right now, you're going to lose it. And they're losing their tier 3 on top lane too.
Yeah, they have another round of resummon on skeletons in just a second. They've got to be the ones that take the fight to them, because this tower is about to fall. They're sending in the Dragon Knight illusions that are going to find a couple heroes up on the high ground. Now they see Pure. Have the Inkswell ready. Jump forward stun. Oh, no. This is not the way this was supposed to go. Save is already dead. They do kill up the Grimstroke, though. That one is needed. Nightfall is going to try and TP away. Does manage to escape from that. But Pure's bear is actually going to BKB and TP out. Not the way you want to use your first BKB charge, but you'll take it. Unfortunate thing is Roche is up.
Yep, they're gonna get that quite easily there, and they found the 2 perfect targets. I feel like if you find Phoenix like that, the fight is just won. Phoenix is so important. You're going to see in the replay as well, these obnoxious dragons, the leash doing so much work. Go ahead and just like putting them together here, and the Phoenix just has no chance there, and they just delete the Tusk. We talk about Tusk, how you cannot use Snowball if you're leashed. It leashed it to the Bear, so not only was the Bear not able to hit anything in that fight, it also prevented Tusk from doing a Snowball to like and potentially delete. But the fact that both these supports went down immediately, it's too difficult. And the name of the game right now is like, can Nightfall find an initiation? And the reason he can't is because they're not showing any heroes on the map. They're just showing Dragonite illusions, they're showing skeletons, they're showing like Enchantress creeps, they're showing Naga mirror images, and it's not really Nightfall's fault here. It's just like he doesn't see anyone that he can jump on in these fights.
Yeah, I think it's really been a masterclass so far of how to kind of choke out a game against a team that's used to doing that. BetBoom is usually the team that's, like you said, playing from ahead, getting everything that they need. It is a 14,000 gold lead, still dangerous walking high ground, but with Aegis in hand on the Naga Siren, they're ready to reset a fight if things go bad. And, well, it's just taking buildings with illusions. You got to take a fight at some point, BetBoom. You got to try and fight them. And for now, they're not doing it. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
Stun, Bear, Pure in trouble. Pure's Bear is going to go down. The Walrus Punch connection. Gabby dies one time. Can they do it again? Good jump on the back lines. Nightfall able to catch and kill Tims. Now the Song of the Siren is out in the midst of that supernova. With a buyback coming from Tusk. Looks like they're going to try and retreat away. Force Staff keeping Naga a little bit away, and they're ready to reinitiate if there's a moment. No BKBs available on that Nightfall Alchemist anymore. But the Bear does have it if things get a little bit too testy for Pure. And yeah, they just got to reset.
Not bad, not bad. They get something out of that, but of course, like, far from what they wanted. Still in a spot where Blacklist rivalry, they're probably feeling good right now, potentially feeling like they're gonna win their first game after their last 5 games that they've played have all been losses. Just in a good spot right now, but not quite there. They have to finish the job here.
Absolutely. It does feel like it's gonna follow a similar path as before, though, right? Where, you know, you've got this Dragonite now done Octarine core. Imagining we're just going to see the spam of those Manta illusions beating into buildings. And for BetBoom, they've got to find those squishier supports. And particularly the Grim. They're doing a good job of taking down Grim. That feels like he's the one that you really need to get out of the way.
Yeah, they definitely need to ideally find him. Enchantress is pretty good as well. The problem with all the other 3 heroes is they're just so tanky, right?
Right.
Even if you jump and initiate on them, you've got double Force Staff on the supports. So there's a high chance that they're going to get bailed out of danger before you can actually do that damage. And of course, Raven, he still have the Aegis for another 1 minute and 40 seconds here. So he's going to feel really confident just sitting on the front lines here.
Oh, yeah. No fear at all. And illusions abound behind, ready to beat into both the other heroes and then also the buildings. They drop down the Soulbind onto Nightfall. It ends up latching with the Phoenix for now. Gabby, he's kind of in no man's land and is going to get absolutely walloped by Pure. So the Bear doing some good work, but the building's still falling. Walrus Punch is there. Raven in trouble. They're leaving him for afterwards, though. Need to turn back around and finally bring down that Naga.
He's on the Ice Wall.
Tims does not have Ink Soul, but they do have Force Staffs. Should be able to get Raven out of trouble. Nice play to keep him alive.
Bear's dead.
Bear is going to...
Oh, got out, barely. But he still had another resummon. Not the worst for him. And this top lane had the Midas the melee creep that was stolen by Inch. Inch is going to finish it. They're getting ratted so hard right now from every direction.
They just can't do anything. Like, they can't take the fights inside their base because they're slowly just going to get megaed.
Almost impossible to save your base in this situation. They realize that too. They're going to smoke out, see if they can get a catch here. And if they can get Raven, that would be absolutely ideal. But he sniffs it out and just Shadow walks away immediately. I think they're waiting
smoke.
for Gabby's reincarnation to come back on. They can't be out for long, right? Like you smoke, you have like 10 seconds, and then all of a sudden your base is being pushed in by every type of illusion or critter in the game.
It's so annoying to play against. Another bear dead. Does have that resummon, but 2 minutes, it's all that's left on this one. They almost have actually enough gold for MKB on Pure, but
This dragon is just gonna kill.
They're coming for your buildings. They just are all looking back and seeing it happen. They can't do anything.
You literally can't do
stop
anything
it.
about this. It's gonna die.
Oh god, it's so annoying. But wait a minute, Abed runs in like a crazy person, trying to find a target, ends up getting punished for that, but then Manta and walks away, and now the two supports are dying to illusions and the real DK. They finally managed
Just
to
the
claim
last
this.
bear.
Last bear. Pure tries to hit into this, does have MKB completed, beats into one. God, the bear is low though, 400 HP, needs to run back to Fountain to heal back up. Save tries to back away. They have a while where obviously they can defend their buildings, but I mean, eventually it's just going to be the same thing again.
Yep, just apply that poison to the buildings, and it might take 10 minutes for this game to end just off of that. And look at Save, he's just dying. It's an illusion here. And Abed, he's just going to keep doing this. Keep applying that poison. It works on the illusion onto these tier 4s. It will die eventually. You actually don't even have to show your heroes of your blacklist. Like, what do you even do in this situation? And if you smoke out, you have like a window of 10 seconds to get a kill.
Right.
So it's really just up to blacklist here to play this one patiently, and they will whittle them down.
Right. And again, just if we hover over the Dragonite for a second, Elder Dragon form, 66-second cooldown, 60-second duration. Manta style, last 20 seconds, 19.8 second cooldown. So this stuff is basically permanent uptime on spamming out illusions. And it's just incredibly annoying to play against.
I feel like we're going to watch a slow and painful death here. But there is definitely the chance that blacklists get impatient. And they don't play very slow and clean and give a kill away or so. And Save, he's missing boots. Wait, why does he have no boots?
He had to sell to finish his Midas.
No, he had that before, I'm pretty sure.
No, he didn't. He just finished
Oh, he
it.
didn't? Oh, so he sold his boots for Midas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know he had it queued up for a while now, but I didn't realize it was that bad.
I don't know. Maybe he accidentally sold it or something along the lines and I missed it, but I know I looked back like a minute or two ago.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Invoker has one, Phoenix has one, and Tusk has one. But
I mean, that just encapsulates how desperate they are at this point of the game.
Yeah. I mean, he's not moving that far anyways, right? The boots aren't doing much for him.
That's true. That is so true. All right, he buys the smoke. I think that's their last smoke, by the way. Off cooldown.
Oh, the bear. No, not the bear. Let the bear go. God, it really is just a slow, steady death. The tower starts to drop. And Bet Boom just kind of has to sit here playing some tower defense mode.
Yeah, I thought Save might have money. He sold something for like an Aghanim's, but meanwhile, they're going to lose GPK with no buyback here. Yeah, he has no money.
GPK. Not what you want to see at all. Now Gabby steps forward. They find Nightfall. The snowball is going to be there to try and save for a moment, but they really don't have much left in the tank. It's going to be a dead save. Turn now onto the egg. Going to kill that one off. GG is called. That Boom got completely walloped.
Yeah, they definitely did at some point in the game. Like, things are going well at a point, but this game completely turned the moment that Abed made the decision to not go for the Midas and go for the Blink Dagger, kind of proving that you don't always have to buy a Midas. You don't always have to farm. He thought about it. A little bit awkward, of course. He thought about going for the Midas. He had the Gloves of Haste ready, just overwin it and just went for the Blink before that Midas, and then he got critical kills on top of the lone Druid who was snowballing the game. started killing the supports time and time again. And then also, of course, that one death on Nightfall was absolutely critical to put them in a position to win the game. GPK couldn't find anything happen. Nightfall was the only initiation. By the time he was ready to go, it was too difficult. And the split push lineup that came online for the side of Rivalry was just too annoying to deal with. And as the game progressed, it got even more annoying as Dragonite also decided he was going to be a split pusher, and they just couldn't find any heroes to initiate on.
Right. I want to give special shout out to Tim's there in that one too on the Grimstroke. It felt like he was the engine that like both got the train sort of rolling a little bit and then also kept it on its tracks in a way, right? It was him pairing together with Abed's Blink Dagger that allowed them to get a couple of those clutch kills at around that, whatever it was, 10 to 15 minute mark or what have you. And then later on, of course, having the Inkswell shard to make sure that they took off those stuns when they came out in time. Dude, there was a lot of animal abuse in that game. The bear died so many times. I don't know how much gold they gave up, but that was rough.
Yeah, that's just how the story goes when you play Lone Druid and you're not winning the game. This hero from behind is not as impressive. So there it is. Like, you just lose a lot of bears because of it. 2-2-1, still not a bad score line, but that's not adding in the bear deaths.
Right. No, absolutely. I feel like that's one of those things too that feels a little bit like if the game was going good, it's not necessarily like bad play, but like you said, it's just in the way that game went. Once you start dying, it just keeps on happening. In terms of the draft types of changes that you would want to see going into the next game, do you think that you need to try and secure a better laning stage for GPK? Again, thinking about it, and they were the second pick team. They picked Invoker not in the last phase. Is it worth it to try and put more prioritization on securing him the last pick overall?
Maybe it might be something you consider, because that was not great, and I don't know how much of that was just because he was last pick or how much of it was just because BetBoom wasn't doing anything this game. I feel like they should have used this Invoker. Like, Invoker is definitely a hero that you can get behind in the laning stage and just move around with your Tusk and your Phoenix and still get a kill. But they didn't even attempt to do it at all in this game, like, whatsoever. GPK decided he's just going to sit there and farm and try to recover through hitting creeps. And if that's going to be your approach if you have a bad laning stage, then yeah, don't give him anything but last pick, right? Because that's what's going to happen in games where you pick early. You're going to get counterpicked and you're going to have a rough game. And if you don't know how to make it work with a bad game, or if you can't make it work with a bad game, or potentially it was just a Dragonite problem. If they banned Dragonite next time and that was the only hero that made it so he couldn't play the game, that could also be a fix here. But I really think the lineup from BetBoom team, definitely playable. They definitely could have won with this. I just feel like they didn't really use their heroes the way they should have in an aggressive manner.
Well, the Acer player versus player Predator matchup, it seems pretty clear. The two teams, the two players that we're talking about in this one, Abed versus GPK. Abed did get that last pick, but he did so much more with it, both through itemization choices, decisions about where to go, and then just in the laning stage too, like putting so much prioritization on denying out every single one of GPK's creeps that he could have. Made it so that GPK felt like he couldn't play together with the rest of his team early and look for those kills. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, and this is the type of team we wanted to see as well, coming from Blacklist Rivalry. And we kind of got what we have been getting as well from BetBoom team, right? They're either just super good, they stomp you, make you look like noobs, or they're just like, what's going on? This team just can't get it together in this game, right? And that's kind of what we got here. So we got a little bit of everything that we wanted going into this game. We got to see Blacklist Rivalry in their dry run here of they had 5 losses before this game. That's got to be really good to win this one, right? It's got to be helping the morale a ton going to this next game. And of course, for a BetBoom team, a lot of pressure going to this next game, right? You probably have to draw this or you're going to be a real contender for being knocked out.
I think if they don't win this next game on BetBoom, they will be eliminated as long as Secret wins one of their games. That's basically what it comes down to.
And Secret's playing a team that's already eliminated from the tournament, just for some perspective.
Exactly. So you have to win as Bet Boom. And that's the thing too, is like coming down to the very last day, they know what those stakes are. They know what the situation is. The pressure is going to be on them. We'll see how they respond to it. But first, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the finish of Group A action here at the KL ESL 1. We're going to go to a break right now, and we'll come back. We'll have that game number 2 right now.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
die gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit den Brüdern und wir chillen, heute Abend ohne Sinn, sie will, dass ich sing, doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink, ich brauch nur die Klick, und sie weiß, dass es stimmt,
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé, AMG, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, spät die gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster. Ich erschaff, wie gehabt, holen für den Bord.
Welcome back. And as the teams are getting ready, we are already ready, as you are ready to watch the game. B, are you ready?
I'm ready as I can possibly be ready.
Woo! Absolutely. Excited. Mushi looks happy after that last one. Tim's, Gabby, Raven, they're all grouping together around, and Abed off to the side. I wonder what they're looking at right now, because the draft hasn't started yet.
Could be anything, maybe it's just showing something in the game that they could have done better, right? This move that right here at this minute, could have been really cool. Even if you win, right? You should be able to take things from your replays, and I think that's something teams don't do well enough. It's very easy to get complacent.
Devastated. He's like, what is happening?
I'm telling you, Pure and Dyrachio, these guys have I wouldn't read too much into their body language because they have a lot of it. They definitely have a lot of it, and it's really fun to watch, especially when they die, they're the type to just do the huge face palms, right, and stuff like that.
Very expressive, not holding that much back for sure. You know what it reminds me of? I remember watching a Zai replay from one of the TIs a while ago, and he messed up on a relocate back on an IO or something, and I remember he had his game face on, and then he had this moment of just abject anger and frustration at himself, and then it was gone in an instant. And it's there's certain players that I feel hold it in, and then it all comes out in a second, and then they're back to their their go zone. But then there's other players like Dyrachio, it's he misses a last hit, he's just what the hell is that? You know what I mean?
Hands off the keyboard, face palm. Oh man, should have done better. Just showing that to himself. He's not mad at anyone, you can see, and just mad at himself for making mistakes usually.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are getting ready to come back underway here in just a moment. Teams talking about what they want to change up. In terms of draft-oriented stuff, the only thing that really stood out to me that was weird in that last game, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but I am interested what your thought is for why they might have done it, is the switch up of picking that Invoker so early on into the draft and not leaving their last pick for a mid counter pick, or at least leaving their last pick to be counter picked mid. Because then, as Blacklist, you kind of get what you wanted the whole time, which is an Abed counter pick.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it really just comes down to one simple fact that they wanted to make sure that Nightfall is on a hero that can just carry the game. And GPK probably said that I'm fine with this matchup no matter what they pick. Invoker's a hero that can get something done on the map, even if I don't have the great laning stage. But it was exploited, so their strategy and their thoughts of what should have happened just backfired entirely, and that's why the game ended up being so hard. So in these moments, they probably need to go back and reassess and reevaluate, was that the right call? Because I'm in agreement with you. Like, if that's how it's going to go, if you get counterpicked, don't put yourself in that position. Just pick something stable a little bit early. You did see that Wraith King already, so it wouldn't have been a bad thing to pick the Alchemist a bit earlier.
Well, in the meantime, we did able to get a little bit of confirmation from production, to shout out to them, that yes, Secret has indeed lost one of the other games. So what does that mean?
Okay.
What does that mean? Or no, Secret won. Sorry, Secret won.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Yeah, my bad. Secret won, and what that means is that now whoever wins this game is moving on to the next round. Whoever loses is going home. It's just down to one last game. That's all that it takes.
You baited me so hard. I thought there was going to be a spicy scenario, a three-way, but okay. It's very simple now.
Yes.
Win, go on. Lose, go home. All in one game, and that's a ton of pressure for both these teams. Like, Blacklist Rivalry they're a new team, right? I feel like there might be less pressure on them just because, if you lose, whatever, we're a new team. Let's iron out the kinks, but not again for BetBoom team, right? To get in a situation where they get knocked out way earlier than they want to. Toronto, Tokyo, I talked about him before. He wants to be a team that loses to nobody. And to be able to lose in these situations, he doesn't even look happy about that pick right there, to be honest with you. He was like, either that was like, yes, we got Grimstroke, get him, we win, or it's like, what are you doing, man? What'd you pick that for? Can't really tell through his expression. We'll have to see. But either way, Grimstroke is a good hero, and Magnus, this is one of the most annoying heroes to play in Dota. It feels like either this hero does nothing and gets shut down, or you're just getting skewered back constantly with this harpoon play and making these game-winning plays.
I think that is going to be a really interesting dynamic to look back at and to see kind of how the draft evolves from here. I like the Grimstroke a lot. I think that it was a key part of why things went so well for Blacklist. But was it just a function of the heroes that they had in that draft, or is this hero always something that you have to put so highly prioritization on? That's kind of the question. Again, it is Save that's the one that's drafting right now, although I believe that's actually their coach that's doing it instead. But he's at Save's computer. So we'll look.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Tusk taken out of the pool.
They're just banning some of the good heroes for now. Tusk with Grimstroke quite strong. Also Spearbreaker, Grimstroke, very strong combination. So they're just banning out some of those more meta melee heroes that like to pair with Grimstroke. But the reason why Grimstroke is so popular is you can't ban them all. There's a lot of melee heroes in Dota right now that are quite good. It is the meta where either your position 2 or your position 3, and even sometimes your position 1, like to pick these big tanky strength heroes that can just get into the front line easily with or without a blink dagger on some of them. We saw the effect of just last game, right? And the decision BetBoom made was this Grimstroke DK was a problem. So we're going to go ahead and take it this game, make sure they don't get it again, and we'll see if they can have the same effect with it. And that really comes down, I think, to mainly GPK here. If he can do something similar, can he get the type of hero into this game? Their second pick, will they last pick it? An interesting pick there. That's a flex as well. But this one can be played by Nightfall. This one could be played by GPK potentially. And I Pure might play, but I don't want to see offlane Monkey him.
Every time we look at them, for the first couple of seconds, 2 to 3 players from Blacklist are just cracking up. I don't know what's going on. And then you cut back to BetBoom and they just look like the 100-yard stare or whatever.
Yeah,
very interesting.
One team had fun the last game, the other team did not.
Okay.
And that's kind of like how we talk about momentum. And momentum is a lot about attitude, right? And the attitude after winning a game when you're a player that just won a match is always amazing. It feels good to win in Dota. Everyone wants to win. And losing is the exact opposite. Losing puts you in that state where you're just razor sharp focused. And especially BetBoom team knows right now that if they lose, they're out. And this is a situation they've been in a lot, right? And they've been very disappointed, where I think I don't know what's so funny about this gyro pick, but they're having a good time with it.
Dude, look at it. Like, it's so clear. Like, everybody on Bedboom right now is like, they're sweating, they're rubbing their eyes. Like, Blacklist is just cracking up. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, it's good spirits from Blacklist, right? I think it goes to show that whether they win or lose this game, they're okay with it, right?
Yeah,
and I think that comes back to like they're a brand new team, right? Their expectations for this tournament probably weren't super high, and it probably since yesterday hasn't gone the way they wanted to. And at this point, if they get knocked out, I think they come to terms with it,
right?
And if you're a BetBoom team, this is a team that I feel never comes to terms with losing, right? They want to win, and they're going to be razor sharp here in their focus to make sure that they do not lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. I think that there's something to be said for, like, particularly for Blacklist after a good day one, to have such an unbelievably bad day two. There's probably a certain amount of like digesting their emotions and feeling like we're already eliminated. So now everything is like, well, whatever, we're either gone or we're not gone. And like the pressure's not there. For his BetBoom, it was like they had started to build momentum, and then at the end of the day yesterday, they had that one like really devastating loss, and now they're starting the day with another loss that's like mega annoying to deal with. But the Chen comes out now. This has been, you said at least, like the best position 5 or one of the best position 5s that you can get in this patch.
Yeah, Chen is incredibly strong right now as far as the laning stage goes. You see similar things with Enchantress, where you not only do generally win your lane just because he is so strong there, but he makes rotations to the mid lane after that. And I think that's something that GPK really struggled against Enchantress with as well, is this Enchantress kept going mid in a bad matchup. So now it's reversed. Now he gets the last pick on GPK here, and he gets the Chen where they can rotate to his lane and help him out. So you know this is coming if you're Blacklist rivalry. What are you going to do about it? And Gyrocopter most likely going to be their support in this position. Not a huge fan of Gyro Carry after it has received nerf after nerf after nerf. And they're going to go ahead and just take the Razor right off the bat here. And this is a hero that could go mid. It could be their carry as well. Definitely a hard lane for Centaur to go against, playing against the Razor. He's just going to keep taking your damage and just hitting you really hard in the laning stage.
Right.
But as a hero that could die to, if he ever gets out of position, gets stomped, and the Inkswell comes behind it, and potentially, you know, a Chen rotates. So you're gonna have to keep an eye out when you play against these heroes like Razor that are huge dominators. Your positioning. I mean, 1 or 2 mistakes could cost you the laning stage, but if you don't make those mistakes and you consistently are able to get these links off on heroes that are melee, you're eventually just going to completely out CS the opponent.
So how bad is that matchup for Monkey King? Because I know it's bad against Centaur, obviously, but do they just like want to follow anybody in the laning stage, or are they kind of cool wherever this goes right now?
I think Monkey King is going to go carry for sure,
right?
Because the matchup on mid it's not good for Monkey. It's not the worst either, because like when you do get your Jingu stacks, you get a bunch of bonus attack damage, right? So that's definitely nice, and you can't really steal enough damage on the Razor to deal that type of damage. I think Monkey in general is good versus Razor because you can always catch him in the arena. If you do try stealing Monkey's damage, well, guess what? You're running into an arena with Wukongs, and you definitely have the Jingu Mastery as well to deal with it. So this Razor is purely to try and deal with, I think, the Centaur Grimstroke lane.
Okay. Gotcha. And you think that it is going to... I mean, I guess that I'm still wondering where this Gyro is going to end up.
I think it's support.
You think it's support? Okay.
Yeah. I just don't think carry Gyro... I don't think there's a reason to pick carry Gyro right now.
Right.
And Centaur is good versus carry Gyro in the laning stage because Gyro just pokes you a bunch. Doesn't do a lot of damage outside of just his little right clicks and flak. And Centaur just has so much regen that he doesn't care about that.
Okay.
And the retaliate will actually hurt you a lot. So I definitely believe Gyro and Dark Willow supports. Magnus is most likely your off lane, and Razor should be either your mid or carry. Okay. We definitely have seen a couple of the mid Razors, which is definitely a possibility. But if it is a mid Razor, I think you are considering banning something like Alina, but they just banned the Morphling instead. Morphling is a hero that is incredibly good versus Razor, almost unplayable. So they have a feeling that this Monkey might be going mid. or they just want to get the morph out of the game, because if you steal the static link and go on the Razor, you're basically just nullifying each other. And then Razor, who doesn't steal damage, doesn't do damage, right? And it's a really bad matchup in that regard, because morph, he always does damage, whether he's stealing your damage or not. He's just got plenty of output.
Well, they're doing double bans on carries right now, and I do feel like Razor kind of fits the mold for a little bit of how Abed's been looking in this team, giving more space to Raven to sort of have freedom. Spectre, a Raven classic hero. Don't know if there's something else that they want to run with this one. The other thing,
GPK Lina is like almost a no-brainer for me if that's the case.
Yeah,
like it'll fit perfectly. Like you'll have Nightfall laning versus a Magnus, which is a good matchup for the Monkey King. And the Monkey King is a hero that is a bit more active and not greedy, so you can easily fit a greedier mid into the equation. And that could be like a good answer. And we've seen like Lina can also one-shot Razor, as we saw in the later series, and they're just going to take it away. Okay, so that's like something they thought you might want. That's for sure going to be a carry Razor now, and they're going to throw Lina in the mid lane. And this is the issue with the mid Lina. It's like you can't counter this. You cannot punish with this hero. I think it's almost impossible to pick a hero that'll just make you feel like it's impossible to play the game.
I want to see what the vibe is right now. A lot of talking to try and figure out what they want to run mid against Lina.
What do they? I mean, I'd be down for like a sniper or something. I don't know.
TA is the classic one that I think about, but that
not is good anymore because you have a damage over time with your Dragon Slave. I mean, maybe it's still fine, but like TA versus Razor is also not amazing. And Dragonite is a hero I keep wanting to say, but I'm holding my tongue because I think I'm not prioritizing DK high enough. I honestly have been thinking this hero isn't very good, but everyone seems to be making it to that timing of Aghanims and Manta, where I think my opinion might be swing. Like, this hero has not been able to make it to those items in the past, but since everyone's playing a bit slower, getting more farm, they're buying Midases, maybe you're a lot more comfortable with getting to these like timings, and DK is amazing once you get to that Aghanims Manta style, so I might have to put a little more priority on this hero, I think, and we'll see if it can get the job done. This is a last pick yet again, DK. Last game, Blacklist Rivalry did get this DK on this 24 pick. If BetBoom team is going to take the same combination away from them, it's the DK Grimstroke. See if they can, win with what they just lost against.
GPK just left the area, so hopefully he'll come back soon. But yeah,
maybe he didn't like his hero pick. Maybe he's
out of here. Bye. Yeah, he does finally end up picking his hero, but they're taking a second to just let him get back in for now. It's not updated yet, but he has picked that DK for himself. Okay, we'll see how it goes. I'm interested. Oh yeah, and it is going to be the Raven Razor, which we talked about. Feels like, at least that the potential to be that. Feels like that could be a bit of a tough one against Pure playing this Centaur Warrunner. I feel like Pure might have a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think their play is going to be mainly making Carlo feed, like if you can make it happen. Because this Gyro is very susceptible to dying to the Centaur plus Grimstroke. I mean, honestly, even Razor can die. This matchup is 100% going to be about who plays the lane better. And I think if they both teams played 100% capacity of the lineup that they have, or lane, Blacklist Rivalry should come ahead with the Razor and Gyro, but we've all seen mistakes happen in Dota too.
Oh yeah,
and those mistakes can snowball really hard, especially when you're playing like heroes like Carry Razor.
Yeah, no, it can very quickly feel like it's getting completely out of control, and we'll have to see if that does indeed end up happening. How they sort of deal with this laning stage. They did get GPK the last pick overall. That being said, he's playing against the Lina in the mid lane. I mean, I guess, again, with those rotations in, if Toronto Tokyo can make some good stuff happen, if there's one thing that Toronto Tokyo definitely knows how to do, it's how to make a mid happy. Having played so much in that role for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. And this is definitely the best game to do it. This is the polar opposite of game number 1. Well, it's actually kind of the same. They're just using black this like kind of heroes. They have the DK mid, they've got the position 4 Grimstroke, but instead of the Enchantress, they have the Chen, which is a similar type of summon hero that's going to rotate. And Abed is going to be in that position where he's this intelligence ranged hero that doesn't like being ran at. So will Carlo and will Tim's be able to just stop these plays, or will this Lina get punished? And that's going to be like the main focus of this game and what to look for in the early game.
Yeah, I think so. And the other thing that's going to be interesting to see is like you have Abed that's playing, or rather Raven playing on a hero that's really happy just like running in and making stuff happen, right? Like I can see a lot of ways in which he might just make the move in and, you know, set up for a big RP to come out after the fact or what have you. But I think the thing that I'm really happy about in this game, and we haven't got to see a ton of, is I think when Gabby was playing his best last year, when he was playing together with Entity, it was on these big playmakers, you know, and had a couple of other heroes that could run around and set things up, and then he comes in for the finish. So I think that Gabby is set up for a decent amount of success in this one, looking to try and find some big RP or skewer plays.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if you are set up for success on a Magnus, your team is set up for success, because this is a hero that does really well in the right conditions. And the conditions of being ahead in the game, getting your item timings, is when this hero does super well. When you have a rough laning stage, things can get a bit dicey. But I will say in this particular game, neither offlaner is set up for success here in the laning stage, because you are playing a Magnus versus Monkey King, not particularly a fun matchup, and you're also playing a Centaur against a Razor. Both carries decided, nah, we're not going to be the hard carry this game. We're going to be one of those lane dominating type of heroes that wants to shut down the enemy offlaner. And it was kind of like a different story in that last game. Last game, we had the offlaners trying to shut down the carry in the laning stage, and the carries playing more of that greedier farm style with like the Naga and the Alchemist. So it's cool to see teams being versatile and kind of just showing you what they can do, and that they can play multiple different styles of Dota.
Waiting for GPK to get back. He's preparing for it to be a very long game, I would imagine. As I don't
That's an unfair advantage, though. Like,
it's a good
one
point,
man gets to like empty his bladder and freshen up. Like, he's ready for the long haul.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one to see, because I feel like, I mean, granted, there's a chance that somebody just gets completely stomped out here, but I have a feeling you're going to be playing until the very end for both of these teams. And the call comes now to get ready to get underway, and the game will begin. We are into it. One game, one team is going home. Who's it going to be? We'll find out in hopefully just under an hour. Who knows, though? Maybe we'll go past an hour for this one.
I mean, you may have just cursed it. I think like we in a good way, right? Because like these, I actually love watching these 60-minute games where we get these tier 5 neutral items. But it is going to be one of those games where there's a lot on the line, and you often will play a bit more passive, right? More conservative, because you don't want to lose. So if there is potential for a game that will go super long, yeah, I think this one could do it. There's a Magnus in the game, of course, which always leads to some really interesting late games. Hard to go high ground versus Magnus.
Ooh, Abed and Nightfall, the little tips. Former teammates, right? Yeah.
Yes, they were.
Of course.
Back on Evil Geniuses.
Way back when. And now they meet each other again here on the group stage, on the verge of being eliminated. I did also see a little tip between GPK and Gabby. I don't think those two were teammates together, if I'm not mistaken.
Gabby and who?
GPK.
Oh. No, I don't think so. I think Gabby's only played with one team from Europe.
The battle begins.
So, bounty runs. Looks like it's going to be a trade-off of 2 apiece. Everybody heads off to their respective areas. And I want to see how well this mid lane matchup goes. I mean, GPK and Abed, 2 of the best players in the world at their respective positions. You got to imagine there's going to be some sparks flying. But Lina versus DK, it feels like it could be kind of a dull matchup. Am I crazy for thinking that?
No, it probably will be. I really like how Abed didn't go for the stun build. We saw that yesterday, where XM went for stun and tried to crush a DK, but instead was unable to. It's actually versus a Tiny, but still, I think just now that you have a damage over time on your Q, it's almost always better to get this spell.
Yeah.
And with that, you're going to secure a lot of CS, and it's going to be a lot different because Invoker doesn't have the ability to nuke and get last hits, right? Whereas Lina, if she ever feels like it can't get the last hit, will just throw your nukes and just kind of like trade it out 50-50.
Okay.
Radiant's courier has
Something to
been
watch
killed.
for there. Does get a courier kill already on the save. Ooh, that hurts though. Not getting the last hit off of using a nuke for Abed. Very frustrating.
GPK so far so good in this laning stage as well. We'll see if he can keep it up. It'll be very difficult, I think, for him to do as well. And Raven on the top lane.
They get the
How
link
many
off.
damage
It's
for
gonna
this?
steal a lot of damage. Yeah, Pure. Maybe biting off more than he could chew a little bit. Save too. They're taking a lot of damage there. It's that early point in Rocket Barrage, forcing back the Centaur.
It's a good thing about being a Centaur in a lane like this, though. This hero has absurd base HP regen. So he's going to get up to his full HP a lot faster than you will. So making trades like that isn't so bad when you are playing these type of heroes that have high base HP regen.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping the lane in a decent position for himself, at least for now. There are no pulls yet used on the side of Blacklist up on the top side here. And then, of course, down bottom, Toronto, Tokyo playing together with Nightfall, trying to keep Tim's back. They're winning a little bit. Ooh, up top, enough? Yes! They get the kill onto Raven, and Carlo tries to turn this back around onto Pure. He is going to get hit by the missile, but with stick charge, is going to be perfectly fine.
And this is the type of thing you can't have happen, right? Razor is the hero that, yeah, if you play the slow game or you don't die, he will whittle you down as far as like your CS goes, but the burst is coming from Bet Boom's side. They will burst you really fast, and that's exactly what happens. Razor's a low HP hero, out of position just a little bit. You can see he bought a fluffy hat because he needs to survive these type of initiations. I think he goes for, I want him to go boots next, because if he gets caught yet again without the movement speed, it'll get ugly really fast. That death hurts a lot, especially if you get level 3 on save here.
Gotta be careful, man. That's it's a ton of burst damage. And I mean, the other issue too is, like you mentioned, the high regen that you have from Bet Boom. You know, Ring of Health is already done, so this lane already causing a little bit of issues in the mid. Certainly not as bad as it was last game, but Abed is getting denied up a little bit here. 17-8 so far for GPK versus the 14-3 for Abed.
And Dragon Knight's been looking good,
yeah,
so far in this tournament. These last pick Dragon Knights, I think we might start seeing some last phase Dragon Knights popping up more and more after these
top again.
performances.
Raven is not going to get bursted all the way down, but
He's got no regen as well.
yeah, that's the real issue. Carlo's actually going to salve
he salves-
himself.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks to salve for 200 HP, right, on your carry.
Yeah,
This top lane's done, actually. You try to counter pick Pure here by picking a Razor. Now you just can't lane anymore.
yeah.
Centaur has 23 CS. His ring of health is up. He's got the first blood, or not, he didn't get the first blood, he got the kill though. And now Razor sitting at 15 CS. He's gonna get the small camp pool, sure. Bring a salve to himself, but this is gonna eat as his net worth. If you check like that, specifically the net worth, he's all the way at the bottom now of all of the cores in the game. And of course, Bet Boom team, we haven't really talked too much about this bottom lane, but needless to say, the Monkey King is winning against the Magnus, as that's just what he does versus most melee heroes.
Yeah, Mag is able to get something though. He's not getting like completely dominated out of this one, it feels like. And that side pull being open, I think, is a lot of the reason that this is actually happening. Yeah, it's gonna need to be up to sort of some other of these movements around the map later on to maybe try and switch things up. But no, it's not easy. Not easy at all. And where do you even go for a gank rip? Raven, slowed, stunned, good damage onto him, in trouble yet again. And God, I mean, if you have to bring out a salve every freaking time,
No,
it
the
just
link.
feels so bad. Oh my God.
If you look at the Centaur, he has a link debuff on him, losing 0 attack damage.
Yeah.
That is like an instant break of a link. Like, I don't know if I've seen that before.
That's crazy.
But either way, you see these trades, right? He just used them right away. Raven doesn't have the HP region. As Centaur, he's sitting at 13 against the 5 region of Raven. He's down to trade all day.
That is really good start. And this is a hero that you sort of depend upon to, be winning in your laning stage.
Mid lane.
They're going. They send him on in with the Satyr Banisher, trying to find Abed. No stun available, and the Inkswell into the easy kill. Things looking quite good for BetBoom. 6 minutes in, already at 2,000 gold.
And we talked about how good BetBoom is if they get off to a good start, right? Especially when Pure is on the Blink Initiator.
Oh, GBK in trouble. GBK dead. Oh, that can't afford to happen. He just goes down. That's so much experience for Carlo. Holy moly.
Definitely a good kill there from the supports, but Lina didn't get a part of any of that action.
Yeah.
So yeah, Carlo will definitely get a lot from it, and that might later down the road mean a lot if he gets that level 6 quite early here. But meanwhile, on the top lane here, Pure is just completely bullying Raven. Like he can steal all he wants, but look at that, he's gonna stomp, go back. This is a catapult wave as well, and I don't think he's done here. And guess what? Nightfall's joined the equation as well.
Yeah,
good read by Raven though.
Dire's top tower is under
Heads
attack.
up play just to get out of trouble. And Carlo's going to soak experience in the meantime. He's actually level 5 now on Carlo. So he's a higher level than the Razor.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
I mean, Razor is not a hero that functions well from behind. Because if you look at the other carries that when they do poorly, like a Luna, for example, you can just go jungle and you'll catch up in no time. But you jungle so slowly on a Razor, you actually can't do it. It's too depressing. So he just has to keep going back to this very sad lane of his right now and just kind of have to deal with it.
It feels like there's going to need to be a lot done by Carlo in this one to try and set up for anything going well. As he does decide to run down save a bit here, we'll get hit by the missile towards the end and no real chance to chase any further. As Abed will get his shield room stolen away by Toronto Tokyo. Moving in, has Laguna Blade at the ready, looking for a finish, and Toronto Tokyo gonna go down. They have enough to bring down the Dark Willow after the fact. Tim's wanting to escape. Slowed the punch, and Nightfall comes in.
Quite good there. Look at GPK. I think this is very interesting. He is looking to do the same exact thing that Abed did. The Glove of Haste into the Blink. Is this the build, or was he inspired? That is going to be the question I have.
Yeah.
Because they kind of stole the lineup that they had last game, right? They've got like the Chen Enchiro, they've got the DK, they've got the Grim. Like, this is annoying to play against. This is good. Let's just do it ourselves.
Right.
Down to the T, honestly. Item builds and everything.
Yeah, it is really a unique one. And I mean, it feels like it's working quite well so far.
Raven?
Dude, he's getting ran at by
Not
these creeps.
like this.
The creeps just beat the shit out of him. What the hell was that? Oh my god. What the heck? And now Carlo's also going to get ran at. The stomp is there. They find the gyrocopter. Devastating last couple of minutes.
Oh, it's rough. It's definitely rough. And rough is hardly even an appropriate word to describe Raven's game right now. I would rather use a disaster. I think that is much more fitting for what Raven's game is like right now. Abed's game, also not the greatest. Who is having a good game? Gabby? Sorta, but not really. I mean, sort of. Actually, he's close to a Blink. This might be the item you really need if you're Blacklist to get back into this one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Time will tell. We will see. 4,000 gold lead right now. And yeah, 6-2. The other scary thing is that, like, in general, I think Chen is scary to run into a lineup, or to be the hero that you're running in a lineup that, can start scaling really well and taking towers. But Chen and then also Dragonite, very scary. He actually decides to stop up and instead go for the Midas. So he is swapping up the build in the middle of it, feeling like maybe he doesn't need to play as fast. We'll see if this ends up coming back to bite them at all or not. Because, I mean, it's going to be a while before Pure gets his Blink Dagger. I don't know. What do you think about that choice?
This is definitely the more stable route. Like, I was surprised Abed didn't do this in the last game, right? Because if you make a mistake, it really hurts you. But if you go this build, you're kind of giving the other team a chance to recover, but you're also putting yourself in a position where you're accelerating faster. So in most cases, this is the correct thing to do, I would say. But if you want to completely destroy your opponent, then you would go for the blink. So he's going to go the more safe side. I don't think this is bad by any means. I think this is actually the normal build. I think what Abed did in the last game was unusual.
Okay.
Unusual, but good. So
yeah, it's fair enough. We'll see. I do oftentimes think that there's these windows in the game where you know, I've seen lesser teams sort of like stop keeping the pressure on. They give up more of the map, and then the enemy team, when they're not sort of put under that type of pressure, are able to find a way back into it. But I also think that BetBoom are one of the best teams in the world at making sure that, you know, they take that sustained pressure, but only on good terms.
Right. And I think this game's a little bit different too, because last game Wraith King was going Radiance first item, right? But this game, Pure, okay.
BK, RP used, pulls him in, everybody's surrounding him.
Good go.
Ooh, interesting.
It's always GPK that feels like he is a victim to that first death when they're winning the game, right? They always seem to find him and target him down. But back to my point of the Centaur versus a Wraith King, Centaur's got a Blink Dagger pretty much after this wave, right? So maybe that gives him the ability to already have that Blink Initiator where he doesn't have to feel forced to do it on the Dragonite.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Definitely going to be scaling. Raven is still broke as a joke. In the meantime, it's Toronto Tokyo that's just been kind of AFK farming while the rest of his team runs around and makes stuff happen. Already has the Solar Crest done and building into a pipe. The timing for that will be really nice for them.
But that rotation was huge for Gabby. We talked about him being the one hero that can actually do something in the game, and he did something pretty big there. And we'll have to see a couple more plays from him, as you mentioned, Raven so far behind.
Pure trying to bait out a Stampede here, but they won't get it at this point, it looks like. As Lena makes the move over, decides not to chase as the haste rune wears out. Does have Boots and Aether Lens. Boots of Travel, rather, and Aether Lens. So she is set to join in these fights if they start popping off.
And Nightfall opting to go for Battle Fury in this game as well, showing that he's still playing Monkey King, which can be a more active hero, but he's deciding to play the more hard carry style of Monkey King.
Oh my God. Dude, look at Gabby. He knows that they're coming over here.
Okay.
That was interesting.
How shameful. I mean, he just played with them.
I guess. They got the Wisdom Rune stolen, though. So that kind of sucks.
It's better than him just dying and losing the Wisdom Rune, I suppose.
True.
I'd say overall that was a pretty cool play. Kind of necessary as well, because I don't think they had any business taking that fight. Grimstroke was already set up there. Centaur had the Blink Dagger. That was his Blink Dagger reveal, though. So, unlike Gabby, who revealed his Blink and killed a mid-hero, Pure revealed his Blink Dagger for Wisdom Room. I guess it's something.
True. Building up stacks and taking them out now. Gabby will have the Echo Saber completed as he heads on back home to refill on resources. And then maybe it will be time to get going again for these players. It could be a pretty solid move now. Looks like Razor's just sitting with the Mithril Hammer a ways away from a BKB being completed. But can farm up these stack here with Carlo for now.
So the thing we saw in the last game was Abed running around as a mid DK, making space for his cores to farm. And it feels like this game, Pure is going to run around, and GPK is going to farm. As he just hit level 12, he instantly popped his ultimate and started to hit creeps. So it looks like they have a different idea of how to play this Dragonite as compared to Blacklist when they played it in game number 1 here. We'll see if it works out, as they want to defend the spot lane, if possible, rotating Pure and Nightfall, but where's the Magnus at is going to be the real question. The only initiation, he's in the mid lane.
Yeah, they can't do anything here. Stampede to try and chase down and find Abed, and they get him there. Abed found and dead. TP's out with Tim's. But yeah, all it takes is a second, and they're going to be able to jump on top of that squishy Lina.
And that's because they saw Gabby in the mid lane hitting creeps. Like there's no Mag, guys. Go, go, go. They have no fear in the world if Mag is showing. So at some point, they're going to have to be a little more careful for that. But I also see Gabby's point of view here as well. He just wants his harpoon, and he is pretty close to it, just under 1,000 gold from it. Once he gets that online, then his initiations will be even more reliable. But I think once he does finish that, I want to see some more aggression coming out from Gabby, because he is absolutely needed in these fights to make something happen. Razor needs time to catch up, and Abed, he just needs an initiation. He can't really do it himself.
Raven, is he trying to bait this out right now? I'm not sure. There is a ward that's over there, which they have not been able to take away as of yet. Now, with Pure showing in the wave, they're going to have to be a little bit careful. Gabby could look for a jump. Again, there's a really good ward here that scouts out the gyrocopter at the moment, but they aren't quite aware of the Razor or Gabby
they
nearby.
can't do
It's
this.
under attack.
All right. And I mean, they would have lost Pure for sure, just for Carlo here.
Yeah.
Not worth it. And the scan sees him too. So
Yeah.
he's baiting.
Waiting,
Radiant's
waiting.
bottom tower
Nobody's
is under
showing.
attack.
Gyro Shard online. This is kind of what makes the hero a support, right? Getting this shard up.
Has fallen.
It is available now, so that's going to be annoying. Cancels Blink Daggers within the proximity, so if you just manage to get that on top of either the DK or the Centaur, it's incredibly annoying for them.
They might have seen it. Oh, Centaur, he gets away.
Maybe.
TPing out. Gyrocopter
Yep.
not chasing all the way in. Oh, that's got to be frustrating.
BKB online for Nightfall now. Fresh BKB, he's going to be much stronger in this situation here.
Oh, yeah.
And now he can join the fights. One of the biggest problems of Monkey King is until you get to a really big defensive item, or you're just really far ahead in net worth, you can die really easy. And with a BKB against the lineup he's playing against, it's not so easy to kill him as long as he gets the BKB off. So that's going to be something that's going to allow them to probably smoke up here and make something happen. They're probably talking about it. Like, BKB's online. Maybe we can smoke up to the Dire top side and potentially do Roshan now.
Would be really good for them if they want to make that move and if they can get away with it. It is still a little bit scary playing into Mag RP with him ready to go. Although it looks like Gabby is taking out a bunch of these Chen creeps now. Kills a fair few of them in the mid lane. We'll see where it is going to be that Blacklist decide to take the fight. It looks like they're coming to contest this, having an idea that this is what's going on.
Definitely going to be a very critical fight here for Blacklist to stop this Roshan.
DD online. Ooh, do they catch Nightfall as he heads through? Or is he going to break their smokes? One more toss to the trees.
be
He jumps into the
devastating.
midst of all of them. Back behind. Does he realize what's going on?
They say, oh no!
That was so close. And now they
He
have to
even
be
jumps
careful.
back into them. Okay.
Yeah, they've got smoke on smoke action now. Want to chase. This is still DD
Yeah, they're
on the
going.
leader. He gets caught. GPK
He's
on
stuck.
the low ground. Oh no, GPK. That's not where you're supposed to go. Completely out
no.
of position.
They got the
and now
monkey
they pull
too.
Nightfall. RP after that BKB used. Oh, GPK absolutely just shorted that blink. Oh no. Dude, the pressure. It gets to everybody.
Everything was so good. The skewer was down. All he had to do is get up there and stun a hero. The Nightfall can finish and he can follow up on it. But he blinked into the one spot that was on the low ground, so he had no vision, and he got stuck. Like, both of the worst things possible happened here. I don't even know how he went up to the high ground there.
Shockwave.
Oh, Shockwave pulled him up. Not that it really mattered in there. And that's your fresh BKB on Monkey King, just dead.
That really, I mean,
At least they didn't get Roche, I guess.
Right, that's the only silver lining is that they weren't able to claim Roche on blacklist. And now, 60 seconds no RP. I think it might just be worth it to run down there and take it, right?
I think you should definitely keep being aggressive. It's hard to say after that. Like, do you mentally recover from that and be like, let's just still do Roche anyway? Or is Nightfall just like, screw that, guys. I need some more creeps so I can win this game.
I know. God, that's such a big turnaround, too. I mean, the sort of X factor in this and the thing that's leading the gold expansion is Toronto Tokyo on this Chen with these team fight items, right? God, man, you look at that graph and how good things were going for BetBoom. It's still pretty much in their favor.
It
but
is.
You lose a couple fights like that, it starts to feel really scary.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Chen in particular, this hero doesn't scale very well.
Right.
Like, his creeps, all his auras and stuff, they have an expiration date. Especially when you're playing with so much AoE. Like the Gyro, Magnus, Lina, Dark Willow, even Razor with his nukes. Like, once his pipe has no longer a big impact on the game and his heals, which will happen, the more items, like, heals do not scale in this patch very well as compared to other patches. You do need to get a huge advantage, and it does still have a strong timing. I want to say around the 30-ish, 35-ish minute. That's when Chen is going to take a big dip downwards and like how much impact he's going to have in the game. But for now, so far, it's still good, especially because Pure has finished his hard as well, adding that extra tank ability. And now Monkey King with the Aegis. So if they do that play again on him, he will at least be able to just come back and keep the fight alive. Right. And another one of those heroes that really desperately needs an Aegis, because he, as we saw, he can be bursted easy, as Magnus was a huge kill if they can get him.
This is nice. Make the move in and find Gabby. That is right before he got his BKB completed too. So just getting a little bit
40
greedy in the
seconds.
mid lane. This is what they needed. BetBoom. How much do they want to pressure with this? Oh, that's still their first tier 2, so they'll be able to use their glyph on it, but still, this should be going down at this point.
And it's really up to them at this point. Do they want to force the next glyph, or do they want to play the map?
Lina found down bottom. Abed gets caught by Pure. Save and Pure pulled together to get that kill. Wow.
All right. This is not a tilted BetBoom for sure. They have recovered phenomenally. And this is what they're so good at, right? It's like they showed 3 heroes mid, and Abed's like, they're pushing mid. I can just farm down here. But they were already set up on that bot lane, ready to kill. And now you just have to not make mistakes here. You have to go back if you're BetBoom, because you have 2 heroes in the bot lane. At least you need to go back to the gate. That way you can meet up.
Yeah. Get together as a team. Don't get picked off just out somewhere on the map. And particularly because Lina has bots.
This
getting
smoke
caught out of position here would be really bad.
The smoke can't work. There's no way the smoke is going to work.
Oh,
Nightfall. Nightfall has to see this. There's no way he doesn't see this coming, because look at top lane.
Yeah,
it's shoving in. Bot lane, it's shoving in. Mid, no one's showing mid lane. You have to know a gank is happening. As BetBoom, they're going to group up. Not under a ward quite yet, but they're just dangling Toronto Tokyo here. You're going to see Lina, but she does have the travels. Oh, they found the gyro.
Monkey King.
I don't know who found who
breaks
here.
the smoke.
It's getting crazy.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Does have the TP out. Going to be able to make it on the Willow, but nope. Pure right there to stop it. So really heads up play and good reading of the map by BetBoom, understanding what was happening and making the perfect reactions to it. Now an Aghanim Scepter done on Nightfall.
I mean, I must say that was quite the weird champ smoke, because these teams are at a level where they should know that they can't go smoking like that with all their lanes shoved into them.
Right. Yeah, not going to work out more often than not. They do have Mag BKB now done. And of course, we saw a little while ago, Abed having finished off the Aghanim Scepter. There's definitely potential here for that blow up if they find the right target, and particularly before BKBs get used. GBK looking, wanting to find him. Abed.
Maybe they can get him. With that Aghanims, you can fly over buildings. Oh! Can you do
did
it?
they find him? No!
Oh, no! They
barely off
knew.
the mark.
They knew, but just the wrong path in the trees doesn't get them to kill there.
Yeah. Well, oftentimes people talk about sort of the value of team fight and vision as we get into the later and later stages. Do you think it's still a position at this point where, like, if Blacklist find the right fight, they can overcome like this net worth advantage and everything?
Oh yeah, of course. This is definitely a game where it's far from over. And whenever you're losing a game and you have a Magnus, like, there's always a chance, right? You're always going to be able to get a hero out of position into a position where you can kill them where you otherwise couldn't have, right? And that often applies to the high ground. But it can be in any situation. We saw multiple times this game where they just catch out Nightfall or GPK just by being alone and then putting them in a spot where they really don't want to be.
They headed down south. Still really good vision in this area for BetBoom. And a similar type of scenario that we saw in the last game, Manta Aghanims now done for Dragon Knight at just about the 27-minute mark. An 8,000 gold lead here. They're really pulling a little bit ahead, and at least at this moment, no smokes available. They're just sitting up on this high ground, hanging around a ward.
Yeah, this is one of the faster DK timings for this, but it does go back to GPK has put more emphasis on farming this game, as like he went for the Midas first, and of course Pure has been the one running around for the most part, going for the plays. But luckily for Pure, they've been working out, and he also hasn't been dying at all, so he's actually the most farmed hero in the game right now, while being the most active. So Pure having like a flawless game right now.
Radiant are scanning.
They were underneath that ward, actually. I didn't even realize that was a Radiant Observer ward. And now a smoke up at the same time that BetBoom go for one of their own.
Yeah.
And we'll see what the final situation ends up being for who runs into who.
I think Monkey King can't get caught. If Monkey King gets caught in the RP, then it's bad.
Save. Has one on him. Jump. Hoof stomp. Raven on it. BKB out. Oh, RP connection. That's exactly what they needed. Nightfall gets obliterated right at the start. And now GPK and Pure, can they manage to keep this fight going in their favor? Raven tries to back out, but the stomp will be there. The final tally for this fight ends up looking like it's going to be 2 kills apiece. It's Carlo also likely to go down. Have him chased down and enough for the finish there.
Pure is just too farmed. Like, that was a dream scenario. That RP pulled the Monkey King out of the tree line as he was channeling his Wukongs. So he didn't have BKB popped. He had nothing, and he just ends up dying. And I said that was like the best thing that could have happened for them. But still, it wasn't enough to make the fight convincing. And I think even just, you're going to see here, watch this. The Monkey King, he goes back because he knows he doesn't want to get caught. He jumps in again. He's like, all right, I'm good now. RP down from the tree, mid-animation, gets also hit by a Laguna Blade and all the other spells. He goes down without having any impact there. But still, GPK and Pure are just too farmed right now. You have the shard available for the Centaur now, so he was running around with 6,000 plus HP and a lot of damage on that double edge.
Oh, yeah. No, it feels like he's going to be able to just keep running through and spamming this double edge over and over again. And I mean, it feels like you kind of have to go for some type of kiting scenario or something. Raven eventually needs to be able to, stand toe-to-toe against him. But much like the beginnings of the laning stage and everything else since then, they just haven't been able to do it. Pure is a monster. Second highest net worth in the game right now on the position 3 Centaur.
He's definitely a monster, and I really think Nightfall has to be way more careful in this game. He has a lot of room to chill, right?
Yeah.
The DK illusions are going to give so much vision. Pure is going to give so much vision. Only thing that he can do that will kind of jeopardize his team is just dying a bit early, because he is squishy. He is very, very squishy. He just has to find the Magnus and not let the Magnus find him. And I think if he can do that, that's enough impact. Or at least he needs to get off his BKB and his Wukongs before he gets RP'd. Right. I would also be okay with that.
Either of those two things will work out for him quite well. The ice armor getting added on is pretty nice, actually. It's a good little bit of help to move them in along the way. But thinking about defending their high ground now, Abed is getting closer to this Octarine core, has the Kaya done. I also saw that, Centaur ended up picking up the Kaya for themselves too. Going to go back for the Sanjin Kaya. So even more damage amp coming out and spamming the stuns and hits from Pure. Kind of cool.
It's definitely pretty cool indeed as we move on to the next objective of the game, and it's going to be Roshan sitting on that Radiant side conveniently here for Bet Boom team, and they smoke up, meaning I think what they're trying to do here is they're reading that Blacklist is smoked, but they actually weren't. They actually just got to their base here. They're expecting a fight to happen right now, but they don't have vision of where they're at right now. And do they even have a smoke available? I think this is one of those situations where they're out of smokes, guys. They gotta run it the long way. So Bet Boom is kind of their own heads right now. They could have done Roche by now for free, but they didn't know.
Oh yeah,
they just didn't know.
And now they're
like, okay, they're not coming, guys. We're not just gonna sit here forever. And they just go in.
God, it would have been
with everything
if they could have had a smoke for themselves right now. But yeah, they're not going to be able to get it in time. So should just be the free Aegis in hand.
Trying to break smokes and also break blink daggers with these DK illusions. And you just can't run into this fight without a smoke. I really don't think you can.
Yeah.
Because the game's over if you do that. It's just straight up over. At least if they give Roche away now and they defend high ground, they have a chance with buybacks.
These are
Pures. He's on the run.
Ooh, scary. God, dude, if they catch you, it's over for Dims. Just trying to get out of there. My goodness.
Is it go time? That is the question.
Yes.
You've got choices. Do you go high ground or do you not? I think generally speaking, you don't, especially versus a Magnus. But we'll see what the call is here, as I think choking the map will be the safer play. And this is, mind you, an elimination match. Whoever loses this game will be out of the tournament. So better safe than sorry, I think, especially in situations like this.
I do always worry that, like, again, you're giving more avenues for something to go wrong and for you to get caught out of position. But I guess the same is true for Blacklist in a lot of ways. There's more ways that they can get caught out and suddenly lose heroes around the map. Gabby does almost have that level 20 talent for the extra skewer range, which is going to be really helpful. Stepping up and immediately taking down that ward that the Chen just placed. Super annoying for Bet Boom. But this is now a done Lincoln Sphere also on the mag.
It helps. I think what GPK should be doing in these fights now is sending these dragon illusions and finding mag. If you can hit him just one time, put that poison on him and disable his dagger, that'll make your Monkey King feel so much more confident in the fights to do pretty much anything. Either go high ground or just show his hero whatsoever. Or they can continuously do what they're doing now and just use the illusion to hit these tier 3s. And it'll be a slow, painful death, but we saw in last game, it's still effective.
Right. Shockwave upgrade for the Magnus now. With that
more turtle power.
Tormentor being taken. Yep. Very annoying to play against. And again, as often is the case, you just want to sort of keep that net worth lead from not ballooning out completely on the side of Blacklist. And for Bet Boom, spam out the lane, spam out these illusions. They're about to have another round of them here as Elder Dragon form is back up. Manta sends them each direction. And a scan from the Dire.
Gabby's in position.
Nightfall.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think they're okay with just skewering back even Nightfall, because like if Nightfall BKBs and just disengages, that's a win. If they manage to stun him and kill his Aegis, that's also a win. And there's always the possibility you can kill him once and then he respawns RPM and he dies again. So Nightfall still can't show in these situations. In fact, nobody can show. And that's why you see these illusions just coming in, doing the damage, being annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of a similar story to what happened last time. Skewer's back was just an illusion there, so nothing doing.
Taste of their own medicine, but last game there was like also Nog illusions, skeletons,
right,
from the Wraith King. It was more intense, but still, look at these tier 3s.
Yep.
Yeah, I changed my mind. DK's super toxic. Like, this is insane. It's zero committal for this.
Yeah, it's mega annoying. And now he also has a arcane rune, so yeah, just send him on out again. At some point, they need to do something to try and find people. Gabby, is he going to get caught here? They're thinking about it, chasing.
This is the best target if they can get him.
Gabby,
oh, he
moves
missed.
to the skewer, he catches one. GPK is there, LSA is out, Laguna Blade. Good stun through onto one, but it's going to be a runaway. Keeps himself fine and dandy. KB out from Gabby.
I don't know how do these unfortunate situations keep finding GPK? Like, he blinked into the skewer there, but it's okay. He got saved in the end. Save doing what he does best, the Inkswell, dispelling some of the stuff on him, and I think he's just too damn tanky anyway to really burst.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's hard to think about that one actually happening and working. Although he did get down to about half HP. And that's in the dragon form that has, like, you know, the extra crazy magic resistance, 50% on top of it. So something to consider. 25 for Lena, although she probably goes to the Laguna Blade cooldown, but you know, pure damage is something to think about too.
Yeah, I think both are good, but the cooldown, especially when you have the Octarine and just making that go to like 18-second cooldown, is gonna be ideally, but it's only level 22 for now, still a ways away from that talent as they're all sharing EXP as it comes into the base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Need to come up with a fight victory at some point.
Oh no, your buildings are dying to ghosts.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's super annoying here. Although tier 4 neutral items now coming out, buying more time. Ascetics Cap, Trickster Cloak for the Razor. Take down that one DK illusion, but the other one is going to come and get him. Pure finds one. Will it be enough for the finish? Yes, it will.
No buyback either here.
Gabby.
But I still think you play this a little slower.
He got ninja gear, jumps forward, wants one, and he's going to get one. LSA dead on Grimstroke. They find Carlo. Not sure if that's going to be a big enough kill for them. Gets the jump away, but then the two people stunned. Raven on to Pure. Ogre Steel Totem gets him away. That's the end of this chase, at least for now, as Carlo to buy back for that. Looking for another. But not finding anybody yet on Gabby.
As long as DK is alive, they're not going to be able to get outside of their base here. Cutting every wave and also killing buildings very slowly.
It's time to buy some Dagons, honestly.
Yeah, I think you actually kind of need to, but the problem is the Dagon cooldown is too long.
Yeah.
And the illusions just come out too quickly with the Octarine Core build here. Because it's like a 22-second cooldown on Manta, and I think Dagon level 1 is 30, 40-ish or something like that. Something way higher to the point where it just won't be enough.
Tim's and Carlo are buying them, though.
I guess you kind of have to, right? It does something. I mean, it's 35-second cooldown on Dagon, so...
I mean, okay.
Helps.
Let's game this out a little bit, though, because let's imagine that they do get to the point where they have, like, double Dagons and at low enough cooldown to deal with the Manta. Eventually, this is a lot of kind of, like, wasted net worth on GPK, right? Because it's sort of like whittling things down bit by bit, but as we saw the other day, if DK actually has to get into a fight with somebody, with Octarine Core, with Aghanims, you're kind of, like, not that great.
Yeah, you basically turn yourself into Naga Siren.
Right.
Where, like, you're not really good in the team fights, but your purpose is to just keep the lanes pushed out and just not take the fights and just keep hitting buildings. So, yeah, you're right. And to get to the point to have your Dagons the same cooldown is you're going to have Dagon Octarine Core on your swords.
Oh, God. All right, well, that's going to be a while. But you can dream.
But it helps. What would help more is if they can actually kill GPK.
Right.
And there's an Invis Magnus here lurking about, but he is by himself. So,
ooh, wait a minute. Did they spot Pure? It looks like they know that Pure is down here. Oh, but he's TPing away already.
And they're smoking on Bet Boom here.
Oh, rejoining the rest of the team. Gem was on the ground, passed over, and now they're all smoked up together. Raven is showing in the lane. Gabby is right there. Do they decide to jump? Getting an idea that they're in the area. Now he's going to go for the ninja gear himself. Keep himself fine. Looking for an
Gabby's being
initiation
canceled
moment.
here.
Oh, got to be careful. They have one. Now in trouble. Has to skewer away. LSA already out. Pure down to half HP, but they don't have anything to finish him off at all. Dark Willow is gone. Stunned now. On to Abed. Blacklist. They need to stay in this game to try and keep moving on this tournament, but they are getting absolutely destroyed by the Bet Boom team that stole their draft from them. 4 dead for nothing.
And Pure at this point is just too strong. Got a nice double stun there with the follow-up of the Grimstroke Inkswell. And at some point, Raven's like, we have to deal with Pure. I'm just going to link him, and we're going to see it through this replay real quick. The blink is being canceled by the Dragon Splash, of all things. You get that nice double stun, Inkswell. Both the supports are deleted immediately. Gabby not be able to get anything off, and look at Raven. I'm going to kill you, Pure. And Pure's like, yeah, I've got 6,000 HP, and I don't even care if you take my damage, because I have double edge. That's my main damage source, double edge, unaffected by my base damage whatsoever. But he's just in his face. I don't blame him. He's got to try and make something happen there, and just way too farmed on Pure right now. And very unfortunate that the DK Splash, of all things, stopped Gabby from doing anything in that team fight.
27,000, 28,000 gold lead. It just keeps going up. But an important change that did come out is Gabby finishing off the refresher orb. They're up on their high ground. There are buybacks available. You would love to be able to hold off on it, but waiting for that opportunity is scary. Jump in, find Pure. Do they want to go? Gabby's still waiting for his moment, but they're losing their entire base. They need to get them back into the fountain. But it's not looking like it's going to be easy. Smoke up now. Nightfall jumps up to a tree. They're looking for the right angle. They are somewhat grouped together, and, well, is immediately going to just drop down the Wukong's command. Gabby looking for the wraparound, but the buildings are gone. That's Mega Creeps. They find him there, try to skewer him out of the ring, but the ring's too big. He couldn't get him through the other side of it. He finally comes out of it, but now Gabby's such low HP, it's not going to work. This is not the way they wanted this one to go. Waiting for the big RP to pull him into the fountain all the way. It's on to DK, but GPK is not dying.
Pure doesn't care.
And the fountain does not appear to give any types of cares. Now the Wukong's command down onto their fountain as GPK is going to be pulled back in, actually. And, well, he might have gone a bit too far finally, but Nightfall is killing everybody else. Oh, man. What a freaking fight.
Definitely a lot of fountain play there, and Gabby, he's going to miss that one.
Oh, gonna blade out, finds the back line. Okay, he gets one, now tries to run away. Pure can't quite get him. Okay, a dead Grimstroke. The stun is there onto Nightfall as he tried to jump through. Meanwhile, Gabby controlling Pure. Pure, TP broken. Nightfall stunned again by Abed. And they just can't do anything to Pure. This guy has 7,000 HP. They can't run him down. They can't steal enough of his damage. He's just walking around taunting, living his best life.
I think they may have just stalled the game, though, at least. Abed keeping Nightfall, like, perma-stunned. And even with the fact that they added that additional damage over time on Dragon Slave, making it so this Monkey King just never has an opportunity to jump up to the tree. So, honestly, Abed salvaged the game.
Right.
He allowed them to... I say salvage the game by allowing the game not to end immediately. They're still down 40,000 gold in Mega Creeps, so it's still not a great situation, but he stalled the game. That's probably a better word to use here. And when there's a chance, and there probably still is a small chance there as Abed is creeping towards that level 25 talent.
I mean,
what do you have to do,
AC.
though? That's luxurious.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Shen's having a really good game on Toronto Tokyo. 4-1 in 16. Not really dying, getting all the items in the world. He's ahead of Raven in net worth. The POS 5 eclipsing the position 1 of the enemy team. That'll happen when you're down 40k, you know? That'll happen.
It feels bad. No, absolutely. Sure. They have a DD on Raven, but I mean, even a double damage, he's probably still going to end up doing less than a lot of these other heroes in the game. It just has not gone their way from the jump, pretty much. And now Blacklist, like you said, down 42,000 gold. Sure, they've got, BKB Refresher Magnus, but at this stage, we saw even in the fountain, it still wasn't enough to get the kills they needed.
Thank you.
Maybe Abed with this Hex could be the difference maker. Because at some point, they're getting the BKBs off. Like on Pure, if they get him in the fountain and Hex him before he can potentially survive that, maybe that's the way to go here. And trust me, they're going to be close to their fountain for the next 10 minutes. So that's good.
Lena decides to take the CDR for the Laguna Blade. Was thinking about it for a little bit. But yeah, Mega Creeps now are just taking out these buildings. They have a Dagon on the gyrocopter to try and clear through this. But yeah, it's feeling incredibly rough right now. And in the meantime, Bet Boom, what more items do y'all need? They're just sort of farming it up for funsies at this point, it feels like.
I think there's one item that could be beneficial for them.
What's that?
It's Aegis of the Immortal.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe a Wind Waker.
Well, they are smoked now.
Oh, Raven's got a DD. Raven's got a DD.
Gabby just said end in all chat. I've never seen that before. They pull back one, tries to find him. Toronto Tokyo is dead. All right, that's one down. Can they do any more? E-Blade out. Now Raven just gets demolished there. Chasing into the fountain. They're going to kill off another couple. They have another jump from Gabby, but they can't skewer back in. Nightfall gets the BKB off. The Ancient is exposed, and Blacklist are going to get knocked out of the tournament here in this second game. Bet Boom, they hang on. They hang on at the end.
Well, they most certainly do. They've been doing what they've been doing this entire tournament, going 1-1, and it turns out that's all they needed. They just needed to go 1-1 throughout the entire group stage just to squeak on by. And I think generally speaking, if you do go 1-1 or have a 50% win rate, you're going to be safe. Of course, it's a little nerve-wracking when you get in that position where you have to get that one win. It can get a bit scary, but they pulled it through there, and I think a lot of this did have to be on the back of Pure on his Centaur. Such an amazing job, not only through the laning stage, making Raven's game like a living hell was a big part of this game. If this Razor came online, and imagine Pure being lower net worth, this could have been a completely different game. But because that lane went so poorly, it allowed Pure to snowball and become the player that he was in this game, and also vice versa, for Raven falling behind. And of course, GPK did a much better job this game as well in the laning stage, picking up that Dragonite. I think guys are going to be on this Dragonite a little bit more going into this tournament. It's looked very obnoxious when you're winning the game, especially to just continuously put these illusions onto the towers, and it's just like a ticking time bomb because illusions they're so tanky, right? Like it's hard to kill them. They're at least going to get one hit on the tower, and that's all you need, one single hit. Then you get that take a poison on it that's taking off like 300 or something damage just by one hit. It's pretty crazy and looked very obnoxious, not only this game but this series.
Right. I think it's an interesting dynamic too, because you sort of wonder, all right, well, this Euro, it starts to make its rounds a little bit. Just looked, Bet Boom had not played Dragon Knight up until this game. So they get Dragon Knighted by Blacklist and then decide to take it for themselves. And well, guess what? It works really, really well. I think that as far as, Blacklist now being out of the tournament, I feel like it's an interesting dynamic because there are moments where they looked amazing, and then there were a couple of moments where it looked pretty rough. So I guess as far as a tournament performance, that gives you a lot of things to work on as a team and try and level up throughout the rest of this year going forward. How do you feel about them as a roster?
They look solid. All in all, this roster has a lot of potential. They showed that there are no pushovers, right? They can win when they need to, but at the same time, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's kind of expected for a team that is so brand new, right? This isn't even like a team that just made a couple roster changes here and there. Like every single piece of this team was like put together from scratch, it feels like. And when that does happen, these teams take a little more time to mesh. But even though they did get eliminated earlier on in the group stage, they still had a pretty decent showing. I feel like, of course, they felt like they should have done better, and that might be true. They did lose some games that they probably shouldn't have lost in this group stage, which could have changed the tides of things. But overall, this roster has a lot of potential, I feel.
All right, well, that's exciting to see and sort of hear about. 47-minute match, Bet Boom, after eliminating Blacklist at this point, continue their streak of long games going the distance, which is exciting to see. I guess I'm curious about your opinions of this team. It feels like it's a very similar issues to what we saw from them in the beginnings of last year, right? Like where you occasionally have these really good performances and then sometimes things don't go around. Do you think that this is a team that's going to be somewhat happy with that, or are we feeling a little bit frustrated as Bet Boom after that?
It's hard to say what they feel, but I think if you're a Bet Boom fan, you feel a little frustrated because it still seems like the same old Bet Boom that we saw last year, and that's like, and that this encapsulates it really well. GPK blinking in there, getting some frustration plays out of the game and dying, but I don't know what to think of the team right now. Like, they look a little worse than usual right now. And a lot of that might come down to TI just happened, right? They made no roster changes. And the teams that don't make roster changes are typically the teams that don't really scrim after TI. They use that time to kind of mentally reset, refocus, and kind of use these tournaments as their, getting back into the groove type of things. Whereas teams that completely make new roster changes, they need the practice. So they're probably spamming pubs and scrims more than the teams that don't.
With a skewer back here and then the blink into it was still one of those moments that's just kind of crazy. And with every one of these fights, you're seeing the problems that kind of came up. There didn't ever feel like there was that other hero to carry the load in terms of damage. I don't know, the Lena thing is weird. There's games where she feels quite strong, and then there's a couple of these games where it's like, okay, well, we can reliably get one hero down to half HP, but then the rest of the team is going to come in and we're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those situations where a lot of this can happen, and I don't know. It's just this game in particular is so crazy. I'm just still stuck on the Dragonite and how this hero is just like putting you in such a obnoxious position, like how to play the map. So yeah.
All right, well, we have a chance to talk to somebody about that exact pick, as we do have an interview ready with the winning team. Let's bring that one up right now. Fear, we've got the wonderful, the one and only Save. Save, how you doing? Can you hear us okay?
Hey guys, yeah, doing good.
Congratulations on your victory, staying in the tournament. You end off one game apiece against everybody. Was pretty freaking solid. We saw you guys talking during the draft, you and Toronto Tokyo, a little bit back and forth in that second game. Can you tell me a little bit about what was going on? What were the decisions you were trying to make in that draft back then?
I don't even remember, honestly. What moment you're talking about? So.
Fair enough. Love that. Well, the one thing that I'm really curious about, I was hoping we could get some insider information there, but you hit it very well. Nicely played. The other thing I wanted to ask about is that DK, Fear's been talking about the craziness of this hero and how things are going for you guys. Was that just in the spur of the moment, seeing how it went on, that you guys decided to pick it? Was that the plan from the get-go? How did you feel about the hero and the way that you guys played this game?
I mean, I feel like DK last pick is a really good hero sometimes. So we saw the Lina matchup this game, and last game we got destroyed by DK. So why not?
Love it. Here you got some stuff.
Yeah, sure. So my first question is going to be, you guys just got back from TI. You didn't make any roster changes. Did you guys scrim a lot after TI, or is this tournament kind of like your get back into shape type of tournament?
No, we didn't really scrim much before this tournament. Yeah, like we didn't go in boot camp or something. So yeah, this tournament is like the beginning of the season, So we're kind of getting in our shape. Needs some more time, I think. We're playing pretty bad now.
Well, you guys made it through the group stage at least, so that's good. You have more time to get in shape. Is there anything in this patch that you think is over tweaked and a little too imbalanced and needs to be changed? Or do you think the last patch that came out where they nerfed a lot of heroes was enough and you're having a lot of fun playing it?
I mean, there are still a lot of OP heroes like LD, whatever, Grand Stroke Shard is still in the game, etc. But I don't know. I feel like patch is okay, but I'm waiting for the big patch, you know? That's gonna be after this tournament, so yeah, need to wait more.
Me too. I'm waiting for the new patch too. I can't wait for it. Save, one last question. You're traveling. Everybody always talks about Malaysia and the food. Have you found a favorite thing to eat while you've been over there? Or have you just been sticking pretty close to the hotel food?
I mean, we're ordering food, so I don't know. I'm just eating casual food like chicken, rice, whatever. So not really.
If you get a chance, try the lamb. It's really, really good. But we'll let you go now. Thank you so much for coming in for the interview, Save. We'll let you have a good one. Thanks so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
The guy, man, I always just talk about the food when it comes to Malaysia. The other thing, I should have told him about this. Have you ever had stingray before?
No.
Oh God, dude, that one. I ate that at one of the markets one night. Me and Fogg went together and we got showed around by some locals. It was so freaking good. Oh, I love stingray.
What does it taste like?
It's like it tastes sort of like, you know how salmon can be a little bit like flaky and that type of stuff. It's sort of like that, but like more juicy and
is it soft or chewy? That's I guess the big one.
It's soft and then crunchy on the outside, like because you get like a sear on it, right?
Gotcha. All right, so it's more like a kind of like a whitefish type of vibe. All
exactly.
Right, interesting. I thought it for some reason it might be more like octopus, a little bit more chewy, but I guess not.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let's do a quick little update as to where we stand right now. Our standings are completed for Group A. Azure Ray finish off the day 8-2, and look at that! Team Secret 2-0. Gaming Gladiators are now tied with Team Secret. I don't know what the tiebreaker scenarios are. If it's a head-to-head situation, usually in these instances they have to play some type of best of one or something. But they also went 1-1 against each other, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate out the rules. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we can get that 1v1 mid or something. Like those are always cool too.
That one would be hype. 1v1 mid versus upper bracket.
Yeah.
I had this idea for a while that I wanted to do 1v1s instead of a coin toss to figure out like pick priority. You could do it on stage or something. That'd be pretty cool. But anyways, we got a schedule to go the rest of the way through. We still have one more series to be played before we have these TBD games coming out. It's LGD versus Liquid. Looking ahead to that. Anything that you're really looking out for? We haven't seen these teams at all.
Well, that's the big thing for me. We really haven't covered a lot of these teams yet. So I'm up for some surprises here. Both these teams are sitting a bit lower on like the standings here. So both have some hiccups here and there, not playing their cleanest Dota, but it's good to see LGD manage to get some wins on their belt since the other day. So that is good. They're finding more of a rhythm, but I'm just expecting nothing for this series. I'm expecting to be surprised and expecting to see some good Dota. These are some household names, and hopefully they give us a good show.
All right, absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, we'll get that good show. It's going to be LGD versus Liquid up next in just a couple of minutes.
Dota 2 is a video game, and video games have collision, and collision is not perfect. This simple fact is abused all the time by pro players. For instance, if you are playing Nature's Prophet and you TP on a cliff to ward, and then you realize, hey, I can farm here. Then you can get yourself off the cliff without actually having to use a TP. Simply press Sprout on the edge of the cliff and you will bump yourself off. The reason this happens is because there isn't enough space on the cliff for both you and the trees. And since trees can't move, the game takes the thing that can move, which is you, and bumps you to the nearest available location. This just so happens to be off of the cliff. This bumping mechanic has a ton of useful applications in the game. Another example is that if you are playing Tusk and getting chased by enemies, you can run right next to a cliff, then throw ice shards directly on top of yourself. If you were precise enough, then the distance between you and the top of the cliff is shorter than the distance between you and the bottom of the cliff. In other words, you'll be bumped up, and everybody will think that you're really cool. Another example is with Storm Spirit. There are a ton of places on the map with unpathable objects that you can use to push you a small distance to save mana with your zip. The Ancient is one of these. If you're walking back to Fountain, you can get there quicker by zipping halfway through the throne, pushing you to the other side. Similarly, you can blink or force staff greater distances by also using these unpathable objects on the map to bump you to the other side. Interestingly, the sides of the map count as unpathable objects, but they're also high grounds. So, you can use these forced movement spells and items to put yourself off of the map temporarily, which gives you flying vision, and essentially makes you unjukable.
On something, growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick gefragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which.
All you lovely people out there, we're taking a look at our second series coming up in just a few of the ESL 1 KL event that's happening right now. We've got to see so many views of that beautiful staircase out there. Would love to go and visit at some point in time in the future. But for now, we are sitting not on the beautiful steps in the nice warm weather of Malaysia, but me in my shed and you in your house in the dark avenues of the night. Here,
still pretty warm in California, so maybe not as warm there.
Yeah, Oregon gets a little bit darker a little bit earlier. Of course, for all you fine folks out there as well, if you got to see the DHL Pro Tip video that came out a little bit earlier, if you want to, you can head on over and win a €200 gift card for Steam. Just head on over to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips. Be sure to check that on out and answer the quiz questions, and you too can win that 200 euro Steam voucher. But Fear, we now are getting ready for this next game, and taking a look at the old Liquid versus LGD matchup. You want to talk to me a little bit about what your expectations are in terms of who you think is going to take the series first?
Who's going to take the series? I'm going to give Liquid an edge in that regard, which it's a little strange to say, because if you look at Liquid right now, they don't have Blitz there, for starters. Right. They don't have 33, who is also their new offlaner. Instead, they brought in Saberlight. And they mentioned before that Blitz and 33 will be taking over drafting for the team, right?
Right.
And neither of them are here now. So now I'm not sure who's going to be doing the drafting or strategical part. And of course, Zai is out, yeah? And he was drafting before with Blitz. So the strategic minds of the team, they're all gone. Even the supposedly new strategic minds are now gone. So someone else is going to have to take the reins over there, which is probably why they're not showing their best form whatsoever. So that's a situation where you don't have your strategist there and you're using a stand-in. So Liquid are in a different spot there. But if you look at LGD as well, like, they're also in a situation where they have new players. So I'm not sure what to expect. I haven't seen enough from either team to be super confident to like know their playstyles, especially when there's stand-ins in the mix and roster changes from their former selves.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big departure. We did just take a look there at the new LGD team. A lot of things to talk about with that roster, but one of the ones to me that I think is really interesting is seeing Emo come back onto another top team. No offense to the old IG that he was on last year, but man, I watched a lot of their games. it was an interesting time. There was this like very weird dynamic where Emo was the captain of the team out of like the mid and position 1 role. Like, he would swap between mid and carry depending upon like how well his carry Dust was doing at the time. It was very strange. But also, as you said here for Team Liquid, there is that difference in terms of all of the players that they're playing with. Saberlight, I saw the other day, he did the interview and he said that his condition for being brought in as a stand-in was that he had to do all the interviews. So if they win, we're probably going to be hearing from them.
All right, perfect. Love to hear it. Saberlight's always a interesting character to talk to. So out of bias, just for a fun interview, hopefully they do win. But other than that, the team itself, as I already mentioned before, they got a couple of roster changes. Oh, they have one roster change, right? And the person that replaced Zai isn't even here. So they're having their backup roster change here. And of course, Blitz not being here is putting the team in a situation where somebody has to step up big time as far as captainship goes, where normally they wouldn't have to, not only last year, but going into this year, particularly the Dota calendar, they're not even going to have to do that. So it's just like a very temporary thing where someone's going to have to really step up for the team if they want to be able to win this tournament.
Right. No, absolutely. It's something that's going to need to happen, to change up, and we'll see how it ends up going. I mean, obviously, the most notable one that you would sort of anticipate would be Insania coming in as a possibility. Obviously, former captain for the team, could be somebody that steps up, but I think it's probably going to be a very group effort, I would imagine, just based upon like the way that team functions in general. There's going to be somebody that's clicking buttons, but I think they're all going to be contributing a lot to the conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's how it's going to have to be, but it'll be very interesting to see how that shapes up. And I think we saw on the graphic before that LGD has to 2-0 this.
Right.
Like, that's the condition we're in right now. If LGD doesn't win both games, they're going home. So large shoes to fill here. And going back to your point about Emo as well, if I recall correctly, a lot of the fun times with that old IG team with Emo on it is Emo is a crazy man. Like,
yes.
The way he does plays the map and everything, it's really fun to watch. But as you can see through predictions, we both have chosen Liquid, and I think a lot of that does go to show that I think from that day one, specifically for me, really showed LGD doesn't have things going, and a lot of it has to do for me with Emo. It's like he'll solo carry the game, or he'll lose you the game solo too. I'm curious if he still has that same playstyle, or if he's mellowed down a little bit.
No, for sure. I think that was one of the things that, and I think last year for him too, some of it was that he felt so much weight on his shoulders because he was taking on a lot of new players. The reality is that hasn't changed that much. The main people that are added in now are PYW and Y, and then of course Xiaowei too. So in terms of like him leading the team strategically, that's not probably going to be happening anymore. I'm sure that it's Xiaowei that's still the one making charges and taking charge and making all. He was a big personality and he leads the team in certain ways. So we're going to head to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the actual draft ready to go for all you fine folks out there. Game number 1, LGD versus Liquid, right after this.
Is your life a mess? Have you devolved into full gamer gremlin status? Well, get your stuff together and go get yourself a job. Perhaps an IT job over at DHL. That's right, my friends. It can get better, and it will. So apply today.
Liquid is one of, if not the most known Dota organization in a large part of the world, and for good reason.
There's really nothing left for Talon. They're going to call it here. GG. Team Liquid continuing to have Talon's number in playoff series.
They spent the majority of 2023 chasing after their nemesis, Gaming Gladiators, but time and time again, ultimately losing out to them in the grand finals.
And they'll call it GG. It's called. Gaming Gladiators once again. They'll take the title here. 3-1 against Team Liquid.
In spite of this, they still have to be considered one of the best teams in the entire world throughout the year. What makes them so consistent at the highest level of Dota? Team Liquid tends to favor and prioritize picking strong support heroes for the incredible support duo of Boxy and Insania, with huge success on aggressive heroes such as Ancient Apparition or Dark Willow. They can often seem lost in games where they don't have a traditional +4 that can make kills happen.
Boxy, you better get on out of here. Yep, that's going to be another Sunder to bring down Boxy again.
With an almost unrivaled level of team play and coordination, Team Liquid are experts at controlling the flow of the game from early game to late game and weaving in and out of teamfights. This leaves their opponents with an extremely difficult task if they want to be one of the few teams to beat them, where they are required to either avoid fights and try to safely pick up whatever scraps or farm Team Liquid leave them, or take them head-on in teamfights, something most teams in the world struggle with. With Zai, one of the longest-standing top pro players, stepping down from the team as one of the main forces behind the draft, along with being the top offlane player, 3-3 will step in and try to fill this extremely vital role. However, at this event, Saberlight will be standing in for them instead. It remains to be seen if the new Team Liquid will stand the test of time.
Is your life a mess? Have you devolved into full gamer gremlin status? Well, get your stuff together and go get yourself a job. Perhaps an IT job over at DHL. That's right, my friends. It can get better, and it will. So apply today.
I saw you riding on the train today, and
Welcome back, all you fine folks out there. We're here taking a look at game number 1, which is going to be underway in just a moment. For your 10 out of 10 in the lobby, game is ready to get started. LGD versus Liquid. We talked a little bit about it already. Do you think we're going to see similar types of things going into this next one? Have you gotten a chance to watch that much of Group B at all?
Not a lot, because it is like kind of the middle of the night here where we live, so
yeah,
it gets a little bit difficult. But I did check up a bit. The last 4 games LGD has played has involved 3 dazzles, and 2 of them have won. Or I guess the last 3 games they played all had a dazzle in it. I guess that's a better way of putting it. They've had 3 dazzles in the last 3 games, and 2 of the 3 have won. So that's a hero to definitely look out for, especially for a team that is just getting momentum. And the first day they went 0-4. They picked no dazzle on that first day. And day number 2 out of their 4 games, they picked 3 dazzles, and they went 3-4. So maybe ban the dazzle. That sounds like potentially a good idea if you were to look at the stats.
We'll see in just a second as we are into this draft. And Jowade, of course, the one leading the charge of hot dog across the front of the jerseys.
Oh, that's scary. A charge and hot dog.
And yeah, they do decide to take out the dazzle. So no dazzle in this one. Also Chen, Phoenix, Mag, all top tier heroes that we've seen. And then it's going to be the Tusk and the Slardar. Interesting.
Yeah, as far as Liquid goes, there's not a lot of consistency here. There's been a bit of Spirit Breaker and Gyrocopter. Other than that, they've been kind of all over the place with their picks, just picking whatever they think is best for the game, which is kind of good news when you're in a situation like this, right? Where this match does matter. I think they just need to win one of these games. And they're not winning with like one particular strategy that they can ban out. So it's going to give them a bit of an edge where they can continue doing what they're doing and just kind of pick from the strats in which they have currently played and pick the best of them, or they can continue to try something new. And I think when you are in a situation where you have a stand-in, you're not going to have like a play style, right? Like you have someone that's just completely new to the roster. You got to try a couple things and see what works. And that's where Liquid is at in my mind. They're kind of still experimenting and finding their footing with this particular roster of what works.
Well, I mean, that's definitely one that has been known to work a couple of times.
And they have not done it yet, so still in trying new things, right? Okay. Actually, no, against 9 Pandas, they did play this, so they did pick Unka one time this tournament, and they did win that match, so that is good. Good news.
The Enigma banned out. Interesting. Now that's a unique one. We'll have to see how this one goes. Should mention, I think that they had already talked about this on the mainstream before, but Mickey is the drafter for this round. And of course, pairing together with a lot of other people, all contributing different ideas for what they want to run. They already have the Kunkka ready to go, a solid base.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, like this Enigma hero is something that they've played a couple times. They won one game with it, lost a game with it. And when you are playing with someone like Saberlight, who loves his Enigma, you do have to like consider it if he thinks it's good enough. The one thing about this hero is it just hasn't been good enough in most people's eyes, but maybe Saberlight is the one that has found a way to make this hero work.
Right.
Because I want to confirm, yeah, he is the one that has played it only exclusively. And I know that's like one of his favorite heroes and most all played heroes. So LGD, they deem that as to be a problem, and either the sense of it might limit Shiro's hero pool a bit too much, or maybe it's a fear of the unknown. You know, nobody's playing this hero. Sometimes those heroes that you don't see very often play very much are kind of scary to play against, so it's better to get rid of it.
I like that idea, you know, just taking it out, not needing to throw any wrenches in. The Shadow Demon gets taken, a lot of different combos that you can get together with this, but one of the things that definitely sticks out to me at least is taking away the potential for Primal. If you have AA and Primal, that is just like death machine around the mid game with Ice Blast and Pulverize. So now they have some nice save against the Ice Blast if somebody gets initiated on, but could see some other combinations with this as well.
Yeah, could be good. We haven't seen a lot of Shadow Demon picked without a purpose. As you mentioned, like against the Spirit Breaker or against the Primal, then the hero has a lot of purpose. But in this particular game, it's kind of just a Shadow Demon. It can set up for Kunkka to hit some combos, which is nice, but might just be more of a comfort pick coming out, or perhaps they're looking to get a bit of Luna action running here, as this is a hero I know they like playing as well, and that is a good strong combination as well.
LGD have ran this Earth Spirit before, and previously when they've done it, it's been on emo actually. So a little bit of core Earth Spirit. I think it sort of fits within his wheelhouse of like go in there, be crazy, do whatever you want. And now Spirit Breaker being taken, it does kind of reveal that that's what this is going to be. And I guess to be honest, with Liquid having last pick, I'm pretty okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of matchups for Earth Spirit that are really bad, but one of them you can't pick because there's A, and that would be Huskar. Dazzle is banned, so you're not taking that one either. Then you're looking down the route of like some Vipers and stuff like that. That might be a bit too all in. But I'm not really opposed to that either. I feel like if you can really punish an Earth Spirit if it's in that mid, it's never really a bad thing. But some of the best options that are more stable, more secure, are either banned or unpickable.
Mm-hmm.
So that does give him a position where this Earth Spirit might feel a bit more comfortable.
Do we think that there's going... I mean, the other thing is, like, do you really want to put niche on a Viper, you know? Like...
I mean, if he crushes his lane, I'd be down, but... you really gotta own your lane pretty hard, and that's always a little bit scary to put yourself in a situation like that. You can also just run the Kunkka mid for Earth Spirit. You'll probably win the matchup, you'll trade farm. It's good enough, but I think when they're second pick here, you flex it. You flex it to the end, and you just pick Luna here. Like, why not? You got Shadow Demon. It's a strong laner that can potentially win its lane, and if it, for some reason, doesn't win its lane, who cares? You can go jungle, right? Like, seems like a very obvious pick for me, and they're going to go just for that. Makes a lot of sense. And for LGD, they got to show something here. Is a Spirit Breaker support? Is it going to be... I mean... I guess Spectre would be good here too if you want to actually just pick your carry on the spot. Yeah, which I'm down for more, something like that. But is it good enough versus Kunkka if Kunkka goes to the off lane? That might be the scary part, but Spectre versus these two supports and Luna would be a good game in that regard.
Yeah, that sounds really nice. No!
Alright, they picked the off laner. So support, Spirit Breaker. Darkseer, this is a hero that also is really good versus Luna, right? I'm sure you know that very well.
Well, and in the one match that LGD won just yesterday, it was new playing Darkseer. He's the only one to have done it, won the game. I think he went like Greaves with Vanguard and pretty early Aghanims right afterwards, and just sort of like ran around and punched. And it was quite good. And this seems like a pretty good Darkseer game across the board, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think if you're overall, yeah, it's really good, right? You've got the Earth Spirit to combo with, the Spirit Breaker to charge around. You've got a Luna.
Supports.
Yeah, it looks good. I think Spectre might be an obvious ban at this point as well to get out. Unless they're really confident that they can shut down the Spectre's laning stage. That is like the one thing you potentially could do here. And the other heroes that are good against the Kunkka in the laning stage, you don't have a lot of options, to be totally honest with you.
You know what it is. It's time for Ursa. Bust it out.
No, I don't think so.
Dude,
for Shadow Demon, I don't know that.
It's Shiro's here. All right, you're right. Okay, get Shadow Demon. All right, you're right. It is one of Shiro's best heroes, but you're right. Shadow Demon is just too freaking hard to play against.
Yeah, I mean, heroes I'm looking at are going to be the Razor, Monkey King, are some of the heroes I have on my list. Wraith King could be suitable. Faceless Void. The rest are a bit too crazy, but I think those are the good ones because the Lifestealer is already gone, so that one's not going to be happening.
Yeah, Faceless Void sounds pretty hype.
And there goes the Spectre.
It's a nice ban.
I think you had your choice on LGD. You go the Darkseer or Spectre on that pick. You're not getting both.
Right. I like the decision to go for the Spectre, though.
Alright, so what do you like out of the options I gave you then?
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void, Monkey King, and Razor. Those are my options that I would choose.
Yeah, I like Faceless Void a lot, I think.
Alright. Or maybe they'll do a surprise pick.
I mean, cool. Yeah, that's the thing, is they can still switch it up and run, you know, the mid Kunkka against it. So, like, I don't know.
Well, that's going to be the thing, right? You have to pick something versus the Kunkka at least, because that's all you see.
Yeah.
So if you pick something bad versus the Kunkka, they're just going to pick something good versus a Spirit mid. So now you're going to lose 2 lanes, and that's going to feel real bad. Whereas I think the Kunkka versus Earth Spirit is at least a draw lane.
10 seconds remaining.
But if you pick a hero that's bad versus Kunkka on this slot here, they're going to pick something really bad for the Earth Spirit mid instead of something that's just okay.
I mean, maybe you just say that you're going to find the Shadow Demon in all the fights and you do take it. Ooh.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, this hero, I think, is really bad versus Kunkka. To be honest with you, I've actually played this hero recently, and the nerf to your lifesteal is so bad. Like, you actually die from armlet just by farming creeps. That's how little you lifesteal now. The lifesteal is not enough to cover the armlet HP drain anymore. Before you didn't have to worry about, you would crit once and you'd always be full HP. But I'm sitting there farming and I'm just low HP because the armlet is actually doing more damage than the lifesteal actually does when you hit creeps. Obviously, it's still the same when you hit a hero. And of course, when you play versus Kunkka too, the biggest issue I have is that this water park destroys your illusions. They can't do anything. They just get chain stunned. So that's a little bit of a sad situation in that regard. And they decide they're just going to throw that Kunkka in the off lane. It's good enough against the CK. CK has got a bunch of nerfs. However, it is a classic pairing with the AA. So the lane still could be strong, but it's definitely way worse than last patch. This hero lost 5 base damage just off the top, and then they chose... The lifesteal did 70% before on creeps.
Right.
Now it does 30%. It was a huge nerf. So the sustainability is not as much there as it used to be, but we'll see if Shiro can make it work. He still sees value in this hero. It's a mega nerfed hero, but if he can still own on it, maybe he can prove me a little bit wrong here, that thinking this hero is a bit of a dead hero.
I mean, yeah, I think he's played it just yesterday. They're able to get a win out of it, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, I think the other thing about this that definitely is worth remembering is these heroes that, you know, sometimes don't always end up looking as good. With this really strong team fight lineup, you can make up for some of the deficits that they've occasionally had. So I mean, I'm just going to go with the Dark Zero pick, but I will say the Pango makes me worried. The Pango makes me very worried.
According to what I'm looking at, they did pick it once and it was not a win. It was
not a
loss.
Win.
Yeah.
My bad.
It was not a win, but he has played it and it was an L. So not really inspiring confidence in the pick for me, seeing that I don't think the hero's good and it already lost. So redemption, I guess, for Shiro here to show that CK is still a pickable hero when I think out of every single hero in the last patch, CK got nerfed by far the hardest of any of them. And for good reason too. You know, like he was not very fair. But now he's maybe a little bit overly nerfed.
So would you have rather see Ursa
than CK?
Yeah.
Honestly, yes, I actually would rather.
Dang.
I think so.
That's a lot. It's a lot of hate to be thrown out. I guess I get it though. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some interesting things. I think this pivot to Pango at the end really shores up like the team fighting that you get for Team Liquid. Granted, you're playing against Darkseer with an Earth Spirit and a Spirit Breaker and an AA. Like, it's massive team fight coming out from LGD. But if like Pango gets the roll off, if he can disrupt the fight, if there's a water park that gets thrown out, like, it's, you know, hard not to believe in that potential that you have, and, you know, a Mickey Luna farmed up being that backbone to deal out the damage that they need at the end.
It's looking pretty good for Liquid's draft. I'm definitely a big fan here of how this is going to play out, because Yeah, I just feel like CK, you're playing versus Luna, who's gonna get the shard, which is pretty hard to burst, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of damage that Luna does in this patch is not very good single target, but if there's a bunch of units nearby and the glaives are bouncing back and forth, she does a ton of damage. You're also playing versus CM, who has a lot of AoE nuke. We'd already talked about the water park feeling almost impossible for CK to team fight into. I think the one reason people did actually pick this hero into Kunkka last patch is because CK was one of the few heroes that could sustain the lane against Kunkka. I do not think that's the case anymore with how big the nerfs were right there. And of course, you have the Pango, who's going to be another hero who's going to buy Aghanims and Rolling Thunder. It feels like CK's illusions are pretty hard countered in this game. So he's going to have to find ways to not really play around the illusions, but maybe get a Blink Dagger, Silver Edge, and be a bit of a more of an initiator instead of that frontline type of carry.
Well, you can see right now we are in the midst of a pause waiting. There's some mic issues going on with the LGD lineup that are trying to sort out the problems. But we should be back underway in just a moment here. So it does look like we're unpausing and ready to go off to the races. Game number 1. Again, for all those that are trying to keep track of what needs to happen here, LG need the 2-0. And I believe if they lose one game, they are out, if I'm not mistaken about that.
No, that's correct, yeah.
So
because they will have too many losses to recover from. Simple as that. Like the brackets here, LGD is 3 and 5, it looks like, and Liquid 4 and 4. So if you do drop to that 6th loss, Liquid can no longer get 6 losses, and they would be out.
What do you think about CM? How do you feel about this hero right now?
Pretty negative feelings, I think, overall.
Yeah.
I think the hero in general is very difficult to pull off. It's not that the hero's bad. It's more of like, if you don't win your lane with CM, she's a creep on the map. She doesn't really provide that much utility like a Phoenix, for example, or a Chen who can run around the map and make a lot of things happen. Sure, you're pretty strong in the lane though when you have like a Crystal Nova Frostbite, but if things go wrong or you misplay the lane just a little bit, the rest of the game feels like your impact is so minimal on this hero, and that's kind of why we don't see the hero very much. It's such a high risk, high reward type of hero, and it's really difficult to get the freezing field into the game and actually use that spell. And throughout the game, just Crystal Nova and Frostbite aren't particularly that strong in this patch because there's not really any Ember Spirits or Storm Spirits being picked very much. So I guess versus Earth Spirit, it can be kind of good. The root is nice, and that's basically what you're playing around, and maybe that's why they picked it as well. But this hero can be absolute fodder for just some charging in Spear Breaker with an Ion Shell. You're just kind of dead, I think, if you're CM. So that's going to be something in Stadium is going to have to try and overcome this game and just not die, because if you start the feed train on CM, that train don't stop.
Absolutely. No, and you know, the level 2 that comes out from a Spear Breaker, Darkseer lane, and level 3 starts to become a real issue for a CM who's super duper squishy. And there is like sort of that weird thing. I think everybody thinks about Spirit Breaker, Darkseer as just like a really dominating combo, but in the laning stage, it's actually not like the strongest one of all time. I think Clockwork's actually one of the best ones because your battery assault's like keeping up with them. For Spirit Breaker, sometimes you can like, you know, try and right click and get a bash, and then suddenly you're not chasing down with Ion Shell anymore. So you don't get like double the damage. You just start sort of getting the damage of keeping an Ion Shell on them or staying up close and getting a right click.
So definitely.
There could be some weird things going on there where if they don't get a bash, suddenly CM is able to like outpace them and then, you know, turns around with both the spells and Luna's there too and they get destroyed. But we'll see.
They definitely have more potential on Liquid to completely annihilate this lane than the other way around. The only way you really win this lane, if you are the Spear Breaker Darkseer, is I think the first few waves have to go well, right?
Yeah.
You have to get those levels. Darkseer has to get to level 3. Then if you can manage to do that and keep the first couple of waves manageable without losing too much HP, then all of a sudden CM steps out of position, you get a charge into like a vacuum. she'll chain feed. It can get to a point where Steam just can no longer come to the laning stage. So it's going to really be on Liquid to put a lot of pressure on those first couple levels in the laning stage to make sure you don't get to that point where Darkseer has good resources to the point where he can actually turn on you with levels. And it's not really that difficult to do. So especially at this level, you're going to have to find some creative ways, maybe some lane pulling shenanigans, or Spirit Breaker is going to have to like take a lot of damage in this lane and bring some salves to make sure the Darkseer doesn't get owned. Because that's the biggest problem with Darkseer, right? Is if you go on him at level 1 and zone him out, he just doesn't have a recovery plan at that point. He's got to have a couple good first waves and not just like get zoned out with no HP and no mana. And then at that point, you just can't really recover unless you go jungle.
Absolutely. And I think that, you know, you can sort of see at times, you know, feeling that level of security that you have, you know, maybe even with bringing in an extra hero through the gate or something like that. But it's not like they're going to be able to leave the bottom lane alone either, right? Like CK is definitely going to need an A there to help them out, to try and secure themselves some early levels and everything. Because you also want to try and shut down Kunkka. You know, Kunkka will, like you said, start really tearing into this Chaos Knight if left to his own devices. Not having that same level of sustain they used to have. Bro, I don't know what is going on with Why You Smile's mic, but you need to figure out what's going on there.
Sometimes unlucky, sometimes lucky.
There we go. All right, we're into the one now as the game is back underway. We will hop right into it. They've had plenty of time to think about where they're going to go.
Though it's not really interesting anymore about where people go. I guess in the pre-game. All right, this is interesting.
Oh, they got him. Fully
He's got Thor at level 1.
Oh my God, Saberlight?
Is it worth it?
If he gets... Oh, okay, gave the first blood to Nisha too.
First blood with so much more to
Well, maybe it's okay if he lanes with Boxy, because you do have disruption level 1. No, it's fine, because normally you just, this torrent won't hit in the laning stage. You know what I mean?
Right.
It almost just will never hit unless you just like mind game the person. But with a disruption, they can just go ahead and disrupt into torrent, and that should be able to get them to level 2, no problem. This is what you're going to steal at level 2 anyway, so I think it is totally fine.
Charge in. Torrent at the ready. Thought about throwing it, and
Got the CK.
Got him caught and in trouble, and Shiro goes down. Now they find another PYW also in trouble. Oh, God.
It was a disaster.
This is not the way LGD wanted this game to start.
Oh, hold up. We got another disruption in what, 5 seconds? Are they going to do it? Nah, it ain't worth it, right? It ain't worth it, right? Or is it worth it? They decided it's worth it.
Torrent's there.
Oh, he missed.
Timed it.
He blocked him, though.
Still in. Oh, Why You Smile taking a lot of damage, forced to use another tango. Man.
My Kunkka just missed his torrent on a disruption. Not too
Yeah,
happy about
that's
that.
It's a little report there.
All right, it's Saberlight. He can take the heat.
So,
a lot of action. 3-0 now for the side of Liquid. So that's got to be great from him. The first blood win, of course, to Nisha in the mid lane. That's who you want to get your first. In an ideal situation, right? When you're giving first blood away, you always want your mid lane to have it because they can do more with that early, like gold than any other player in the game.
Right. No, totally. And you know, he already has a bottle flying out to him right now. He's going to be able to get a refill on the 2-minute mark. Also, that is super good for them. I've kind of been keeping my eye on this top lane so far and seen Insania spam a lot of mana out onto the Darkseer to try and keep him fairly low HP, and now contesting over as well on these pulls that are coming out. So we'll get level 2, but
Nisha?
like you said, ooh,
He just got solo killed mid lane.
All right, that's on me.
He used his swashbuckle to harass him and I think maybe cancel a bottle charge. And his bottle was literally walking to him in that moment. And Emo just like punished him right away. Got level 2, rolled on him, used the kick, and then Nisha ended up going down. So all that advantage just kind of given back.
That's crazy. And now, yeah, Bottle up for Earth Spirit. Okay, Emo, still a gamer.
Oh, he's gaming all right, that's for sure.
Holy moly. I don't know where to watch anymore. I feel like there's going to be action everywhere then. Wait, down bottom, Saberlight?
He has a salve here. Should be fine. I mean, they could have got that kill if Hero had a point in Reality Rift, but opted for getting a little bit more sustain. It's not even just sustain. Sometimes you get a crit, you just secure a CS too, right?
Yeah.
Which is always nice to do.
Emo still playing very much up in each other's face. Gonna tank a couple of the tower shots there as he eats through that water rune. 3-minute mark coming around. New trying to play with Mickey to secure the Lotus. Did not take the vacuum, and then over on the other side, it's Shiro and Saberlight battling it. So Liquid, gonna get both Lotuses.
Yeah, Shiro decides not to use the stun and gives Lotus away here to Saberlight. We're on a little bit of harass there, but that cold feet just doesn't do nearly enough damage at level 1 to do much of anything to Saberlight there.
Yeah, does not care even a little bit. Level 3 is here. Insania does have the 1-1-1 build though, so kind of hard to make a free charge go. Kind of need to play it a little bit slower, it seems.
I mean, for my own selfish greed of trying to evaluate if CK is actually a good carry, I have a lot of eyes on this lane, but
okay.
For now, pretty even. But the harass ain't coming out yet.
Nisha got the rune. He tried to kick him away, but it wasn't going to happen. But Emo will get the other one.
Yep, trying to go for punish there. Doesn't necessarily work out though. Orb of Corrosion online for Nisha though. That's gotta hurt.
UAW? Get the stun? Not gonna do anything. Yeah. Good harassment for Emo. Pretty consistently. Is level 5.5, so it's gonna be something to watch for here too. As he rolls onto him, kicks him back under the tower. That's going to be 3 tower shots as Nisha is forced back and away.
Oh, they canceled the bottle charge too. That's actually big.
Doesn't want to go for anything more there, but yeah, that is a frustrating one.
He's got 8 sticks on Emo.
PYW comes through.
All right.
Oh, but Saberlight finds the finish with the 2 points in Tidebringer. Nicely done.
And he might even just be able to do a stack here as well with his next Tidebringer. Potentially, but maybe they're a bit too strong here. I think he has to go back and finish this. Otherwise, they're going to pool and deny a couple of creeps. Those are the best creeps, by the way, for killing melee creeps.
Yeah.
And he'll just get him low.
Up top,
don't take
Dark's
the farm.
here.
It's fine.
New has to run away to the side. He's too afraid to run backwards.
All right, I've been watching CK. You've been watching Darkseer. What happened?
A little bit. I mean, they left him alone to get solo, but now with multiple people coming in, they're going to try and go onto both of these heroes. So Luna in trouble, is going to die to Emo, and they also pair together for the kill onto CM. I mean, this is really nice. This is a solid move over from the side of LGD.
That was incredibly good, yeah. I mean, Emo's playing insanely well right now. Ooh. He even catches... He's just gonna go back. He wasn't level 6 quite yet, or he may have potentially forced up Rolling Thunder, but even then, probably not worth it. Rolling Thunder is a 90-second cooldown and magnetized to 100, so I guess
4 stacks, 5 stacks. Got him. Oh, Boxy hit all 5 on to that CK for the finish, and
leave all the bash.
Them up. They try and make it work, and they'll get it. That bash is nuts.
I mean, with the ion shell on top of it, like, if he would have got that cleave, there's a chance they could have killed him here with Boxy, these poison charges here, as he's still hunting him. And we're starting to see the CK, like, not particularly having sustain for this laning stage, and this is what I was afraid of. And you can't keep yourself high HP anymore with this hero. And your base damage is also not that great for just CSing in general, so... a lot of the nerfs like really showing here, like why this hero isn't the same as it was in the last patch.
Boxy won't quite catch with the torrent onto PYW. He's waiting for... Oh, Emo's courier goes down.
Magnetize on top lane and Rolling Thunder.
Trying to kill both. Emo gets the reapplication, and Mickey is going to go down there. So Emo on a killing spree. They pair together to take down that Luna.
And those two deaths on Luna are absolutely crucial, because if you look at the CS department, Luna's at 43 and 11, and Darkseer's at 35 and 4. However, you die twice in a row on this Luna, and guess what? This Darkseer is about to eclipse the Luna in net worth now, and that's all thanks to Emo, just completely shutting down this Luna's complete free farm. And now you probably just have to head to the jungle if you are Mickey.
Yeah, no, it's tough. This is not what you want to see if you're a Team Liquid fan. And the other thing that's going on now is Emo securing both of these runes. He's going to get a DD down bottom. Spiritbreaker is free to roam wherever he wants. And Darkseer with Vanguard is like stacking up camps and taking them at the same time. This is going to start to get really scary if they don't put a collapse on this soon.
We'll have to see. Saberlight's level 6 as well. And I think Shiro just leeching that level 6 will help him. Oh, I forgot about that other nerf that happened. So CK on top of the two I've been harping on. Phantasm just costs a bunch more mana now.
Look at this. They're going to find him. Mickey. They get a ward down. They see him immediately right onto the Luna. This can't happen. Emo gets another kill. Just Hunter in the night.
I am so mad right now if I'm Mickey right now. I hate it so much when the enemy mid laner just like camps me. It's like, what do you do, right? You're like some level 4, level 5 Luna and some level 7 Earth Spirit is just jumping on you in every single corner. This is a great move by Emo, but at the same time, you're kind of like, yo, Nisha, what are you doing on the map, bro? I'm kind of getting owned. And Nisha hasn't really been able to find a whole lot happening on the map. Not able to rotate the Shiro at all or help him.
After that really good start. Now, Why You Smile will get caught with the Torrent and the Shadow Poison. 2 stacks won't get the third off, and that might make the difference. Now, Boxy ran upon by PYW. He backs away. In the meantime, Emo took the top tower. So LGD along top side are absolutely destroying the map. Down bottom, it is going to be Liquid that are in the lead and putting the pressure on themselves as Nisha makes the move over.
I mean, Liquid got mid tower as well, but Shiro got a nice deny, so it didn't go into the pocket of Nisha necessarily. So that's always good news. And Shiro, he decided, and I probably agree with this as well after the stage that he's had in this game, queuing up the Midas.
Yeah, it's time. It's what you need to do. That's how you find your sustain. Just kill all the big creeps with the Midas. But no, it's looking a little bit back and forth with both of the safe laners just having a bit of a rough time. Blade Mail is queued up for the Earth Spirit. We'll see if he gets there or not in time, as Darkseer is just farming along the top side of the map and pulling the creep wave into the other waves while also farming with the Spirit Breaker.
Nisha has a Diffusal Blade, by the way, so this is a really quick timing. Opted to not get boots, so he's got Diffusal Blade and Orbit Corrosion. By far the strongest hero on the map, so what Emo has done is he has made it so Luna's game was completely destroyed. But Luna is a great recovery here, right? But he's just slowed down the timing. But in doing so, they let Nisha kind of have a free game. And Nisha didn't do a lot of movement, really focused a lot on his own farm. So a lot of what they sacrificed for Mickey will have to be replayed through Nisha. And if Nisha can make the space, it's like those deaths would have never happened. And Why You Smile, a little bit of miscommunication, but he's dead.
Yeah, there's no way that gets out of this one. Nisha didn't even have to use the Rolling Thunder, which is nice for him. PYW still playing around Shiro, and it looks like Emo, having taken some of these stacks, needs to back out a little bit. There's more numbers in the area, and yeah, this is good. Steal away the bank from LGD. Even spot this ancient stack here, and Boxy is going to stick around for a second to try and clear some of these away, but won't get all of them.
Yeah, just a little bit of harass there, as they are setting up a little bit to make something happen.
It is Illusion Rune. Darkseer is nearby. does not have mechanism yet, but they do find and gonna blow up that CM just bullied away. They have enough to kill Emo though, and that's the much bigger kill. This wall not gonna be doing enough damage as of yet. Maybe with the Magnetize pairing together with it, it will be enough.
It
doesn't
deep.
look like it. Yeah, he's got to get out of here. This X marks the spot, comes back off cooldown in 2-1. Oh, Falcon dodging away from the vision. They're going to find Why You Smiled. Not quite, but with Nisha in tow. Eventually, they do break down the AA again.
Did they get a kill?
No. CM.
They got CM. Okay, so at least they got something, but big win for Liquid nonetheless. And I think you look back now and you're like, wow, you shut down the Luna and everything, but never mind. Hold up. No Magnetize though.
Trying to bring in
the charges on a
Breaker
creep.
also. Yeah, they're not there in time. Emo does have another role, but yeah, this is the weird part. They just don't have enough like burst damage. It feels like they need that charge too.
Yeah, I mean, back to my point though, this Luna died 3 times in a row though, but
yeah,
as long as you can keep getting farm, I mean, they're relentless. They're gonna keep going up. Ain't gonna work, my friend.
Ice Blast, it's not enough. They don't quite have enough yet. Wait a minute. DOT, can they kill Nisha? Trying to bring him down with Shiro showing up. They do get that kill, but now Shiro's dead also. Why do you go for that fight if you don't bring your Darkseer? He's got mech coming out.
I'm trying to find moments where I think there won't be action, and LGD is just like, we don't care if it's a good fight or not, because to me this makes no sense. This initiation made 0 sense to me. Maybe they thought Boxy wasn't there or something, and they're just gonna go, but this is like Emo's killer instinct, right? Almost to a fault on how aggressive he is. And sure, you kill him here, but you lose your carry, you lose your mid, and you lose your Spirit Breaker just for 1 kill. It ain't worth it yet again for them to go for this. And these are not kills that they're really thinking too much about executing. It really feels like I see hero, I go. And either we get the kill or I die. One of the 2 things is going to happen.
Yeah. And then queue up the Midas. That's the next step in this.
If it works, I get hard. If it doesn't work, I get Midas. There we go.
Right. Oh, jeez. Well, it's going to be kind of a hangout couple of minutes here for LGD most likely, and Liquid in the meantime feeling very comfortable with themselves. Are up 3,000 gold with a Luna that after having that tough time is definitely catching back up, and they're going to have this Tricore incredibly hard to deal with.
Yeah. And I don't even know if I want to make the point more. Every time I talk about it, something happens. Maybe I want this game just slow down a little bit. But point being, Luna, even if you do die a couple times, this is the fastest farming hero in the game, I think. I don't know if anything's faster. If you do max just your W and E, you're going to farm like a beast. And that's exactly what every Luna does. Caught up to the game, no problem. All thanks to just the supports and Nisha, really. Nisha's been making some really good plays on the map. And Nisha is disgustingly farmed on a Pango. And not just like speaking like net worth wise, it's just the impact is going to be higher than any other hero in the game at this moment. I think within the next like 2 minutes, he's going to have just Diffusal plus Aghanim's timing. And then how do you take fights into this hero? It's going to be really difficult. He's going to kill all the Darkseer illusions. CK is not going to be able to play the game whatsoever. And yeah, obviously, you're not going to kill him if he gets his Rolling Thunder off with Emo as well. They're all magic damage.
Pango definitely feels.
Why you smile? No.
Oh yeah, he's gone again. No, they have to. I think if they want to take any fights, catch this Pango and like blow him up before he gets the Rolling Thunder off. Because Rolling Thunder gets off, like it's over. There's no way you fight into that. And I mean, it's much easier said than done. Just, kill the Pango.
You got to find an answer for this too if you're LGD, because this might be a best of 2, but if they lose one game, they're out.
Yeah. No, there's no other answer. Like you have to win this game for LGD here. And in the mid lane, Emo is stepping by Nisha. They have eyes on him. He's actually under a ward. Oh, Emo, no, not like this. Oh God, he wants to roll. Wait, he dodged it though. Oh, the invulnerability of rolling boulder.
Well timed. Well timed. Definitely needed to not make the situation worse, right?
Yes.
So, not really a step in the right direction, but at least not a step back.
Avoiding catastrophe.
Yeah, pretty much.
And more time to get online. Honestly, like, you know, you're queuing up these other team fight items eventually, and you know, Midas is also for PYW. They have the Midas now done on Earth Spirit. Darkseer is getting closer and closer to Pipe. Can actually disassemble now if he wants to. The Vanguard to finish that off.
Who's finding who here? That's the real question.
Yeah.
I guess Insania found him because there's no Phantasm online and Nisha's really close by. You know, I was talking about how Armlet doesn't heal you enough anymore, even with the Fastback life heal.
They got him. Roll through. Foxy in trouble. Foxy going to be brought down and killed.
Pretty tanky. The one way to mitigate Armlet doing more damage than your Chaos Struck lifesteal is just to not buy an Armlet, I guess.
Yeah.
This has definitely been an item that I feel like is very staple for CK, Lifestealer, Wraith King, anyone that has a lifesteal, right? Because it is so much value for the price. But he just can't get it because of... this might not work, my friend!
Saberlight stunned, and yep, all his illusions are gone. Oh no. Wait, the rest of the team rolling in though. Possibility. They have the pipe, they have the mech. The turnaround is there.
Okay.
Decent play. Shiro trying to survive. It's not going to be quite enough, but the charge through comes and connects. They don't have the damage, dude. They don't have the damage. X marks the spot, finds the Darkseer, and he comes back into the welcoming hands of Luna, who's going to wallop him. Oh, man.
Not much is going right for the side of LGD in this one. What do they need to do at this point in the game? There has to be a really big fat wall that initiates. I mean, the Shiro just went too early there. Like, he thought he would kill this Kunkka. I'm not sure why he thought he was going to solo kill him when he had, like, a Blade Mill pipe and level 14, but he thought there was a chance there.
Oh, no.
That was a little mistake.
And PYW, he gets caught now.
Yes.
It's Demonic Purge. Do they have anything to break it? Yes. They have multiple things. I mean, somebody's going to get caught when you push out these lanes, but it just is emblematic of the problems that this LGD roster is facing right now. Nothing feels like it's going good. Every hero is struggling.
I mean, emo feels like the same emo as before, and we're going to re-see this clip here. Like, the vacuum wall doesn't really hit much of anything here, right? Kind of even misses the Kunkka. Already, Shiro, his illusions were dead. You're not going to win a fight like that, and at first don't succeed, just go again, emo. Why stop?
Jeez. Yeah, that's really rough. AA is going to manage to escape, but no, they are just chain feeding at this point. Liquid taking full advantage and just dominating the map here.
It's a hard call to make, I think. It's like when you're getting owned, there's two ways you can look at it. The first one is we just turtle, dodge them for a while, wait for some timings, but knowing that you're playing versus like a Luna and Kunkka, you might not win that exchange of dodging.
Right.
Especially with farming, or it's like they're only going to get stronger from here on out, so we need to fight now. Or this game is going to get even worse, right? And I think that's kind of what LGD is thinking right now. But the problem with that line of thinking is if you fail in doing so, you just expedite the situation to a point where it almost gets unrecoverable.
And that's where that fight mid, I think, really was so clutch and important for it, because like as they're going to find Insania here and find the easy pick off on the CM, that was the fight that like everybody was so low on Liquid and close to dying, and then you looked up on the top side of the map and it's a Darkseer farming, getting his mech delivered. And it's like, if those two things had just been linked up together, suddenly you're in a much better position.
There's a gate play top here.
They're trying to find Nisha, gonna roll, but realize that it's not working. And now Saberlight shows up, finds why you smile. The boat is going to land, connect, and kill.
And that puts Saberlight 400, not 300 gold now. Away from an Agdams. On top
right.
of the pipe. On top of the blade mill.
Yikes.
Disgustingly farmed. I say that about every single hero on Liquid right now at this point of the game.
Yeah, they're killing it. PYW, he is just caught. Tries to TP away and is not going to escape. Insania picks up that kill. Yeah, they are.
Midway is kind of Roche. Cool. I'll take the DD, no problem.
What do you think about this AA item?
The phylactery?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it matters.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
That's fair.
Like, I'm trying to think.
It seems kind of cool, right?
I feel like it's better if you're winning than losing.
Okay.
But I don't know if his item, whatever he buys, really matters. Maybe a Glimmer might be better for the team, but is Glimmer even going to save anyone when you're playing versus a Shadow Demon?
I was
maybe
hoping
not.
that you were going to say that this was going to be the thing that turned it around.
This honestly might be more game winning than any other item.
Yeah. It's kind of hype. I like
Especially if he gets a Dagon. Well, I mean, honestly, like, you drop the Ice Vortex on top of him, use the Cold Feet, the Phylactery procs, it's actually a lot of damage.
Yeah. Solo kill somebody, man.
I don't think that'll happen, but a man can dream, though.
I'm a dreamer. All right. 24 minutes in, a 10,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. And up top, they find Emo again. Can he time the roll? Nope. He's coming on back. And get one of those a game, I think. Fortunately, will not be a second for poor old Emo.
And the TP mid while rolling, actually. It's going to alley-oop and one. Why not for Nisha?
That's pretty good. Now trying to find another. Shiro's just running away.
Found
Hoping
the
to get out of there with his hot dogs.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the vision was of the CK, right? I kind of criticized it a lot in the draft. I think the vision was for the laning stage, but it definitely is not good in the game, right? There's so much AoE that he has to deal with that. Unfortunately, it feels like you're at a point in a CK where you're just kind of a stun at this point. And after they use all their spells, then, and maybe then, you can go in with your Phantasm. But it feels like they need the damage of the Phantasm to even kill a hero at this point. So it's an interesting situation to be in. Right? Lose-lose situation. Where's their damage coming from? Yeah, I mean, Darkseer with Blink. This might be what they need. And if this Blink hits the Luna and they have their own illusion, perhaps this is it.
Oh, Emo caught. Stun. Shiro there. He's going to be coming back in just a moment on Emo, but now the ulti from Boxy looking for that big blink back wall. Where's the combo? The Torn Storm, it says there. Back wall onto Torn. It's pretty good with the AA blast, but will it be good enough? Look at the Phylactery coming out. Emo is getting the magnetized onto several. Is it enough to kill Nisha? Yes. They bring him down once. Can they do it again? Sorry, the Phylactery wasn't there. That was some fake hype. My bad.
Oh, no.
But it will be here soon.
And that's all that matters. Yeah, I mean, they're holding. I don't think they're going to get high ground anyway at 20 minutes. But they definitely got the Aegis. And they got the Shadow Demon. They did have to force a buyback. That Darkseer wall is amazing, though. It made a, like, hopefully we get to see how many people get hit by this. Was that four heroes into the wall, into the Ice Blast, into the Magnetize? It doesn't really get much better than that, right? So if he can continue to do things like that, it will scale with Luna's power spike as well. So that's always the good thing.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's really going to be up to Liquid. Is are they going to group up as 4 to 5 heroes again and let that happen?
Right. Well, and there's other ways that starts to become even stronger later too, right? Like when AA has his shard, then suddenly you get like the stun on top of all of the rest of that, which also feels really nice. But we'll have to wait and see. For now, it is Liquid feeling confident, just keeping the entire map kind of contained by their rotations. As up top, Shiro will push out the wave again on this CK. He's, after the BKB completed, queuing up the Silver Edge next.
Yeah. I'm afraid of the damage output, especially without an armlet. He doesn't have enough net worth, right?
Yeah.
To like do a lot of damage, and Silver Edge doesn't do a ton this game. I mean, Silver Edge is just a good item right now for carries. It's never a bad Silver Edge game. But his damage output is still nothing to write home about. A lot of it, almost all their damage is going to come from the Darkseer wall. And how patient Shiro can be with his ultimate. But I'm afraid if he's super patient, like you have to wait for the boat, the torrent storm, you know, the rolling thunder, and the freezing field. Is the fight already over by that time? You know,
right?
Like that's the biggest concern I have.
This could be good right here, though. They're all smoked up and heading over into this area. There is a ward down, which will be taken away, but now rolling through, they find the CK Shiro. Oh no, that is not actually the way they wanted that to go. And AA is going to die. They get caught right as he blinked in for the back wall. No, no. I don't want to see that happening. Disruption to catch, which means PYW also will be going down here. God, that always hurts so bad.
It's a rough one, that's for sure. And now actually might be the point where you're going to lose a barracks. Because even if you do buy back on Darkseer, you used your wall.
Yeah.
That's just on cooldown. That's 70 seconds. That is by far the most important skill in the game for LGD right now. Magnetize might be the second most important, or Ice Blast. One of the two. But without any of them online, they are just going to potentially bleed more kills as they're just going to the bait, or at least bait out the BKB from Emo.
And Emo, I mean, he can throw a few more reapplications of Magnetize, but he's also in a little bit of a scary spot. Yeah, they just back away.
Oh, they glyph too. Oh no. That means if they do end up dying again at any point in the next few minutes here, glyph is on cooldown for 5 minutes now on the side of LGD.
You know, it started really rough for the old LGD. The 3 deaths to start the game, giving up first blood, and there were some moments in there, but it just felt like they're playing from such a deficit. And then
come on, they came back from that. Emo solo killed Nisha. He went top, got 3 kills. They definitely came back from that.
All right, you're right. You're right. You're right. I guess the mid fight was one of the really big ones, and like the decision to just keep on going, like you were talking about.
Yeah. Definitely in a situation where a lot of things have snowballed in the opposite direction they wanted it to.
Right. Wow. 30-12.
And I think their draft had a very specific purpose of hitting certain timings, which they're gone. Honestly, through the mid game, those timings are gone, but I've seen crazy things happen in ultra late game Dota. And I think that's why we see such late games as well, and teams not calling GG, because weird stuff happens, man, when it gets that 37+ minute mark.
Oh yeah,
anything could happen. Like RNG with the neutral items, you could all of a sudden get the perfect neutral items while your opponent gets bad ones, or maybe you make a mistake and the rubber band effect really hurts you if you go to the high grounds. And then yeah, level 25 talents shake up the game too. As long as you stay in the game, you always have a chance, just because of how crazy late game Dota can be.
Torrent, or rather, excuse me, Tidal Wave pulls him in, and Emo, another BKB charge down.
Oh, there's that phylactery. Look at it go.
Bang, bang. Well, that one
destroyed that illusion. Not even a chance.
Man. There it is. It's feeling rather rough, and Liquid feeling like they actually might want to go high ground here. This is something you don't often see. Roche is about to respawn, and they're getting ready to make a move to head up here.
Oh, look who they found with no BKB.
Oh, no. Emo, no. He's caught. Now rolling in on the Pango, deciding not to go for that much more. They also find the CK. He is going to get torrented. Back wall onto Chu, charge through. AA Blast connects. Good damage out there. A disruption save for the moment, but will it be enough to get him out of trouble? PYW's dead. Emo but back immediately dies back. And now with wall down and everything else coming their direction, it is going to be Liquid taking all of your buildings. GG is called. We're going to a game 2. And unfortunately for LGD, I believe that means they're going to be going home.
But they're still going to play game 2, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So we're going to a game 2 where LGD knows that this game, it's practice. That's all it is, right? And I think if you are this new team, things went really poorly for you this tournament. You take this next game and you look at it as practice. You don't look at it, we're out of the tournament. It's early on, the first tournament of the Dota calendar year. Play your best, honestly. I don't want to see them mess around. I don't want to see them like give up. They need to show that they need to fix things going further on into this year. And this next game, if they can at least go home with a win, you know, with a little bit of dignity in that regard, try your best.
Absolutely. Well, and depending upon what happens in the rest of it, I think Liquid also do still have a chance to move up through the upper bracket. It would have to be some like crazy 3-way tie scenario with Falcons and Tundra trading series. And then, of course, getting the 2-0 here at the end. So it's still very, very capable for Liquid to, you know, win out. They have stuff to play for. But it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening next. Man, always feels like a mixed bag when I see Darkseer lose, because on the one hand, I hate to see my boy lose, but on the other hand, it's like, buff him. You know?
Validate. Do you lose with Darkseer?
No, actually.
All right, there you go. You should be happy when it loses then, because then it gets buffed, maybe.
Exactly. That's the point. That's what I want to see. Okay, well, an impressive showing from Liquid, and I think like that decision and the confidence to like have Kunkka in that flex role right out of the gate, that's something that I would look to maybe take away potentially. How good did you feel like the Kunkka was in this one?
I mean, the Kunkka was really good. And I think the main reason that Kunkka was good, though, is because LGD didn't punish it. Right? So, like, it was kind of like a free Kunkka game. Maybe in the old patch, the CK was good versus Kunkka. I just don't think that's the case anymore. But either way, they didn't stop the Kunkka. As mentioned, like, they put him in a situation where you had to counter it in one lane or another. And if they would have picked something stronger to try and counter it, the Kunkka could have just went mid. And all of a sudden, it would have been the same thing happening in mid lane, especially if you get the first blood. So I don't know if just banning it is going to be your recipe to success. There was just so many other things gameplay related that were a problem in the draft. Like, I wasn't like happy with the draft, so to speak, but like at the end of the day, the draft barely mattered in this one. They just got super outplayed and we're not on the same page. I feel like Emo's playing like 1,000 miles per hour, and then their team's playing like a 50 miles per hour. So they either got to catch up to him or he needs to slow down.
That is the thing that's super interesting about Emo as a player to me, is that he definitely like just rides that line of insanity. He reminds me of when Cuckoo used to play mid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But he's playing on LGD. This team is supposed to be stable. You know
right. Yes.
Throughout the whole course of LGD, they've always been so damn stable. You see LGD, you know they're going to do well. Maybe they don't win everything, but you know they're going far. They're always a team that is going to put up impressive results. So it's definitely a new look for them. And I wonder if like Xiao 8 is like molding a little bit. Like, we're supposed to be stable, guys. Why is this so chaotic? How am I supposed to coach a team that is this crazy? But then again, we'll have to see if they can make it work. Maybe this is the piece of the puzzle they've been missing, if they can actually make it work to get them some championships.
It's a chance. I mean, definitely not going to happen in this tournament, but maybe in the future it definitely could. And of course, I think one of the other sort of contributing factors to the sort of go energy is you're playing Darkseer with Spirit Breaker or Spirit, right? Like, it just feels like the type of lineup that wants to play fast. But as you mentioned, if you play fast and then you don't get those kills, if it doesn't go well, then it's just terrible. It's really, really bad. So sometimes how it goes.
Yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Unfortunately, not a whole lot to say about this one. It was a bit of a shellacking, as we might say. And sometimes that's just how she goes.
A little bit of a fist bump there at the end. You love to see it. The camaraderie between the stand-in and the position 4 playing with them. We do have our Acer Predator player versus player comparison, and this time we're highlighting up the Mickey Shiro dynamic. And you mentioned sort of your disdain for CK and then feeling like Luna is just this hero that can do no wrong, kind of.
Luna is just S tier carry right now because it is just so stable. If not, it's like high A tier. But I'd put it in the S tier. And CK, I'd put him in maybe C tier.
Okay.
Yeah, he would be like a C, maybe low B. No,
he's the least damage in the game.
C plus. I mean, he had no chance this game. Like after his laning chain, after the laning stage, like you saw what he was playing against, right? He's playing versus Pango with like some 17-minute ags, 17-minute water park. CM has a bunch of AoE too. Like it just was pointless later on in the game if you're not playing from ahead.
And they had other choices too. That's the thing that's so interesting. You listed out at least 3 that you liked more. I listed out 1 that you hated, but you liked more than the one that they chose. So I don't know what happened. But maybe it was a misclick, chance.
No, I mean, I think the idea of the CK isn't to be faulted because it could potentially do well with the AA, right? You have to think of like that. And I think in your mind as well, CK is good versus Kunkka in the last patch because you could sustain the lane. I just unfortunately don't think CK can sustain anymore. It's just been nerfed too much. And maybe he's played a couple of scrims where just you hit the Kunkka more and you lifesteal that way and you keep doing that over and over again. It just unfortunately didn't work out that way. And maybe a lot of that has to do with like the 0-3 start they had. To the point where it made things a little more difficult. It's always hard to like kind of quantify laning stage and how it should have and could have went when there's first bloods.
Well, we'll see if maybe there's some more calculus that can be done in this last match, which at least for LGD is going to be played for Pride. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that one for you. See you all in a few with game number 2, LGD versus Team Liquid, right after this.
Has for many years been one of the strongest teams in the entire world.
LGD are doing it, Cinderin! And with that victory, PSG LGD is in the grand finals of TI-10.
But they can never seem to make it the whole way at TI. Nonetheless, they're an incredible powerhouse of Chinese Dota and a team to look up to. With a very patient and calculated playstyle, you can never count them out. Let's take a look at what makes them so dangerous to go up against. LGD goes into many games with the plan, be the stronger team late in the game. Their drafting style often boils down to picking heroes that can get them to the late game, while Shiro plays heroes such as Luna, Naga Siren, or Spectre, and heavily focuses on outscaling the enemy team. They're not the strongest team in the world at laning. In fact, they frequently lose or draw lanes in games they later go on to win. Their real strength is in recovering from the laning stage, and with very calculated plays, slowly but surely squeezing a lead out of the enemy team. Because of this, they're not as aggressive as most other teams, even compared to other Chinese teams. And they often have games stretching past 45 minutes or even an hour. Games like this is where LGD really shines. One thing is for certain, when LGD is playing, the game isn't over until the Ancient explodes.
Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish
like that. We're here ready for what is going to be the last game of the group stages. Fear, can you believe it? It's finally come around.
Yeah, I mean, I can believe it because I knew ahead of time, but it is sad.
Okay.
Nonetheless. What's more sad? I mean, this last game could be more exciting if it mattered for LGD. I think it still matters for Liquid, right? So Liquid are still gonna try their best. Like I said, if it mattered, not a good sign, right?
No.
Not a good sign.
Oh no, feel bad. Yeah, it's gonna be okay though. I mean, they'll get a chance to get out there, try some of their stuff, flex their feelings. Phoenix ban out. I'm gonna open back up the Dota buff real quickly for that other one to see if there are that many changes. I do remember Phoenix being banned last game though.
Yeah, I mean, the hero has been getting the respect I feel like it deserves right now. This hero is incredibly strong if you can get in a position of the game where team fighting is a reality. The only time I saw the Phoenix not look good was in that one game that BetBoom played it, and it really wasn't the Phoenix's fault. It was just like, the rat Dota made it so the Phoenix couldn't ever team fight, and maybe that's an approach you can try against the hero. But for now, that might be too annoying or too complicated, or you're not confident to do that, so just take it out of the pool entirely. And of course, you take out the Dazzle, because this is the only hero you're really winning with if you're on the side of LGD Gaming. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Absolutely. That's what I want to hear. I'm kind of keeping my eyes open on the other streams and seeing what's going on. And one of the things that I noticed, not to be too much of a spoiler alert fella, but Falcons took the series 1-0 so far over Tundra, and they're getting ready for the second match. And what that means, of course, is that if we end up in a situation where Tundra win the next game and Liquid win the next game, it's a three-way tiebreaker to try and determine it. And I don't think they do 1v1s for that one, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that'd be super cool. An endless 1v1 tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I mean, I'm so down for that, actually.
Yeah?
But every time the cycle resets, right, if you draw, you have to, instead of put your mid laners in the 1v1, you gotta like put your carry players, and if that ties, then you gotta put your pos 5s, you gotta switch the roles up. That's where that would get really fun.
That's pretty hype.
Actually, it should go immediately from mid players to position 5 players.
Yes, I agree.
Good ideas for the future. Hopefully, admins and rule makers are listening to my excellent ideas.
Well, there's a different ice fella that they decided to run with this time. So it's going to be Tusk and going for Chen. The most banned hero of the tournament makes it through, and Liquid trying to figure out what are we going to do against this Chen hero.
Yeah, like from what I've seen, Chen and Phoenix are my S tier position 5s right now. They have a lot of sustain, they have a lot of heal, their laning stage seems to be pretty good, but the impact they have on the game is like incredibly high. So worth the pick, and so far I like LGD's draft already. And I think last game I didn't hate it either. I was a little iffy on that Earth Spirit on when they picked it, but other than that, not so bad. And that's a really good Weaver pick, by the way. Weaver, super good versus Chen, incredibly good versus Tuskar as well. Gives them the possibility to either run that position for Weaver, or they can just throw it on a carry position. This is also another hero that I feel like, much like the Luna, you can pick pretty early on carry, and it's generally fine. It's not going to be your win condition, but if it has a good game, it could be your win condition. Gives you space to maybe pick a mid laner that with a later pick that can make something happen. And Insania seems to really like his Crystal Maiden. But the one thing I will say about Crystal Maiden in this particular match, as opposed to the last one, that might have a little value, is the fact that Tag Team is a pretty strong spell, and having abilities that can slow attack speed is very valuable. When he pops Tag Team, you can go ahead and just pop the Crystal Nova, and that'll slow them down quite a lot. Phoenix is also really good for that, and Jakiro, but Jakiro and Phoenix are banned, so what's left, right? Just the CM to kind of deal with that. So that's the train of thought they're going through when they pick this hero.
Obviously, the natural, which is the way to deal with the Chen creeps too, having that Frostbite ready. So it's kind of a much better pick for CM than we even had in the last game.
Which means it has to do worse, right? Because we just cursed it.
I also secretly think when I saw Mickey, and it was maybe Saber later, but I don't know, somebody next to him, but they both sort of smiled when the CM pick got out. I think that like they like the aura, to play around with the aura a little bit. It's nice for the rest of your team.
It's a little something, that's for sure. But I think that's you only get 1 point nowadays, I believe. And your
really?
nukes, yeah. I mean, the days of the 1-1-4 CM have been dead for a long time because like your position 5 player actually needs to do things in Dota nowadays. They can't just like exist in the game and just be like a mana bot or a courier micro, if people remember that one from 30 years ago.
See, I do the 1-1-3 build still.
How often do you win?
Well, actually a lot, because the reason that works is because I'm playing with people that are like 8,000 MMR. So if I try and do anything else, it just goes downhill. So I go 1-1-3 and then stack camps, and then we're chilling.
Honestly, that's a pretty good strategy if you're playing with people that are better than you.
Yeah.
Because at that point, like, you don't really need to have. You are having impact without having to do much.
Ooh, look at this.
Tusk Dawnbreaker, we all know the lane, but Weaver is now your carry, 100%. Like, this hero will not get hit by this combination. It just won't happen. And you have no way of controlling him. So Weaver's your carry now. CM, yeah, maybe you're going to feed to this, of course, as Starbreaker does not really care at all about attack speed slow. So maybe CM might feed a little bit, but if your carry is trading kills for your support dying, or potentially you're just trading kills in general, your carry is always going to be happy with that. And no carry really minds if the POS 5 is giving their life for you to get kills. In fact, you're generally pretty happy with that because it doesn't really affect you either way. Of course, you would rather kill them and not have your support die, but this definitely looks like a lane where maybe they'll kill the CM, but Weaver will be able to turn and get a return kill.
Yeah, that's the way that you want to try and play this if they are diving in on the CM at least. But I would imagine Insani is just going to try and keep his distance a decent amount and do whatever pulls he can and hope to get out of the lane stage without feeding too horrifically. Position 4s you like for the Kunkka lane?
1 second. We'll get to that in a second because I totally forgot about one pick. Do you remember the 3 heroes I gave you versus the Kunkka in the first game?
Monkey King, Faceless Void, and one other.
Right, you already got it. They got the Monkey King in the game, and that's already going to be pretty good. I even forgot that last hero that I had mentioned, so don't feel bad. Oh, it was Razor. That was it.
Razor.
Yeah, so they secure themselves at Monkey King this time. And this is a matchup that is actually really good versus the Kunkka in the lane. And that was something that they're kind of missing in that last game. The CK wasn't quite enough. So this Monkey King Chen lane should do much better. And as far as the position 4s go, that can lane with this, I don't know what hero is incredibly good versus the Chen in this patch, actually. Because Chen has just kind of been like that free lane winning type of hero. Maybe you can put the CM down there, but I don't know if that's even good. It might be good enough, potentially. But is it good enough?
Right. Well, and then you're thinking, take a different position 5?
Well, you could, yes.
Right.
I mean, the other option is a position 4, and some of the good ones are already out. Shadow Demon? Yeah, I mean, you could pick Shadow Demon again. I wouldn't be sad with that, because Shadow Demon is very annoying for Monkey King. Once you do purge him, he can't get Jingu stacks. It's like the same issue Ursa has, right? But I feel like Monkey can deal with that better than Ursa can, because you can just drop your ult when you get purged, right? And it's fine.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah, I think this is a situation where Shadow Demon could be another good pick. I'm not entirely sure what else fits that bill. Like maybe a Pugna or something.
I mean, the only other thing I can think about is trying to help the lane with the Weaver and do like an Undying and then run the CM with the Kunkka. But I don't know if you like that idea of sticking the CM down as a 4.
I am unsure of it, because it could work or it could be really bad, because CM has like, the memes that were out forever. Like this hero has the same base stats as a melee creep, right? Yeah. And you kind of need the protection of being behind your tower and having good positioning. And most POS 4s and why they're good is they have either ways to protect themselves or they have good move speed, right? Because they're going to be moving back and forth throughout trying to block camps or mobility. And CM just doesn't have any of that. So you have to play like incredibly well, and one misstep will ultimately lead to your death. I think Chen would bully it, so don't think that is the choice.
Whoa!
And Winter Wyvern is actually the choice.
Huh? I haven't seen this hero in forever.
I've seen him for sure, but not in a support position for a long time.
Yeah.
So this is a hero that I think ultimately it could be off lane. No, it has to be off lane Kunkka.
I think it's 4, right? 4 Wyvern?
Is that good? Can this hero be played as support? I'm not so sure. Part of me wants to see this Wyvern offlane, and I don't know how they're gonna make it happen. But I'd love to see it happen.
Oh, emo storm.
Show me where this
CM.
Wyvern's going. All right, a pos 5 Wyvern, so they're gonna do the CM. Position 4. I guess the Wyvern isn't any better, but maybe that's the idea behind the Wyvern. You know how we talked about CM might feed in this lane,
right?
If you get sharded on Insania here, you can just press E whenever the Starbreaker goes off, and you're gonna take 0 damage, right? Or you can press Q and fly over the shards and give yourself some mobility. So I think that's kind of what they're looking at, is just trying to survive this Dawnbreaker Tusk lane, and they'll just try and make it work on that bot lane. I think CM, if you don't chain feed, it'll be fine down there. I think the lane is still at a bit of a disadvantage, but should be good enough at least. And then the mid lane, I mean, Storm used to own Pango mid really hard, but that's when Storm was good. Now I'm not so sure. I mean, the lane still should be good, but will Storm be able to have impact? He doesn't have any mana battery. That's something we talked about a lot when you normally see the Storm. Is there a Pugna in the game? Is there an Io? Is there a Coddle? No on all those regards, right? So a little bit more difficult to play the hero if you don't have a great laning stage. So yet again, and I think this is going to be a repeat kind of talk we're going to have a lot, all eyes on Emo.
I think this is really emblematic too of just who he is as a player in general. So again, going back to the IG days that he had last year, there were multiple games where he was playing the position 1, and then Dust, the official position 2 player, would put Tusk mid or Batrider mid and die randomly, and then the next game Emo would first pick himself Storm Spirit and take mid. And it's when he gets mad, when he's upset about a game, he just picks himself Storm Spirit, and it doesn't almost matter what he's going in with. That's just what he does. So I think he might be one of the best Storms in the game. And Boxy, it starts already. No, Boxy goes down. Why are you smile going to take the first?
Yeah, worried about the survivability of the Crystal Maiden, and rightfully so. So Emo Storm or Obid Storm? I gotta know.
I don't know. I kind of have different feelings for both of them.
Or Emo Storm or Bulba Storm?
Definitely not Bulba Storm. Emo Storm, Obid Storm game 1, Emo Storm game 2 if they lost game 1. That's what I'm gonna say.
All right, so Emo's in his full comfort zone right now. Is what I'm hearing.
Exactly. Look at you don't see the vision of that tree right now. There's no way. Dude, the second support goes down. No, they're just killing him. It's murder happening all across the lanes for these poor ice-oriented heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they're mad this game. They're definitely mad. That's a 1K advantage at 0 seconds into the game. Yeah, 3 bounty runes, first blood, and 1 kill on top of that.
2.
Emo's going to go to this mid lane with 1/4 of a level already, so he's going to get level 2 first, which this matchup we already talked about is already... Actually, Nisho's going to D-ward, so he'll kind of even out the EXP there, as that will also get him very close to 1/4 of a level. So never mind. I'm surprised they didn't deny their ward there. For sure they were going to D-ward. Right? Either way. Not going to nitpick that too much. I think they're just a fan of fair gameplay, which can always get behind that.
Definitely. Something to watch.
They're tri-laning bot. They're just leaving you on an island here.
Yeah. He is getting bullied back a bit. So this is interesting. The decision to try and completely shut down Saberlight. Okay.
The lane control is not good from Shiro though here, as he's not going to be able to get the lane entirely back. And yeah, PYW is like, well, if you can't hold the lane here, I'm out, and as he should be. But this already gives an 8 and 4 advantage to the 0 and 0 of the Kunkka.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And to be honest, like Dawnbreaker now pulling the wave. She hasn't gotten any last hits yet, but Sania is putting some hurt on. Unfortunately, with PIW moving in, is it going to be able to be enough? The slowdown is there. Mickey moving in for the kill.
Sania's
Gets the
dead,
Sakuchi
right?
damage. Needs another hit.
Oh, they got
and he's
him.
going to find it. So Sania goes down, but they get the more important kill.
I mean, he lost like a wave and a half under the tower, but good news is for Mickey is that he's going to be able to hold his wave here. Sort of. Actually, there's a creep wave down there as well, and Boxy will go down. I mean, this lane's impossible now. Like, this Monkey King and Chen lane, if you just can't touch the wave with 2 heroes for, like, how many waves is that? 2 or 3 waves? You're not going to have the items to contest this, and you're going to have items coming out on this Monkey King, too, to make this even more difficult, which is going to be the boots of speed. On top of that, he's got a orb on top of him, so bot lane's impossible, but luckily, or adversely, it's also impossible for this Dawnbreaker.
That's something that they're going to be coming their way. Although you can already see some pressure back. Shiro takes some decent damage. Wasn't able to get the last stack of Jingu off. As up on the top side, Insania spamming the Arctic Burn whenever he gets an opportunity to get the pressure on there. Yeah, both offlaners having a tough time, but Dawnbreaker now getting the wave into him helps a bit.
Which Shen already has a medallion on that bot lane too.
What the heck?
Yeah, it's rough, but Emo Storm though, just to check him out a little bit, doing great. 18 and 3, you said it. Emo Storm, game 2 after losing game 1, in his comfort zone here. Doing what he can at this laning stage. Still 1k for LGD. Not much has changed. The only lane that is particularly going well for Liquid is that top lane. Mid lane, a little bit of a wash, but slightly Storm favored.
At least for now. And there is still a lot of potential for movement from Why You Smile.
Oh, I mean, Mickey,
their eyes on.
He's getting low. He's getting real low.
A Cold Embrace taken at level 2. It's enough to keep Mickey alive. Nice play by Insania, saving that point for so long. And showing why this hero has value still.
Yeah. Oh, that was a really good play. Like, it's a unique hero that's almost very specific to this situation. Mid lane.
Emo, they're on him. Throws out the blood grenade, tries to bring down Emo. Bottle Passover. He was not coming, though, from that lane. And it's going to get
Chen
chased
creep
down
on him.
Centaur Conqueror moved on in.
Wait, how did that creep even get there?
He ran it the whole way. he ran it from bottom.
PYW. Oh, there's a big
low. Mickey?
Again.
Have enough heal. Enough heal. He's going to have enough heal. And now instead he might go on to new as well. A couple more hits. It's not enough for the kill. Had a 13 stick anyways. But showing how strong this could be.
Yeah, no, insane. I was mentioning before, like, this Wyvern is not a traditional pick. I think this Wyvern as a POS 5 may only work against this specific combination of heroes.
Yeah.
It's really that specific. So to be able to, like, spot that out and see that as Liquid is really impressive, because this is not a lane that you can just generally pick against any lineup. They're like, oh, we've seen a lot of Tusk Dawnbreaker before. This might be something they've been wanting to try for a while.
And Emo, or excuse me, Shiro, he's brought down. So the lane against the Monkey King, after some people leave it, Saberlight and Boxy have recovered this really well with the rotation coming from Insania. And that's another thing, right? As Insania is going to come back in here, and they find Why You Smile, people talk about like Tree being really good for rotating through. Wyvern with an Arctic Burn is great for making those moves.
Yeah, we're going to convince everyone that Wyvern's a good hero pretty soon here.
Nobody's going to do that. Shard, Saberlight, now he's in trouble. Got the Jingu stacks off. We'll have the Boundless Strike. One more hit comes through. They take a little bit of recompense.
But no, that's just credit to Insania, just playing this hero incredibly well. It's not easy to do. This hero is hard to pull off, but if there is someone to do it, Insania Wyvern in the past has always shown to be quite fearsome.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The Emo sees Boxy.
As
the haste run's still going,
he's
moves
dead.
in, finds himself the kill. Will clean that one up. Now Snowball underneath tower. Emo leaves, decides he doesn't want to be here anymore, but with LGD bringing in massive numbers, it's Saberlight dead again underneath the tower. This is close to that 7-minute mark. Now Nisha shows up, does not have the Orb of Corrosion done yet, but will have the Rolling Thunder if they need it.
His job is to try and protect the tower, because if this doesn't have a hero here, this tower will die. That's the only reason he completed that TP there.
Oh no, New's gonna lose his Wisdom Rune, I think. They're battling for the other one, trying to play it out for it. Jump in from far away, and they managed to find it. Getting themselves one kill. Now Emo has no mana and is just gonna be chilling for a moment, waiting, hoping he's gonna get out, but that's not gonna happen. Oh, maybe with a little bit of help, they can take down a couple more in turn. Nisha's low. Nisha's dropping and dead. Now Mickey beating into Why You Smile. The Hill Troll is gone too. Eventually, they bring him down. What an insane series of events. It does end up being one Wisdom Rune apiece.
Yeah, but they also TP the Weaver down there, so it's going to give Niu a little bit of breathing room. And this is where you have to wonder, right? The most impactful Dawn ult of the game is always the first one. And you know why? It's because you don't think of it.
Right.
You're like, oh, let's go, let's get him. And then all of a sudden Dawn ult hits you and you're like, oh, yeah, that here's level 6 now. And then you constantly have to think about it.
Oh my god. Saberlight, he got shards up to the high ground. Tries to TP out, not gonna happen. They will still have him stuck up there, and a couple more punches as he finally dies. But I've never seen a Tusk cliff somebody with shards in a pro game before.
That is not something that happens very frequently. That would be correct. And poor Saberlight, he's not having the same type of game as game number 1. That is for sure. And this kind of shows you the difference of CK versus Monkey King against the Kunkka. This hero definitely can punish the Kunkka. Good adjustment here by Shiro in game number 2 here.
Another jump in coming from Emo. Oh, those
good
shards! Block
oh,
it
but
off.
the ice?
Dude, Insania, he's there again to save a life. Finding a couple more kills with the Dawn ulti! And now the turn on to Nisha.
Told you, it's always the first one.
About it. Do they have any extra damage to throw into this? Emo does eventually die, but now they show up with Shiro too. Just madness. Back behind the tier 2 tower, pulls back in another. The fish punches out. Liquid is living through all of their heroes, and now finding Why You Smile, he is going to
They're all
drop.
dead.
They try and make something happen with New. They will get the kill on Denisha, but everybody's dying. That's 4 dead for 2. And the first one to die was Emo. He's got to feel bad about that.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey's showing up there and just really being super aggressive on this Weaver. Putting a ton of work. And he's going to proc there, but I think not much else is going to happen from that. Oh? Nah, he's got
a bunch of mana.
Hey, this is insane. This is insane.
God, they got him! Oh, Shiro's gonna pay for it, but hey, he got his man. Wait a minute, kill him really well. Are they gonna get another though? BYW chased, running out.
Honestly, honestly, that's not even bad.
No,
it's definitely not. You get your kill, you get your target. Nice branch attempt there. That was cute. Snowball. Oh, the shard. Okay.
All right,
trying.
Fear, there's been 25 kills in 10 minutes. The shackles
the
are
game
off.
I wanted to see. Like we're out of the tournament, boys. Let's just try a different approach. Let's just try to play up to Emo's speed. And honestly, it's been working pretty well, and we'll see in this replay here. So much happened, I didn't even know what's going on. But like that Cold Embrace salvaged this fight. I thought this Dawn ult coming in would salvage everything and help him out here, but it wasn't enough. They weren't able to kill him, and I think the main reason for that is the fact you're going to see Mickey come in here in a second and get just an amazing bugs onto like 4 or 5 heroes here, and then they just can't kill Nisha in time. He gets all his spells off, and then it's all Mickey show after this one. He's just going to clean up every single hero on the map here, and this was a 5 versus 5 in the mid lane, an absolute bloodbath.
These are the types of things that you want to see. Just like, you know, willing to run at you, Dota, at this, like, you know, crazy pace, and nobody's backing down. Very happy to the way this game has been going so far. Now they do find the X-Mark connection. New tried to get away, and now Saberlight getting beat up by a bunch of creeps. They still have the bug on him, but Emo shows up, and with the stomp coming in, Saberlight just can't catch a break.
This is one of the... It feels like it's one of the worst Saberlight games I've ever seen, but he's actually 4-4-4.
Right.
I don't know how. I honestly have no idea how his score is 4-4-4. I'm kind of thinking in my head, is he like 0-6 right now or something? But it's not that bad for him. He's catching his deaths. He's dying not in the fights, right? He's just kind of dying solo. And maybe that's why it feels that way.
Everybody's dying a lot in this one, to be honest. Smoke up now. There's a healing salve moving over. He wants the shield rune. He's not going to get it in time. And wait a minute. The big heals isn't enough. The Chen heal keeps Shiro alive for a while and actually takes down Wyvern. Now dodging some more of the damage. They kill off Boxy. Shiro lived through all of it. Are you kidding me? That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely insane to watch. I was watching the fight in the bottom lane because Mickey went on the Dawnbreaker, and the Dawnbreaker just ulted out as Mickey was initiating on him. And found out himself in like the perfect situation to be in. Right into the fight, and Mickey even followed him.
Oh no. Oh no. Emo, not like this. He's losing his armor. Oh,
they timed it wrong.
At the last second, and Emo gets away. PYW tries to escape. Oh man, why you smile? Appreciating what this Tusk is doing. He's had a really freaking good one. He's 3-5 and 11 assists, most in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty hard to do overall, but Saberlight had two choices, right? Oh, technically he had three. There's a beautiful curse, but he wanted to time it. And we'll watch this first. Like, he looks like he's gonna die here. He's getting healed up over time with Dawn, with the Chen. The Chen now applies like a heal over time, right, with Hand of God, and that's what's keeping him alive here. And it actually comes down to that moment where he mischief dodges the Rolling Thunder. If he didn't mischief dodge Rolling Thunder, I think he would have died there for sure. So everything just perfectly on point for LGD in that fight. And to go back to this one, Saberlight, he wanted to time it perfectly, so he got the stun and damage. But on top of a Winter Curse versus heroes that can instantly snowball and save heroes, it was way too greedy, right? He should have just done it for the stun, and then maybe they could have got the kill. But perhaps they needed to both to get the kill. Either way, to time a boat onto a Tusk, through a Winter's Curse and get the damage and the stun is kind of like Mission Impossible, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, definitely a greedy play to make there. Would have been awesome if he would have gotten it off in time, but not really the case. It did also show, though, the danger that you've got in this game with Wyvern as you get to the higher and higher levels. And poor Boxy is very low, although it does have the Ghost Scepter, and now gonna pop the ultimate, and now the Dawnbreaker ultimate comes in, and Nisha's in too far, and they move in with Shiro, and suddenly Saberlight's here.
And Mickey is joined too.
Madness. Everybody show up. It's an all-around red dash. A couple more hits. Nisha will live, but a snowball save keeps Shiro. Well, actually,
Shiro died.
Down. Wait a minute. No, they're gone. They're all falling. Okay, Liquid brought more and in a better position. Will they bring down Nisha? Yes, they do. New was there for that one. Chen wanted to kill off Boxy desperately, but it was too quick moving in with Mickey, and now the rest of the team are showing up.
1 versus 4. Let's go, baby.
He wants just to kill Boxy. This all started with the CM bait. It's not enough, though, as they take down New. Oh, God.
It's a bloodbath.
Absolutely. Unbelievable.
What's crazy about this game is that it's been so insane, so back and forth. It's only a 1K advantage for Liquid. It's nothing.
Oh, jeez. That's what is kind of nuts about it. And I don't know what the point is going to be where we see it all swing back around. Wait a minute. Emo's killing Saberlight again. And now Mickey's here. And now Insania's here. They come a second too late. But now Emo in trouble. He doesn't have that much mana left. They bring him down. And now Insania's going to get rolled at. But PYW and New shows up. And Now they see Mickey. They're going to chase him. Nisha's moving in too. So if they chase too far, Nisha's going to be there for the turnaround. He has Deso done. Vision on the high ground. Moving in with Nisha. Not going for it.
Blink twice and Saberlight might be dead. And story of the game.
Do you think that like everybody's thinking in this game? It feels like everybody's just going by feel and like running at each other.
Is anyone using their brain in this game?
That's what it feels like, right?
Yeah, no, I mean they're definitely like in a situation where it's an ego. You know, if you don't fight, you're not a man in this game, and so you gotta fight. And so if you don't show up to the fight, you're a coward. Nobody wants to be a coward here.
Well, 21-19. They continue to run at each other like crazy people, and it is a little bit of a lull in the action as Nisha cleared through a couple of stacks and is what is that now?
Honestly, yeah.
Exactly. Hitting creeps.
Have some pride.
Yeah, it does almost have the Aghanim Scepter. He's about 1,500 gold away from it.
That could either come really quickly or really slowly, depending on the next massive team fight that'll happen in the next 10 seconds.
UIW, snowball to try and dodge it, and hits the torrent still. Nice timing by Saberlight.
He doesn't have a blink, so...
Well,
I think maybe, in fact, using the tidal wave there may have just saved the Tusk, but what can you do?
Mo zips away, realizing there are people nearby him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Do
tower.
we have any big items here that are gonna like potentially be game changing? BKB's completed on Shiro. That's a big one, a really big one. And then I think the shard on Dawnbreaker is gonna be another big one for LG. And other than that, the blink on Tusk. Yeah, he just got that too. So this is actually a power spike for LGD. Blink on Wyvern. Still building Ags on both Pango and Kunkka, so they're pretty far away from what they want to be doing.
Well,
but
this
Emo,
time, does he time it? Emo gets the zip off.
Missed it again.
Oh, into the disarm and the tidal wave. And Nu, he's caught. Now they move in with Shiro, though. Wukong's command is down. Nu still living through it. Is going to die eventually. Now the cold embrace keeping him alive. Chen brings in his creeps. The turn now onto the Kunkka. Kunkka dies. The both offlaners in the grave. Can they find any more? Don't have a roll anymore from the Pango.
Man, it's a pretty hard combo to time, especially if you haven't practiced in a while, but the curse duration is 4.5 seconds. So you actually just have to wait 1.5 seconds, which is kind of weird timing, because there's no item in the game, because like you think of like Yule's and stuff, that timing is pretty natural. Yule's timing with it, Disruption, it's all the same. X timing is all the same. Astral's the same. But this one is something that you have to practice if you want to get it down.
I mean, you can do the torrent into both also. Oh my god, Emo just ran in, has like no mana left, but still gonna run down Insania, almost bring him down. The snowball is pulling Nu and PYW way far forward into Mickey. Now they get vision on him with that dust. Have the Boundless Strike at the ready, jumping out, but Mickey, time lapse, gets out. Yeah, he GB's down to the south.
Yeah, dust barely missed. Look at the edge. See the edge of that dust?
He didn't have it.
He didn't see him. The dust didn't hit him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like the edge of, he was actually in the sparkle range on the corner, but that apparently isn't in range of the dust.
All right, CM and Mickey, they're going in for the Tormentor. Foxy is going to step away before he gets brought down. Now all eyes down south towards Shiro. Dawnbreaker ultimate at the ready.
Yeah, he has BKB available too.
Thinking about it. Torrent, the roll comes out. Now the BKB. And now the chase.
Oh, no.
They pull him back in. The Wukong's command. BKB wearing out soon, but they do have the Wukong's down, and Nu is there for the finish. All right, LGD, they're starting to win these fights. Liquid have to be careful with their movements. Nisha
I'm not sure
Walks away.
what damage they thought they had to kill the monkey there. Oh no, Nisha, he's going down.
They blow him up. It happens too quick. Dude, emo when he's mad. Look out.
Yeah. Maybe he should just be mad all the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why wait for game number 2 to get mad? Just be mad all the time. Kind of like the Hulk, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, 46 kills now. That's why you smile, finds, and takes away some vision. Keeping our eyes on the next movements. I mean, there hasn't been a Roche to be taken. Like, they're just, you know, smacking their faces into each other. But BKBs will probably be pretty important. Getting one soon on Mickey.
Yeah, he needs one so he can get much more aggressive in the fights. But this LGD lineup with the Dawn plus the Chen, it's honestly what is allowing this Monkey King to look so good, in my opinion, and going to continue to look better as this game progresses. Because Monkey is the type of hero where you kind of have to burst him, right? Otherwise, he's going to turn around, get the Wukongs, get some Jingo stacks rolling, and then full heal from Boundless. And Chen and Dawn are allowing him to not get bursted. And of course, you can add Tusk to the equation too. So this is definitely one of those games where I feel like the Monkey King can just play in their face without fear. He just needs enough items to be able to do the damage. And you can see he's going into the Desolator next, which is definitely a step in the right direction.
Right.
The more I look at the LGD lineup, it looks pretty scary.
Right, and I think about like one of the other big heals that they have on Liquid, and that's like the Cold Embrace, right? And you don't have that similar type of hero like a Monkey King that you just keep them alive and they do damage, you know, like that, or a Death Prophet or something else. If you're stopping, you know, Mickey from hitting, if you're stopping Kunkka from throwing out his spells or whatever with the Cold Embrace, you're probably still going to lose that fight afterwards. So it feels like they're going to need to get some big curses later on, and I mean, honestly, just kind of some free reign. But this is a nice one for them too. Kunkka gained into that Aghanim Scepter now, so a little bit more control. Still not a huge separation between all the cores in terms of farm. You know, Weaver to Kunkka is only 3,000 gold.
Yeah, it's going to be more about Liquid finding a way to team fight, because they've been struggling a bit in that department, finding good team fights. Because with the Ags, it might be the way to do it, because you got Ags on your Pango, you got Ags on Saberlight. It's really just going to be about Mickey doing all the damage at this point, and he's going to have to. The supports don't do much damage. They do have a lot of control. They're a little bit annoying, but oftentimes we'll see supports do tons of damage, and it's not going to happen this game. They don't have the best save either. I guess Wyvern has good save. This is my problem with CM, right? Like, I don't know what CM is doing in these fights.
Yeah.
Compared to the other side, where Tusk is saving, doing damage. Chen is just all saving, doing a bunch of heals.
Wait, what the hell?
CM's chilling worse. That's Monkey King.
Yeah,
He
it took
became
me a
Roshan.
second. I also just noticed, I forgot about this. Emo does like weird ass builds too. He has a Revenant's Brooch. Second item.
Okay.
So he's in on him, tries to pop it, tries to kill him through it.
Oh, it's going through it.
Through the cold embrace.
They got him.
Enough for the kill. Dude, the Revenant's Brooch is the answer. It's kind of awesome. Insania now also in trouble, is going to die to this.
The Revenant's Brooch versus Cold Embrace is actually genius. This guy is literally a genius. He's the smartest Dota player in the world right now.
Emo is like, when he's good, he's amazing. When it's bad, it's like, it's so bad. But this game, it's good.
It is so good. This is actually probably the best item he could have ever purchased.
So tell the people at home what's so great about this. What's happening here?
Well, pretty much the fact that they've been using Cold Embrace, right? Which it stops all physical damage. And you know, Storm's right clicks are physical damage. You'll get a little bit of the overload, but now he can attack through the Cold Embrace with full magic damage, and plus that amplifies magic damage, by the way, that you do by 20%. So his Overlord is doing more damage as well. So it is such a smart decision.
And now in and killing Nisha, and well, that's a regen rune on Storm. He's ready to jump and find some people. The hunt is on. He's found Insania. Insania in trouble.
Cold Embrace yourself, I dare you.
Oh, wait,
I dare
wait a
you.
second, though. They stun in and find the kill. He's gone.
They talked about the cold embrace counter. It's the Revenant's brooch. Brooch or yeah, brooch.
Brooch.
It's not a brooch. There's no A in there. It's a brooch.
Brooch. I'm calling it brooch.
Yeah, feel free. Do what you got to do.
I think so. The thing that's interesting about this too is it's not just this game. I've seen him do this before. I think he likes the item in general, but obviously
so he's
game,
accidentally good. Is that what you're telling me?
No, he's very much good. God, this is crazy too because this is the game that like for Liquid, it's on the verge of making it through in the upper bracket. The match between Tundra and Falcons is still going on, but if they want to hope to force that tiebreaker scenario, they need to get this win here.
Well, that's looking harder and harder by the second, as it is now 11k, and oh, guess what? CM also has a Ghost Scepter, by the way. Not going to help you.
Yeah. No save against this. Super hard to deal with. I mean, I think the only thing really is just building up massive damage, or HP, right?
But back to CM. There's nothing you can buy to save this hero.
Yeah, right.
Their stack game is just too bad.
Boxy does not get to play Dota this game. Like 0-7, and I think that's with Boxy playing like quite well and dodging a lot of bad damage coming his way.
I mean, this is why CM is like not a really good hero. I kind of mentioned before, like the team fight presence isn't there, survivability isn't there. The one thing this hero is really good at is just the laning stage. And so if things start going pretty poorly, oh, that was really cool by Saberlight. I'll give him that.
Well played.
And something for sure. Now I think they just need a big curse. And hate to put Saberlight on the spot, but I think he has to follow up on that curse at least once this game.
Yeah.
And get some chain stun on top of it. Otherwise, if these saves come in and you use your whole combo, you got nothing left, which means you're not going to win the team fights.
I mean, there is a ton of damage that will come out. With that said, New did get the AC done now, so this is one of the good answers against the Wyvern Curse. Just build up a bunch of armor, keep yourself survivable. Ancient Granite Golem, though, is going to keep punching away at this tier 3. Eventually, it will go down. And at the same time, Weaver is just trying to farm up. Like, Mickey needs more gold.
He needs levels, really. I think it's gone to the point where he definitely needs a level 20 talent to get the 90 Gemini attack damage. Right. But I'm almost going to go as far as, like, he kind of needs level 25 as well on top of it. That way, he can instantly burst a hero. And not just the level 25. He needs, like, Daedalus 25. And then all of a sudden, this Chin Hill doesn't matter. This Dawnbreaker heal, it doesn't matter. You're just going to have so much damage that all these issues you're having kind of go away. But obviously, that's a long way down the road. But sometimes your timings in Dota nowadays are level 25 timings. And that might be true here for Mickey.
Has to run away. He's going to be
I heard the Brooch being popped. And yeah, he tries to save him with the Cold Embrace. Doesn't work. And now he's just going to go down as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is... There's just not an answer. Like, if Emo wants to kill him, he's just gonna die. I guess the only thing you can do is like Winter's Curse in that instance, but I mean, you have to save that for the high ground defense.
Look what Emo's building next.
Yeah.
He's going E-Blade. Oh, man.
That's kind of sick.
The damage output is gonna be absurd.
Oh, Boat. Wait, dude, what are you doing here? What's going on?
I think he's feeding.
What was that?
How did he get there, actually? I'm a little confused, because he didn't blink. Does Kunkka just send him back with Tidal Wave, or?
Well, no, because the Tidal Wave was used later on. I think
I mean, Blink was off cooldown, so unless that was towards the end of it, coming back off cooldown. Because he didn't ult in there.
I don't know. That was very strange.
Yeah, I think they tried to snipe someone in the base, and it just didn't really work out. I think you need to realize, unless Emo's there, don't be crazy. And we're probably going to replay what happened here. Yeah, he did get tidal waved. Okay. He tried to outplay him with the Q, but it was just a little bit too late. And then, yeah, he got X back as well, and then he was done. So.
Yeah. That'll happen.
Dawn said for 20 seconds, so it might not be a bad fight.
Jumps in, but there it is. The winner's curse for the turnaround with the time lapse. They don't have the damage, though. There's not nearly enough. Emo turned upon, And now the Wukong's command is down. This fight's a little bit separated. There could be something good here. Trying to catch and kill and bring down Emo. Emo's very low. They're moving in with Mickey, but it's going to take too long. They do finally get him, though. And now the Cold Embrace is quite good. Boat buff is going to be available. Mickey tries to run away.
There's a gem on the ground.
Damage reduction is there, and Chen starts to die. The CM damage starts to mount up. They almost bring down the Chen, but he's barely surviving. He is actually living through this. He walks away from all of them, and Mickey runs back in, wants to find that kill. Ultra kill for Mickey. Is going to go for the blink out on New. Saberlight tries to find him, but it doesn't look like they're going to quite get there. What a fight from Liquid, though.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The moment that Storm dies and the Revenant's Brooch is not in the game anymore, that Cold Embrace saved 2 heroes that fight. The Monkey King couldn't get the finish, and then on top of that, Neo was also trying to kill, and you're going to see here, like, Emo going in for this choice by Nisha and just eliminating, giving his life for it. Seemed to be good. Now look at that Cold Embrace, keeping Mickey alive, the boat coming on top as well, and then all of a sudden he can just go ahead and get out of there. And you're going to see Boxy on the other side. He's going to pretty much die pretty soon as well, but by the time that's happening and he's getting low again, the Cold Embrace, look at it, it's up again. Boom, saves 2 lives there. And that's all what happens if you can kill the Storm Spirit first in the fights. This Cold Embrace will start to have massive impact.
I mean, this is one of the other things that you got to watch for is if he does get too low mana, they can still burst down the Storm Spirit, and that's partly where also the Diffusal Blade comes into play from Nisha. If he can manage to get a couple of clutch swipes on him there. But it's a super interesting game because it's like presenting these very clear problems, right? If Storm goes on almost anybody in this game, it feels like they're close to dying. Like, very, very rapidly, particularly once this E-Blade comes out. But once Emo's out of there, and he is still like a little bit fragile, I think Liquid win every fight if Storm's not there.
Oh, for sure. I think so too.
This
Unless
game, it's all about
Monkey King gets a Brooch himself. Haha.
Oh, is he going for it?
No.
Oh, no.
But I had you thinking for a second, didn't I?
You did. You did indeed.
Maybe it would work. And then you pop your Revenant's Brooch the moment you hit Shingo Stacks. Actually, I'm sold. It's good.
Dude, the Emo has broken your brain.
No, he's not broken. He's opened my brain to see to see the light.
Mickey farming. UIW jumps in. He just got Aghanim Scepter delivered. They get some vision down. Sentry's there. He's going to get fish punched. Pulled back in. BKB already out. Now the roll through. Still chasing, wanting to find somebody there. The Tusk is going to get controlled for the moment, but wait a minute, New gets dropped, but there's also a Wukong's down now.
New's waiting.
Trouble starts to die. Emo, he's stalking him now, waiting for that jump in just a moment. He's just still living. Shiro turns, blows Insania up. Emo jumps in, finds that kill in a box too, and now they've got the rundown. It is a buyback from Insania. Saberlight is going to TP away. Yeah, that's
and TP'd out. So the cool thing about this build is like how much damage he does. The downside of this build is he does not get to use very many spells until he's out of mana. Like he jumped into the fight and barely did anything at the beginning, and then by the time he used everything, he was out of mana, and he didn't sit very much. And that's mainly just because the Brooch doesn't give you that much Enton, and it's not going to give you that much regen either with Ethereal Blade, so he's kind of a little bit low on the mana regen department here at this build. Oh, so go get a Bloodstone. Brilliant. He's figured it out.
There it is. Well,
he's like, yeah, I got no mana, so I'm just gonna, I need a mana item.
They don't have the Weaver, but they will throw out the Torrent. That sees some Tidal Wave to pull him out of the pit for now. They're buying time for Nisha to come back in. And Roche, about a third HP. They'll be able to go in with Weaver, drop the bugs down, get him out after. So suddenly, this Roche is no longer free.
Yeah, Mickey's level 24 almost, with the Daedalus, with the Satanic. He's getting close to level 25 territory of when this hero becomes a different type of hero.
Right. Yeah, this is close. Dropping down more vision. Liquid have great wards in this area, but so too do LGD. They have one up on the high ground.
Oh, they're gonna do Roche, but they seek as the bug.
Yeah, yep. Saber Light's there. Throws out the torrent. It's going to connect. Now trying to pull them out of the way. It's going to be pulled back in. Roche is very low. Mickey's there, already into it. Starting to punch away onto that. Well, Monkey King down low, but the save is there. Mickey's going to be okay. They get the Winner's Curse out as well. Trying to do what damage they can. The Rings of Death coming down, and he's gone. Emo didn't stand a chance. Roche is still so low. Shiro wants to finish it off. Oh, those shards were great. They pull in Boxy, try and get him out of position. Jumps through, kicks away. Aegis on Shiro. What the heck was that? PYW TP's out. It's only Emo that does?
Shiro has no TP, though. He has no TP.
Just stay still. Stay still, and he's getting away. He's actually going to survive.
Oh, wow. How? I hope we get a replay. I was just so focused on two things. Emo and him dying and Shiro escaping that I don't understand. Here we go. How did only Emo die here? Like, Emo was a little bit late to press his BKB, and of course, he just died faster than expected. He could have sit back and bought more time here. But while you smile, how does he survive? PYW, how are these guys surviving? Do they just TP out here?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just TP'd out. Okay, cool. And yeah, I mean, nothing more to say. Just cool. I think Emo really wanted that Aegis, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But still, having on the Monkey King is not necessarily a bad thing.
It's kind of the way this game has gone. And again, singing the praises of PYW, both blocking off with those shards with the Aghanim shard, and then also getting the kick away to ensure that they can get the Aegis on their team. Just massive stuff. Absolute clutch performance. Chen has a Hex.
He actually has an Ags on Tusk here. They might find someone.
Chen also has a Hex.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
While they spot one right there. Weaver shows up for a moment. Turn now onto Chen. He's gone. Snowball goes through. This is not the way they wanted this fight to go, but Emo, he's zipping in from far away, pulls in onto Boxy, but the fight is going on. The rest of his team is dying. So they get the one kill on the CM. The Wyvern goes down too, but massive wins for Liquid.
Yeah, it's pretty big, and they're going to start seeing this Weaver just delete everyone. Like,
yeah,
it's just deletion time. You're going to see here too. If you can, maybe you can find an eye on Mickey. Like, where'd he go? Like, where did that Chen go? Where did this Tusk go? These heroes are just dying before they can do anything. I mean, same thing. Where are your heroes going now? This is level 25 Weaver. And for those that don't know as well, like, the shard, it applies an attack of the Geminate attack, right? But once you get the level 25 talent, it for some reason applies another Geminate attack. So you get 2 attacks on your shard and on your right click. Right. So and on top of that, probably the 2 right clicks you do in between that. So you actually hit a hero 6 times almost instantly.
Can they kill him off though? Oh, a good torrent for the
He has to die.
There. They got to get this kill, but it's not going to happen. The time lapse gets Mickey out. Still thinking about chasing. Emo shows up, spots Mickey, but where's the dust? They don't have anything. Emo's got to run. Shiro's in trouble. Oh, LGD, it was looking so good for a while, and now it is all falling apart. Emo is dead. Buys back. He's zipping right back in. Immediately turns now, finds the kill. Oh, Mickey goes down. They salvaged it, and they pull in, find Saberlight for the finish too. Just like that, the window opens back open, kicks him to death.
You should have went down with your ship, pirate.
Oh, they're having some fun, that's for sure.
74 kills in 40 minutes. It has just been a barn burner of a match.
Oh, it's a good one for sure here. I mean, the Weaver, they needed to get the buyback to kill the Weaver though. Well worth it, I think. Otherwise, the alternative is you probably just lose the game, right? So, but Storm buyback is now on cooldown. So, far from being in a position, I think, even though they're up 6,000 gold, it doesn't feel like they can win this game to me.
No.
And I'm not exactly sure why I feel this way. I normally wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But it definitely feels like in a situation, maybe they can make something happen right now with the Weaver buyback and getting him on a dieback situation. But not so bad so far here. They're going to get the tower. 30 more seconds. Maybe you can make something happen. maybe you can get this kill.
I mean, they have a lot of repositioning tools, ways to mess people up. And again, it's just this like massive magical damage that comes out from Storm Spirit if you can kind of find the right angle for it. But as Weaver's going to respawn, as Kunkka's going to respawn, they have to reset, go and retreat. Emo's going to be close to level 25. Monkey King is close to his too. These level 25s coming out will become important. But like you said, it's a tough hill to climb. This Liquid lineup just does so much, and particularly this level 25 Weaver just
That's the name of the
destroys
game.
heroes.
That's the name of the game here. You got to kill this Weaver.
Yeah.
Like if you kill Weaver, then maybe you got a chance. But Mickey most likely will be saving buybacks, and I feel like it takes a lot to kill him. And his team is helping a lot with that regard. Aeon Disc coming out on the Crystal Maiden, which is a pretty good choice, actually, to kind of deal with this Storm Spirit here. Because if you just Aeon Disc, all of a sudden, all this damage you're doing is not going to affect him to the point where he can get away. Glimmer Cape also working. We're starting to see that Emo's having a more difficult time getting on top of heroes and bursting them. And of course, you do have a Refresher as well on top of the Kunkka here. So a lot of good things in that regard, but you can't ignore the other side either. Tusk, he does have his Ags available, so that's always a game-winning position and will play. And you talked about it before. Chen with the Scythe of Ice, that's always going to be good as well. Dawn hasn't really got a new item in a while, and the Bloodstone is now available here for the Storm Spirit, and I think this is freshly completed Daedalus for the Monkey King too. So both teams have just got a bunch of new items, which will make this fight even more interesting. And a shield rune, guess who's going to take it? The man who has no breaks. This could help him out.
He needs it. He needs something. Smoke up from both teams. And still a minute and a half until Roche is capable of respawning. It looks like it's just going to be trying to find pickoffs that aren't going to connect onto anybody. Now, do either of these teams decide to go through the gate? Ooh, spicy. Hold on a second now. New, I think, showed on lane for a second. So LGD are in kind of a precarious position with Liquid coming in from behind.
Yeah, for sure here.
Ooh,
they dropped the ward on PYW. Can he break the smokes?
They're not going to go in. Smokes are worn off and they head out.
Sania is TPing back. Yeah, they're just TPing back to defend their barracks here. I wonder if there'll be any stragglers. Nah, they're going to TP 5 heroes back into their base.
Right.
And that'll be that.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, Bloodstone is done for Storm Spirit now, so some forms of mana regen are online.
Invisibility.
Any other big levels that are coming out with the talents? I mean, the levels are actually, I think, slightly into the favor of LGD amongst the cores. They have 3 heroes that are close to 25. One of them,
yeah, I mean, Storm just hit it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's going to get the 500 distance auto ball, remnant, and lightning. Okay, normally I see the 2x overload attack bounce, but he's getting back when Storm was really annoying. You'd always see these remnants drop on the ground. Most people have been opting for the bouncing overload attacks, but we'll see. Maybe this one will still have some warrant.
I feel like this could be a good game for his shard too, if they can manage to get it. Just that extra attack speed when you're pairing it together with the Revenant's Brooch and the Ethereal Blade, since you're trying to burst people so quickly.
Could be good, but more than anything, this Roshan is what's going to... Oh, damage!
Shiro, they pull in one. Try and do what they can. Look at it! Look at him! Zip it back and forth! What is he doing? I haven't seen that one in a while. That was sick. He killed the Kunkka. Now the roll back and forth. Shiro, he pops his BKB. Emo recharging,
Mickey.
going for another round. They find him, they kill him. Double dead, no buybacks on either. The winner.
Dude, Shiro, man, fought Mickey.
It is almost there. They finally get him. Oh my god. The chase, it's still looking pretty good. They're going to get him. He's gone too. 4 dead. They had to buy back on the Weaver, and that's Aegis.
The deal breaker in that game, or that team fight, was actually the fact that Shiro was standing on the edge of the Solar Guardian, just barely keeping him alive. And you'll see this here. Like, watch Shiro here in this fight. First of all, amazing stuff from the Storm Spirit here. Just instant killing. This is a Kunkka that double Torrent Storm and everything. It's just he doesn't have a BKB, so he didn't popped it. But you're gonna see later on. Oh, we might not see it because this clip might be too long. But on the edge, you're gonna see.
Oh god!
This
Oh god!
Dawn
They all got
Breaker.
back.
Yeah,
all got
they're
back.
healing him.
We need to get.
And there's
into the
gonna be
game.
a big fight. There's
We
gonna be
need
a
to
big
get into
fight.
the game. He's zipping back and forth. He's doing the thing again. He's doing the thing again. Evo, he needs to get out of there. TP no. Nope. He goes down, dead for 2 minutes. Oh, that's no buyback, and now they're gonna come in and finish the Aegis in time. Oh, that's gotta be so frustrating for LGD.
Madman strikes again. He has no buy, so
yeah.
I think you just go. If you are on the side of Liquid here, you have an Aegis on this Weaver, and you are playing against 0 Storm Spirits. And this Storm, we've seen time and time again. Without Storm, these fights feel hard to win, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because the Cold Embraces are just going to save you. And now you got Aegis, Cold Embrace, no Storm. Go.
He's back. He's going to have buyback in 30 seconds. So they just have to buy a little bit of time here. And then they'll be able to get him. And you can see Liquid, like, they might not have the exact timing on the Storm's buyback. And because of that, they're playing it really safe right now. And that's actually, I think, buying enough time where he's going to be able to come and defend these racks.
Good Ghost Scepter there by Chen, because no joke, he probably could have just died there instantly with a couple lucky crits.
Okay. They have the buyback at the ready.
Did he X his Weaver? Why?
Yes, he did. I don't know why. Okay.
For fun.
Good.
I mean, do you keep going here? I think
look
so,
at bottom. Like, while this is all happening, they're pushing. There are catapults in the base that are shoving this out. And now they have one catch. Mickey.
I mean, there's also Newa's there. He's going to take the racks. Bottom, he's going to do a little rat action.
Yeah, this is going down. So 2 sets of racks apiece. Actually, the melee racks mid does not go down.
Can they cancel TPs? Oh.
And Storm didn't have to buy back either. That was great for LGD.
It truly was, actually. Given the circumstances, not bad at all. And it could have been disastrous if PYW could have found a pick there at the end. So this game is all about buyback status now. And look at all of those buybacks that are available on the Radiant side. And look at all those buybacks that are not available on the Dire side. That's a bit scary. Sure, you have the Aegis here, but you got to chew through 5 buybacks now from the Radiant squad to win this game. And you only got 2 buybacks yourself. Oh, you got 1. Sorry, you only have 1 buyback, and that's just on Saberlight.
I mean, they're going in. They want to all in this Rax, it looks like, with Mickey, potentially. And they're going to make the blink forward play. And yeah, they're not in position from LGD, so they do get the second Rax at least. I think that is really important, right? Like, they can't come into this with no buybacks and then also down a bunch of racks.
For sure.
But as it stands, think about what ends up happening. And there's a bunch of bounty runes over here too. Saberlight picks those up. This next couple of minutes for Liquid are terrifying. If anybody gets caught, they need most of these heroes to put on any type of an effort, and particularly the Weaver, who at least has the Aegis.
There's going to be a really big timing coming up for LGD, and it's going to be in 2 minutes when this Aegis expires. And after that, you're going to have a moment of like a minute, half, 2 minutes where you're going to be able to kill almost any hero in the game without buyback, and you have buybacks available. So if they hit that timing and they, timed these buybacks correctly, this could be a huge game-winning moment if they can catch some heroes here. And they got the Tusk with Ags. It's definitely a reality, but they got to avoid this Weaver. That is the one hero that can play up in their face for the next 1 minute and 18 seconds. After that, though, any hero's fair game. Even if they kill the Kunkka, getting that buyback might just be good enough.
Yeah. No, it's true. And the one part that's sort of strange, like Weaver is obviously the tower hitter for Liquid that can do so much work so quickly, take down a tier 3 tower. LGD don't really have that hero necessarily. They obviously can do damage and split push with new. They have the Chen creeps that they can send in, but there isn't that same like Geminate attack burst that you're seeing from the other ones.
they're gonna have to play the fights differently. Instead of sieging, they're gonna have to find an opening to just use the kick to get them out of the base. So walrus kick and walrus punch, very interesting and very creative names, but they're gonna walrus kick them out of there, and then all of a sudden they have no buyback, boom, go in. And I think it's worth trying. This is definitely a win condition that is going to be available in 15 seconds here. Aegis is going to go down. And then you can see 15 seconds till Aegis down. Look at the buyback timers, 2 minutes 45 seconds, 2 minutes on the Weaver. They got about 1 minute, I want to say, or a minute 30 seconds to make something happen.
I will say that because of the chaotic nature of this game, I wouldn't be surprised if they just wait for the next Roche. Like, with how crazy all this stuff has been and how back and forth it is,
I mean,
like, late game Dota is just so nuts, you know? I agree that I'd like to see them make that move, and I feel like it's, you know, with buybacks down, it's pretty clear what the good move would be, but...
I'm just saying, it's a window. You don't have to take every window in Dota, right? Like, but if they want to look for it, go for it. If not, wait for the next Aegis. And then if they let these buybacks come off cooldown, this game is going to go another 30 minutes.
Oh, Emo got his shard now. Look out. He's ready.
Ready to rock and roll.
Yep.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and not do anything with this. So we're in for the long haul. We're definitely probably going to see those 60-minute neutral items. It's going to be a first hour-long game in a couple days, so that's pretty hype.
Love to see it. Love to see it. It is the way that this stuff goes, and they claim themselves another Tormentor now. So just that extra bit of golden XP. Obviously, additional Wukong's ring is online. We saw the Starbreaker cooldown for new. Any other 25s that are coming up soon? Tusk is getting close to his.
Yeah, Tusk. I mean, this one is... I mean, maybe the Snowball cooldown is pretty cool. I don't think he has enough attack speed to warrant the 12% chance on the Walrus Punch. And then Shin's is going to be... Hand of God applies Strong Dispel. Is that good in this game? It's honestly not that good, as you can't
what about
really...
the other 25?
The Hand of God, like, heal over time. I mean,
so
yeah...
Extra 200 on the base, so 600 heal and then 50 HP heal per second.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's definitely not one of those talents that are just like going to be game breaking, most likely.
It's not the Geminate attack of Weaver.
Yeah.
Oh wait, whoa. Shiro?
Okay.
What is happening? Zip in, they find one here. Why are they fighting now? Okay, they run in, a lot of damage out. They find a good amount of damage now in the Hex on the Mickey, but they don't have any extra cores to chase him down. Emo is under control. He's torrented. He's voted. They've got him caught, but he's going to zip away.
They still haven't killed the Wyvern yet.
And they do manage to find the kill onto the Wyvern. While Saberlight pulling around and trying to bring down New. He's going to die. A triple kill. Liquid take that fight, but why was he there? What was happening?
Why was who where?
Shiro. It's just...
I mean, his team was there too. It's just that Mickey ran into the entirety of the enemy team, and also, like, the Wyvern just happened to be there. You're going to see, like, in that fight, he just kind of got pincered there, I suppose. He didn't expect the Wyvern to be out of position there, and I got to say, Mickey just kind of manned up there and just, like, ran into an area that was a little dangerous. But the reason they did all this is because even if they would have died there, their buybacks came off cooldown.
Oh, yeah.
So they were ready to take a fight. And it makes you wonder, like, you know, Liquid, they were able to man up when their buybacks are up. LGD, they weren't willing to man up when the buybacks are on cooldown for Liquid. Is this going to bite them in the ass? Well, potentially you might have to look back on that and think about it.
Right. A big swing into the favor of Liquid. And now level 30 on Weaver. So the Sakuchi cooldown, 3.1 second cooldown, 4-second duration. But the most important thing is the added Geminate attacks that are going to get spammed out.
There's actually probably not a better... All right, hold up. Okay. All right, he's not done. Maybe he's done.
Yeah, he's just zipping.
He's just having... Can you find a better... Put it this way, 2 level 30 talents, right? That have better synergy than these two?
It's really insane.
Like, Weaver's level 30 talent actually has synergy with his... Or level 25 talent, sorry. Actually has synergy with his other 25 talent.
Yeah.
Which makes his level 30 actually even better.
No, it's too much.
I mean, what other ones are there? I guess the ball lightning overload attack bounces, that actually has pretty good synergy too for the Storm if he gets 30.
I mean, I think that it's just doubling down on what Weaver is already doing so well, which is absolutely demolishing everybody in the fight.
Damage, yeah.
Okay, that's an Octarine core for Tusk, and he did take the snowball cooldown. Chen does not yet have his 25, so the main hero to watch in this is going to be Shiro on the Monkey King, making sure he doesn't die. He does get a butterfly. That's one thing that we haven't seen yet on the side of Liquid is a MKB. Foxy, they were going to break the smoke right away. They run into all of them. There's the zip. They find it. New goes in. Do they have enough damage? Snowball tries to pull him a little bit away. Emo waiting for his moment to jump in. Finds the back line. Zips through all of them. Shiro living. He survived through the initial assault. Now the connection. The Aeon Disc is proccing from Kunkka. Control and enough damage for Boxy to die. Almost quite. Is he going to be brought down yet? Yes, he is. But they also lost Saberlight. That's 2 buybacks already used along with the Chen. Oh man, PYW didn't stand a chance against that Weaver.
Emo has had a regen this whole fight, by the way, so he's full mana again.
He is scary. Shiro ready to run back in. Jump forward, tries to find the stun, not going to be there in time. The root long duration, Shiro jumps in. Winner's Curse, but it's not doing nearly enough damage. And now that's a dieback on Saberlight. He is going to fall. Weaver starts slaying them out, and PYW also going to be under control. Emo ready to go in for another salvo. Finally, he focuses on that Weaver and kills them off. Buys back, can time-lapse into the fight, but decides not to. Instead, is going to have to stay out, is going to TP on and rejoin the team. It's going to be Nisha bouncing back and forth, finding Newell, getting that kill. PYW wants to run back forward, find himself a target. Wait, Weaver's dead!
Emo's going in!
This is going to be a dieback! Can they bring him down in time? Yes! Triple kill for Emo! Finding more around the map. Somehow he did all of that without ending up dying even once. Unbelievable. New goes down, or takes down Insania also, and there's no buybacks on any of these heroes for Liquid.
I mean, there definitely isn't. I don't even know if you go for Roche here, but do you really have to go for Roche, guys? Can't you just end? All right, it dies pretty quickly here. Maybe they have time for both, but yeah, I mean, what's there even to say about this fight? I think the big thing to say in this fight is there's a regen rune, by the way, on the Storm Spirit for the entire fight. Look at him in the corner. He's regen. He's been doing this the entire fight, and he was able to get in both the core pickoffs on Weaver because of this regen rune that was not canceled throughout the entirety of that fight. And not often do you see a regen rune on Storm making a big difference in like some 60-minute game, but it absolutely was the difference maker here.
Emo, he might not be the most consistent. He might not be the most sane, but he is one of, if not the most electrifying player that I've seen in a long time. And it's not just because he's playing Storm. This dude is a freaking monster. Nisha is rolling around trying to slow down this pressure. They need a little bit more time before their Kunkka's back up, but it's a while before the Weaver's going to be there, zipping back and forth. Thought about going into the fountain. He holds off for a moment. This team telling him, please don't dive fountain. As they turn their sights now.
He can't throw him, can he?
Can they
I don't think so.
Shiro, he's trying to take it, but there it is. The Winner's Curse. Find more time. 23 seconds until they have that Weaver back up. They try and bring it down. Nisha's under control. Damage out. Shiro, he's starting to fall. Wait a minute. Liquid, they're doing it. They're pulling this back in. They
Chen's killing the throne.
It's falling. It's starting to fall, and Chen is going to take it down in the end. GG is called. LGD pull up an insane game off the back of the Emo Storm Spirit. Don't make them mad.
I think you sometimes forget that Chen is a universal hero, right? And actually in these late game situations where you start getting a lot of items and get a lot of levels, his right click legitimately hurts. And at the end of that game, it was the difference maker. Chen with the Dawnbreaker hitting that throne gave him the damage to finish that one off there. But yeah, how to unpack this game? Like, how does one like go back and be like, what the hell happened here? I guess we can TLDR it. Emo Storm, absolute madman, goes Revenant's Brooch as his second item, or actually first real big item, and counters the Wyvern's Cold Embrace flawlessly, and that allowed them to win fights that they otherwise would not have won. And that catapulted them to be in a position where the game was competitive. Then all hell broke loose from probably 10 minutes into this game for the whole entirety 60 minutes of it. But I think Emo choosing to go for the Brooch as his early pickup item really blew this game open and allowed them to get into a position where they're able to win it.
These are the types of games of Dota that what's so awesome about it is that at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Falcons won 2-0 in the other series. And so it literally did not matter, but it was so freaking hype, and LGD's try until the end. They don't care. They're having a great time. It's really awesome to see, and seeing new and interesting stuff, unique mechanics, decision making. I freaking love Dota, man. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, this game was best case scenario for everyone, right?
Yeah.
LGD get to leave with a win, which is nice. Doesn't matter for Liquid, so even though they lost, it was just a learning experience. That doesn't matter, right?
Right.
So it's just a win-win for everyone just because of how things happen to work out.
Unbelievable. 100 kills in total in a 60-minute game, and massive amounts of damage done. Weaver did the most in the game with 74,000, but then it was Emo 65k on that Storm Spirit, who went 25, 8, and 19. It could have gone either way. Both of these teams had opportunities to close it out. I thought Liquid played very, very good Dota, and it was just a little bit too crazy at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was good Dota from Liquid. They had some very unconventional picks too, right?
Yeah.
How much of this was them? I mean, I guess they needed to win, but they picked Wyvern and Crystal Maiden. After watching this game, I'm pretty sure Crystal Maiden is not a very strong hero in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
Seeing the impact, and they picked it 2 games in a row. If you're snowballing, it looks really good, but in this game, in the late game, not much you can do as a Crystal Maiden. Boxy played the hero as well as she could play it, but not much could happen. But these heroes that can scale into late game, like this Tusk with the Ags, seemed to be a little bit too much, and it felt like there wasn't that second core on Liquid that could really come in or support that can do the damage. It really had to be Mickey doing most all the damage here.
Right. And this is one of the
look at Sableye just die.
That's
he
so
bought a
cool.
pipe, and he had a pipe too, by the way, and he just dies instantly to just the Storm Spirit. So Storm hasn't been very meta for a long time, but maybe Emo has given some Storm players out there some ideas to potentially make this hero relevant again.
I think the ball lightning is much better than it used to be probably now too, right? The level 25 talent, because previously it was okay, well, people are just going to BKB all the remnants, but if you zip back and forth 3 times, it's still doing a decent amount of damage because it's not fully mitigating the magic coming out.
Yeah, and it's also giving you mana back with the Bloodstone build, right?
Right.
This wasn't a random build by Emo. He's definitely thought this through, and he's done it before. I've just never seen it before, but every single item he built had a purpose in it, and it made sense. And you kind of see in these fights, he's getting a lot of mana back because he's just invulnerable while getting mana back because he popped the Bloodstone, and he's doing a ton of damage with the E-Blade as well. So really cool stuff. And it's very unfortunate we won't see this anymore from Emo in this tournament, as they are, even though they won this game, they are out of the tournament. So if you are just tuning in on this, is very unfortunate. LGD, if you are a fan, this game was for fun for them, and they really put on the show though. This is definitely one hell of an exit.
I mean, if this is what we can expect to see from LGD in the future, I'm mega down. Let them get knocked out of tournaments earlier, and then we go to some crazy stuff. Definitely a frustrating match, I'm sure, for Saberlight in that one. Again, just a lot of emphasis placed on trying to shut him down in the laning stage, having to face off against that Monkey King. But overall, still going to have to reset themselves. Everybody on Liquid except for Mickey had 10 plus deaths in that game. I mean, everybody was just dying a lot. There were a lot of buybacks, but it was insane. Okay, we have the final bits of the group stage finished off now. The day's not done though. There's still a lot more Dota that's going to be played. Some of the matches are going to be going on. The best of threes will begin, and then of course there's also that 1v1. I'm not sure where the 1v1 is happening, but I'm going to watch it wherever it's
I want to
going
see
on.
that. Can I cast that?
I don't think we get to cast it. I'm pretty sure they're casting it over on the main stream or somewhere else. Who knows?
That's too bad.
I'm mega hyped. Oh, okay. It's happening now on Stream C apparently. So if you want to
Put me in,
check
coach.
that one out,
Put me in, coach.
You're ready. It has to be Shadow Fiends, right? Absolutely. Okay. All right, we're gonna go to a break, and when we come back, we're gonna have Gary and Lacoste hop back on and cast the next best of 3 that's coming out in just a little while. Stay tuned. More from ESL 1 KL right after this break. We'll see y'all then.
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. No place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I can never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, little mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't got a flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause her life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care with gossip. She stirred the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug in the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lips taste. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit me. In the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say it.
not a king, I'm the king. Just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. Do you wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe it. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I'm not a king, I'm the king.
Takes by their money to foster change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire.
been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. We're here out of the group stage already, quickly snapping into the playoffs upper bracket round 1 as we now have 2 teams ready to go head to head. A quick 1v1 tiebreaker did just occur at Lacoste as we now have Gaming Gladiators ready to take on G2IG in that upper bracket. Should be exciting because best of 3 time now.
Oh, absolutely. Should be a spicy one, you know. It can be a draw, so that's always good for Dota. Group stages are done, and this has to be the longest 1v1 I've seen, at least the one that I remember, because it had everything. It had, you know, gentleman's agreement. Quinn did not want to pick up any runes, even though it was allowed by the rules. If it's in the game, you can't just pick it up. And then you had Mid1 denying himself the neutrals and like the 25% chance to miss uphill, and also tower. Like you had so much region. Mid1 starting with the blood grenade. You see, like, I'm sure there's a lot of practice going on into these like 1v1s, because it really matters. It's not, you know, before we had it only for the show matches where you go up and then you like, okay, it's for fun. It's just gonna be, you know, some memes happening.
Yeah, now you've got these tiebreakers deciding, you know, who's going up to the upper bracket, who can win, or sorry, who can have a loss against the team and who can get eliminated straight away, potentially. As we can take a look back there at the standings from Group A, Azure Ray and Gaming Gladiators up at the top after that tiebreaker between Gaming Gladiators and Team Secret. And then Bet Boom also joining them, while Blacklist Rivalry and Wawitas down at the bottom being eliminated. We got to cover a couple of these teams. We were mainly focused on Group B, though, our casting through the group stage, where G2IG topped it 8-2. The new roster, you know, gathering up some of these very strong players from the Chinese region. Falcons look pretty solid as well. Tundra, a little surprising, positively surprising that they managed to do so well on day 1, then kind of evening things out with Team Liquid towards day 2. And LGD, a little upset down at the bottom with 9 Pandas, who really didn't feel like they showed up for this tournament, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, something just fell off, especially at the first day, because they were unable to like match the energy of the other teams. A little surprised by LGD, you know, it's a new squad, so it always takes a little bit more time to get used together. And then we have Avitas and Blacklist International, the full, you know, squad coming out from the Philippines, with Mushi being in charge of the coaching. And I'm pleasantly surprised by Team Secret, because you know, this team, when the team formed, people were like, okay, this is the worst roster Team Secret had in years. And they're like, if there's one guy I trust in Dota scene that's going to pick up scout good talent, that's Puppy. You know, he's been playing this game for 20 years, and he tends to put himself also on, I would say, a little bit of a challenge when it comes down to playing Dota. It doesn't necessarily need to be like all the superstar players. He makes them superstars.
Yeah, and there's a certain amount of stubbornness, and I don't mean this in like a derogatory way, right? It's Puppy's identity somewhat to be stubborn in draft, stubborn when he's picking players. You know, bring back Boom, bring back Mid1. He has trust, he has understanding, and he has chemistry with them, obviously, to bring them back into the roster numerous times. And now looking very good with this iteration of Team Secret as they do make themselves a place in the playoffs for ESL 1 KL. As we can see there, all of the qualified teams going to be moving into the playoff bracket, which we can take a peek at as well with up at the... Oh, that's us. We are the playoff bracket. Up at the top, upper bracket, Azure Ray against Falcons going on right now on the mainstream ESL Dota 2. And for us, Lacoste and I, G2IG against Gaming Gladiators is your series coming up next, which we can start to take a little more focus on.
Yeah, you see these, teams, and they're like, okay, these are some really good teams. You also have a couple of new names. Tundra, it's not the same squad. It's the new squad, the TSM squad, with one change, their position 4s. Team Falcons, pleasant surprise. Like, we see a lot of these teams after TI ended just forming new teams, like new superstar teams that should look good on papers, like Team Falcons, and they're there for a good reason, There's always a bit of a doubt when a new superstar team forms. We can always go back to Team Elephant, where things didn't work out. And then you have G2IG as well, because this team came out of nowhere. China had been struggling, I would say, because they, after DPC ended, during the DPC, there was a bit of a lackluster performance, I would say. And especially for, some members from Team Aster. Monet, he didn't manage to qualify. He's definitely a TI caliber player, and he got eliminated by Team Bright. So, he needed some kind of a change. And then G2IG form. Baboka, Xnoa, JT, nothing to say, coming out from LGD. Also, Baboka, I think he is the player that people love to watch play Dota, because he has his own style, has his own identity, and just plays a bit different. He's always super aggressive. He wants to scale. Xnoa as well. This team on paper sounds good, and first time seeing them in action during the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, I'm already satisfied. We do have 3 good Chinese teams, and now you also have Ame coming out of retirement, which joining Extreme Gaming, so there's going to be another Chinese powerhouse.
Yeah, things are going to get super spicy over there for sure. And I just want to come back to what you said about Baboka. Yeah, people enjoy watching him. We enjoy casting him because his name is fun to say, right? Baboka. But I think that he does have that almost unique stylistic difference to other players. And I put him in the same category as Topson, where Topson from the mid lane, he has a very good sort of macro understanding, and he likes tilting people out of the game, right? He'll focus on that one hero that he knows. If I focus this guy, his game is ruined, but he's the linchpin, right? He's the main target that will force the entire enemy lineup to crumble. Baboka does the same thing from the support role, which is always fun to see. And of course, they both play Monkey King. Was always a big connection between the two. And of course, the opponents of G2IG. Lots of G's in this series, Lacoste. Got Gary Gaming Gladiators, IGG2, and here are Gaming Gladiators themselves. Quinn, just having won that 1v1 mid, gonna be feeling pretty confident heading into this one.
Absolutely. The team that didn't change anything for a good reason. They've been the best team for the first 6 months of this year, and then Team Spirit showed up and ruined their plans pretty much. But the team that has showed us that what I would say just commitment, and this is the team that also, even before they formed these individuals, they played some extremely good Dota. This has been a team that won 3 majors. They got second at TI. They have their own understanding of Dota. They have their own unique playstyle. This is the team that has been copied the most throughout the whole year, because you needed to study them to be able to just try to beat them. Not many managed to do so for a good reason, because this team, they're really good when they're playing ahead. They can close out the games. We've seen them at TI, especially during playoffs, when they managed to create another unique playstyle. The games are pretty long, around 37 up to 40 minutes in average. And then Gaming Gladiators said, you know what? We're going to speed things up. We're going to add a little bit of push and end the game in 15, 20, 25 minutes. And this is the playstyle that they've been also using at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, because I see a lot of similar picks, not necessarily in terms of ending the game as quickly, but they can speed things up when it's necessary.
Yeah, so friendship, dedication, and love. Going back to Quinn's roots, right? This team has been brought up, stayed together, and really committed to it all. And they're also one of these Dota dream stories where they started off with a meme name. You think of Funfyongs and Monkey Business, Team Tickles, turning into Gaming Gladiators and coming out and stomping the entire Western European scene. Now, we did get some predictions in for the group stage. I don't believe we predicted this series, though, but you in chat can. Make sure you get your predictions in for this game between G2IG and Gaming Gladiators in chat. Who do you reckon? Before any drafts, before anything happens, Do you lean one way or the other?
I've seen too much of Gaming Gladiators throughout
Yeah,
the year
the bias
to
is
go
there.
against them, but should be a really hype series. I hope this goes to Game 3. I also want to see G2IG going full force because some of the heroes that they've been using are, not the most meta heroes we've seen, like especially like when Team Spirit played at TI, is that some of these like strong heroes are gonna come back, like Magnus. It becomes like meta for this current series, and I could see something similar happening in this one because JT, he is the Magnus player, and also Baboka, we did mention his playstyle, some of the heroes that he has been playing. These are like very good heroes at scaling. He's banging out position 4 clinks, his Enchantress is always fearsome, and they just love to scale. So like we've seen that in this current meta, you need to have like 3-4 good scaling heroes, and I think for G2IG, Baboka is that key factor.
Okay. I honestly, my prediction, I'm just gonna be biased and say that we need some C players in this tournament. We've got Team Secret with mid one, of course, but having 3 Malaysians on this G2IG squad, you've got to be rooting for the home players in front of the home crowd. Malaysia Bole, make sure you get yourselves up and rooting for the Malaysian boys. We do have a quick break before we get into the series proper, so we'll join you in a few minutes with G2IG against Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators, a team that came out of nowhere and very fast became one of the absolute best teams in the world. They've looked extremely dominant this entire year, but sadly their dominance was cut short both in Riyadh and at TI, though they still managed good results at both events.
Gaming Gladiators trying to defend, but it's not gonna happen.
What is it about them that makes them such a strong team? Let's take a look at some of their games. Gaming Gladiators has some of the absolute best players in every position on the team, from Quinn to Celery, and unlike some other top teams currently, they don't put all their eggs in one basket on their carry, Dyrachyo. They put less effort into protecting their carry and instead try to ensure that all their cores are strong. It's very common to see Ace or Quinn taking the top net worth slot, and Dyrachyo focusing more on making space than being a traditional hard carry in those games. This reflects in their drafting style. What they'll frequently do is pick heroes that essentially work as a second carry for Ace, such as Wraith King or Lone Druid. What this means when playing against Gaming Gladiators is that you can't simply shut down one player and win the game. You have to shut the entire team down.
Or either kill off Dyrachyo. I mean, it's all a distraction.
One thing that makes Gladiators hard to play against is how well they take or avoid fights. They almost exclusively take fights that they can win. These are just some of the reasons why the Gaming Gladiators have had such a dominant year. To beat them, all you have to do is shut down 5 of the best Dota players in the world, take impossibly hard fights, and never make a mistake at any point. Because if you do, they will take advantage of it. Simple, right?
And everything's going down.
right, welcome back. Here we go. Gaming Gladiators against G2IG. We're just getting the players in the lobby, and we should be ready with the draft in the next couple of minutes. Lacoste, we've done our little predictions. We've got ourselves all prepped and hyped, ready for this best of 3 series, because it's an interesting one, right? The kind of condensed schedule, quick group stage, snapping into things, and already day 3, we're into the upper bracket playoffs. There's a lot on the line just to get yourselves these victories very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And upper bracket, we're already, as you said, in upper bracket semis. You win this series, you win this best of 3, and you have BO3 and BO5, and suddenly you won a tournament. And
easy as that.
Absolutely. One of the reasons why, I am giving slight advantage to Gaming Gladiators is at the start of the season. Again, it's a new season. Again, starting, they tend to do really good. And this team, it feels like they're not burnt out at all. They just tend to play a lot of Dota. They reset really quickly. They had a little bit of time after TI. I don't think, not winning TI did affect them at all. I still see, the same team. Absolutely. Some teams might be, even changing the roster. We've seen teams change rosters even when they win TI. So Gaming Gladiators, it's more about a friendship. I feel like they're very well connected. There were a couple of interviews throughout the last DPC when Ace talked about, just the power of friendship in the team.
Yeah. I mean, we've had situations where winning TI has changed people, right? You win millions of dollars, and all of a sudden, all you want to do is play arcade games or play MMOs or something, go off and chill a little bit. We had Team Spirit as one of the few teams that kind of really stick together, same kind of play style, same core of the lineup. Go and do it twice. OG, of course, are doing a similar thing. That friendship, that camaraderie, right, is such an underlying and underestimated part of making a Dota 2 team in a lot of regards. Prior to OG, so many teams are just we need star players. We need the best offlaner, the best carry. But if you don't have that chemistry and understanding, you don't have that mind link between your players, right? Because when you're playing Dota, there's sometimes just not enough time to actually say something or type or ping what you want to do. You have to just understand what your lane partner or what your teammate is going to do in the next second and a half or fraction of a second to be on the same page as them. And that's felt like what what Gaming Gladiators have been doing for the past year and a half, 2 years or so.
Absolutely.
Looking very good.
And you can see that chemistry in-game, especially on the off lane. Ace and Tofu, it feels like they just play Dota. Also, we had an opportunity to listen to their comms multiple times, and they're very calm. The comms are super clear, very easy to understand. There's not much yelling going on. They seem to be very in the zone playing Dota. And then as you've seen, Ace, he's the secondary carry of the team. He tends to, sometimes people are even refer to him as being the true carry of the team, just because the Ratio sometimes plays these sacrificial carries. A lot of the times you'll see him, doing some random stuff. It looks random, but it has a lot of purpose to it because others are getting the farm. And you'll see Quinn, you'll see Ace as well on top of the network, whether we're talking about, Tidehunter, Beastmaster. These heroes are not the heroes you would expect to be on top of the network, but Ace makes them. He has that extra half an item, extra full item, which does change how the whole team plays around him.
Wait, what do you think the big reason around this whole offlane shift has been? Is it map changes? Is it meta, hero pool, players coming in? Because it felt for the longest, it didn't feel like it. It was for the longest time that offlane, you were kind of on an island. You're going to be left alone. You'll be level 3 Tidehunter 10 minutes in the game, hoping to try and get yourself to level 6. Nowadays, you look at Amar, you look at Ace, you look at a lot of these offlaners, like you said, they are the true carry of the team. What's changed in the past 2-3 years to make that happen?
Especially the map change being 40% bigger, which also means that someone is going to get that farm. There's enough farm for everybody on the map, and also some of the heroes that are being super popular, and people are always trying to push the limits. Okay, let's see if I can get away with Hand of Midas on the off lane. That sounds greedy. Then you're you know what if we shift this carry let's say, Alchemist or Wraith King and then build Radiance. Let's see how that's gonna work. Suddenly you're like, okay, they didn't manage to do anything. We'll keep them busy with our mid 4s and 5s, and then we'll have 2 carries pretty much that are gonna scale. We've even seen at TI, 9 Pandas, something that they've been doing is having 2 Radiances on the same team. Wraith King Radiance plus 1 extra Radiance, where we're talking about like Alchemist or Spectre, and then you disassemble one. So you can try to go as greedy as possible and see how that's going to go. One of the reasons why I mentioned that Gaming Gladiators are speeding things up, picking these Chens and Chantresses and pushing the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, now you've said all this and you've mentioned all these little factors. Shout out to Alliance, you know, TI2, TI3, they were the real pioneers. Admiral Bulldog, offlane carry Lone Druid, Loader doing all the safe lane kind of utility work, picking up the pieces, Enchantress for Ake, you know, Chen pushing the tempo, building things up like that. The real pioneers of this kind of greedier offlane style, but the game's changed so much over the past couple of years. We've had plenty of patches to kind of change and fix things up. But yeah, you're absolutely right. These Lone Druid, Bristleback, Alchemist, Naga offlane, bringing a lot of greed to the table. As we are just waiting for Gaming Gladiators to get set up, so draft should be on your screens in the coming minutes. And we can just think about, you know, where we've come from these past 2.5 days through the group stage for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. The big picks, right? The big heroes that we've been seeing, the Grimstroke, the Weaver, some of these supports being highly prioritized. Chen is up there as well. Who's another big one for you outside of the ones that I've already sneakily mentioned and stolen from you?
A Lion. Shard, triple plate mail. This hero cannot
meme
die.
Or nah?
Nah, it's a meme. It's an okay hero, but you know, it's very situational, I would say. There's still these like Spirit Breakers, these Slardar's the big one, most definitely. Yeah. This hero was completely uncontested at TI, and then you're suddenly seeing XM playing it on the mid lane, and then you're gonna see, like, from the off lane, you'll see some carry happening, waiting for Baboka to pick it up as position 4, you know, try to be as greedy as possible.
I mean, we used to have some of these weird position 4s, like position 4 Slardar back like 4 or 5 years ago. Buy boots, roam around, get some stuns. And here we have Gaming Gladiators, a couple of their highlights from the group stage. As we see there, Duracho Morphling getting one of his big carries in action. And there, Tofu. Phoenix has looked pretty solid the past few months. A hero that feels like it can be somewhat difficult to make work, but in these specific circumstances, no egg hitters or tanky heroes to burn through with Sunray, it looks exceptional.
Yeah, percentage-based damage, that's the big one. And also something that you mentioned, egg hitters. If you think about like 2 of the best egg hitters in the game, Mirana, like coming out from position 4, she's not a hero at the moment, very lackluster. Then you have Snapfire, which is also very situational. It's not as popular after the changes to Rod of Athos and also swapping 2025 talent. People don't play it as a core anymore. And also as a support, there are better options. So you don't have that Lil Shredder. Maybe Ogre could come into a play with some like earlier Bloodlust. Ursa, also very difficult hero. Like he needs a very specific set of heroes that he's playing against and in the team to make this hero work. So one of the reasons why Phoenix is so popular, we've seen like LGD first phasing the hero multiple times. Another Chinese team that's playing right here, G2 IG, also picked Phoenix 2 times already. So that means that they're not too afraid to pick it on like 13, 14.
Yeah, I mean, kind of reflected in the stats as well. 14 picks, 57% win rate for Phoenix, but 25 bans, right? Seeing a lot more of these bans focused when you know that you have a draft that can't deal with it, you're removing it out, and then you're picking it in specific slots where you can make it work. I think along with these, we've kind of tied into that Slardar you talked about. Razor has started to see a slight uptick in picks, especially day 2. We've had like 5 picks for him, 60% win rate. He's starting to be noticed by people. Could definitely see his sort of rise in the pecking order of the draft as we take a quick look at G2 IG, a couple of their highlights as well, as they get tossed around there. X-Nova's Chen, one of these tempo pushing heroes that comes in and up against Falcons in this match.
Yeah, you mentioned Razor. Amar shows up, qualifies for a tournament, suddenly Razor becomes new meta again. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And I think also there's a big thing this tournament which has felt really nice and kind of refreshing to watch. We don't have like a defined meta in terms of everyone is doing the same style. Even yesterday, right, we had this game where we've got a pick-off strat from LGD and their opponents were doing that. It was Tundra, right? This kind of tempo push strat with Lycan and Chen. They're going for these buildings and trying to shove the map out, while the other team had Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker going for individual targets, looking for team fights, looking for snap assassinations almost.
Yeah,
we don't have the same thing against each other. We've got different styles coming out.
Absolutely. You see like the clashes of the styles where people think, okay, we can go as greedy as possible. Then on the one side, you see a team trying to play as fast as possible, like Gaming Gladiators, who tend to like finish their games relatively early on.
Yeah, they're coming out of that laning stage strong, right? 7-8 minutes. They're already looking at key objectives, where they need to be on the map. And they like playing off of their primary item timings. It's just buy a blink dagger, jump in and kill some people. Let's bloody go. It looks like we are ready. Draft is about ready to get cracking here. Gaming Gladiators against G2IG. We'll see exactly what we'll be contending with and how many of these big heroes are going to be banned out, those Dazzles and Slardars, in that first phase of bans, as I did hear in my ear a little squawk of a poor Phoenix being taken out already.
Yeah, the one that we mentioned. I also think Enchantress is going to be the key hero of this series because Baboka loves to play it, and also Celery, one of the best Enchantress players out there. So different playstyle. Like I've seen Celery also carrying the games from position 4 Enchantress, but he doesn't tend to go as greedy as Baboka by any means. Also, the hero that we did mention, Magnus, maybe Gaming Gladiators, having some flashbacks from previous TI, playing against Team Spirit. You have to ban this hero, and there's also Chen. Some of these like push heroes that can build into auras, and I've been really, I would say, impressed by Chen, how well the hero can do in the late game. This is a universal hero, and if you build like, some drums, upgrade the bongo boots, some solar crest, you are packing a punch with penitence. You're actually dealing damage. You have like 250 right click.
Yeah, and even outside of like killing heroes, how many times have we seen now? One team is like 5-manning, pushing tier 3. And then they realize that a Chen alone is pushing faster than them on the opposite side of the map. You're trading tier 3 towers against the bloody Chen. Also, on the Magnus point, one of the things with LANs, right, is there's more content, more video clips, more highlight reels. I think Gaming Gladiators probably saw the clips of JT clipping people. They're just not wanting to deal with that. Get rid of him. Get him out of here. As we do have Slardar, Chen, and Spirit Breaker, those remaining bans, and Primal Beast, the first pickup for Gaming Gladiators.
This is the hero that most of the teams don't want to play against. Gaming Gladiators, I don't remember them getting their hands on Primal Beast so far in the tournament, because they can play it across... No, they haven't played it yet, if my info is correct, because...
It's always banned.
Yeah, it's banned for a good reason. This hero... pretty similar, I would say, to Earth Spirit from the mid lane, if it's going to be a mid Primal Beast, is that he doesn't need to rely on levels. You can just go around and make stuff happen. You can just gank enemies before even getting level 6. G2IG will try to counter this Primal Beast with the leash mechanic, and also we've seen a lot of Grimstroke. Prior to TI, Grimstroke was not a hero. Like, this hero was untouched, sub 25 most of the time % win rate, for a good reason. Like, you just couldn't time your Inkswell, and then this, let's call it a minor change, but it's actually so significant where you can...
It's huge,
yeah, it was massive. Like, that was the biggest change. Other spells were not touched, which also allowed him to be picked more often. Especially, I like the combination with Spectre a lot, where you can just follow Spectre around, and even if you have any kind of vision, you can pop that Inkswell. Spectre ulti on really low cooldown, 60 seconds level 1, down to 50, down to 40 at level 3. We might overtune that one a little bit, but
just a touch.
A tiny bit.
It's also a block pick as well, right? Because you're looking at Primal Beast thinking, hey, Grimstroke with that Inkswell and Primal Beast is pretty nasty. You pick it up for yourself to go along with the Spectre, the Chaos Knight, whatever it might be, and you've removed it from the hands of Gaming Gladiators. So a good double whammy from G2IG with their first pick. Now bans out on the Morphling, and one more from Gaming Gladiators. What else are you going to be respecting here?
they're going to be banning these late game carry heroes, something that Monet loves to play. He already played Morphling and did play Faceless Void. You know, people were addressing Monet as the best Chinese carry. He's been stable for a really long time, but ever since Ame was gone from the scene, Ame's back, you know, going to be playing for Extreme Gaming, but when he was missing, Monet was definitely the most stable carry player coming up from China.
Does he still keep that slot until Ame's first game? Or Ame comes back, he's been announced, hasn't played a game yet, and immediately takes first place off of him?
Ame takes over immediately. It's just,
it's
just the way it is.
It's a little upsetting for Monet. On G2IG, and they've got to know, you know, Primal Beast, reasonably flexible, could go across a couple of roles there, position 3 and 2. So yeah, not quite sure what you wanting to get rid of just yet, taking a while to think about it. Nature's Prophet, the removal.
That's another Baboka specialty, another hero that he plays extremely well. But Baboka is going to play anything that can get aggressive from early levels, make this like map pressure on different lanes, Enchantress where he can rotate, leave his offlaner alone, have global presence, and also scaling. Like, that's the biggest part. Anything that can scale well into the late game, mid game, if it comes down to that, Baboka's going to play it.
Well, he banned it himself. Gotten rid of it. Well, NTS pointing out something on the screen. Earthshaker. That could be his hero.
I think
probably is going to be his hero.
I think what they want to do with Earthshaker is follow this Primal Beast, put it on a mid lane if it's going to be mid, and potentially even play it on the off lane. I think JT can also play Earthshaker. Like, it's a good combo with these two heroes, whether you want to play Grimstroke position 4 with the Earthshaker, but most likely, if Gaimin decides to put this Primal Beast on a mid lane, Earthshaker will be the matchup against it. Because you have multiple stuns, you can CS nicely against Primal Beast.
Yeah, kind of block him out from advancing onto you. And you were talking about this yesterday as well. Earthshaker against Earth Spirit, or against any hero really, pretty damn good. Just denying out creeps and forcing your enemy to waste spells or use spells just to try and get last hits in lane. Gaming Gladiators coming out with a gyro now. We've seen this quite a bit through the group stage. The flex of the gyrocopter, position 1 or 5. Yeah. Is this going to be... Yeah, Dark Willow now for Gaming Gladiators, so maybe now Primal Beast Willow is your lane. Some solid control and early magic damage from this side.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, a lot of kill threat with these two heroes that are also very difficult to kill. Gyrocopter, they showed one game of Gyrocopter when they played against Vabitas. It was played by Celery. We've seen quite a lot of position 5 Gyro recently, where you tend to deal tons of damage. What the hero wants to do is have this long lane, trade with the enemy position 4 on the side, with Rocket Barrage, and you are saving the gold for that level 50 for 15-minute shard.
Get it as quickly as possible. There's more damage.
It's insane.
More and more.
That shard is just nuts. If you can kill the rocket and you're like using it multiple times to see someone running away, there are no creeps around it. It deals like 1,000 damage in a matter of a few seconds.
Or you're a support trying to kill the rocket as it chases your carry, and it runs over you, and the rocket does like
your carry dies, and then
HP.
rocket switches up to you. Woo! A spicy one.
Yeah, I mean, Meepo on our radar for an ace pick for Gaming Gladiators, but that's G2IG taking it themselves.
I've seen JT in pub the other day playing Meepo, so I assume that's gonna be an offlane Meepo. These heroes are very difficult to kill on G2IG. You have Weaver, who's like super elusive, Meepo with his shard, with the big mega Meepo, Earthshaker, once he gets Aghanim Scepter, Grimstroke will have the spell mechanic with his shard, something that he's also saving the gold for, pretty similar to Gyro. You want to get that shard as soon as possible, can't wait for 20-minute mark, and then 50-50 chance for you to get it.
Yeah, and against Shadow Realm, you've got kill threat there on the Dark Willow with your poofs and stuff, you've got nets against this Primal Beast to hold him in place, and you're being protected by Earthshaker and Grimstroke, which can be very nice indeed. And Gaming Gladiators looking to change things up. IO for them, so Gyro now in the position 1 role.
Yeah, most definitely. Seeing this Meepo, they will need some kind of AoE to deal with Meepo. But this Meepo early on puts a lot of pressure onto enemies. I want to see whether this is going to be like position for Weaver or if it's going to be carry. Something Gyro doesn't like to play against is heroes that can get on top of him, and Weaver is like one of the best heroes, having max movement speed. This hero prior to TI also wasn't really popular. Then suddenly, I believe it was Shiro who started this new trend with Deso and Shard pickup, where you're just like farming everything, applying AoE Deso. It's super good. Also another hero that can solo kill Tormentors, so really be careful about it. They have Meepo, they have Weaver, two heroes who can solo kill Tormentors.
And a lot of damage that comes out of nowhere, like a Blink Echo Slam and a jump in from Meepo. All of a sudden, your heroes disappear. And this used to be one of those old school storylines, right? The Chinese team didn't know how to deal with Meepo. Now you've got a Chinese team picking Meepo against a European Meepo team. And adding on to that, Gyrocopter used to be quote unquote a counter to Meepo until people realized it wasn't. I think Weehar was one of the ones back 6 years ago saying, yeah, pick Gyro. I don't care. I will jump on you and I will kill you before your flak does anything to me. Your AoE spill damage is meaningless if I can jump on you first. A lot of this game is going to be about those initiations. Who can find the jump on those key targets? As the final round of bans coming out here. Huskar gone. Get rid of some of the cheese. And Shadow Demon removed by Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, seems like what Gaming wants to do is something that we did mention is, put this Primal Beast on the side lane, and they're protecting the mid Earthshaker. Some of the bad matchups we've seen at TI. Quinn being really, really good at Necro. He was really forcing this pick, and it got banned also a lot of the times because people have seen him play it. So, would be a really good Necro game. I think if they need if they want to have some burst damage, I think there's a good chance of them picking up a hero like Lina on Gaimin, just to be able to burst this Meepo, burst this Earthshaker.
It could be a good shout. Quinn's Invoker comes to mind as well as potential there to have that kind of map control, move around with your Primal Beast and the IO. So when you've got IO relocate and a Gyro, you want to be kind of farming, hidden in the pocket, and then relocate forward into these more advanced heroes like the Primal Beast. Back them up.
G2IG removed Necro and Huskar, but there's multiple picks that Quinn could go with. There's also Queen of Pain, you mentioned Invoker, Wind Ranger. These are all really good picks against what they have, and these are all lane dominators. In the end, it's going to be Lina because I think it makes the most sense just because of the mid matchup, burst damage. We've seen Lina in action, and now they need to figure it out whether they want to put this Earthshaker maybe to position 4, but then you're gonna end up with Earthshaker plus Meepo. The way their gaming is reading this draft is that Shaker's still gonna be mid, and they're gonna be needing hero for Baboka.
We'll see what they do. Gaming Gladiators kind of telegraphed what all their heroes are going to be doing with that IO pick, right? That shifted things, locked it into place. And a wry smile there, a little giggle from Ace.
I mean, he's playing against Meepo. He's the Meepo master himself. Should be a fun one for him.
And he'll know what's up. And there it is, Enchantress. One of the big tempo heroes. I'll see how I can do in the lane. And try and deal with this Ace Primal Beast who's going to be stomping all over you. And so it is the Monet Weaver. Nothing to say mid Earthshaker JT on the Meepo. Yeah, X Nova Grimstroke, so things do click into place as expected for G2IG as well.
Yeah, they kept some of the stuff open, but did not want to overcomplicate in the end. And we can see some big smiles coming out from Baboka. He's like, oh, hell yeah, this is 24 Enchantress. We did mention that this hero is going to be contested. In the end, you have Celery, you have Baboka in the game, so it has to be picked. And one thing that Lina doesn't like is playing against Enchantress. When she comes down to your mid lane, you also have a stun setup where she comes down with one creep. Lina can't really protect herself. But I am favoring Gaming Gladiators draft because I think this Lina is going to pop off, but I also seen JT dominate with Meepo, so a little conflicted here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going with my prediction. I'm still leaning G2IG. This X Nova Grimstroke could also be a big difference maker with these Inkswells. Doesn't have too much in the way of Soulbind combos, but I don't think that's necessarily what you need to be using Grimstroke
Wait,
for
what do you mean
nowadays?
they don't have? They have Enchant. That's the combo.
Oh, sick! The double enchant. I mean, I guess later on you'll have like side device and stuff like that, right? JT's gonna pick up a hex somewhere down the line. Maboka with a Dagon gonna zap people. But no, it's like primarily focused around Inkswell. And when you've got jump heroes or chase heroes, X-Nova can play with any three of his cores, and that's what I love to see. This Grimstroke can play with Earthshaker, Meepo, or Weaver. Look for kills, hunt for them, or sit behind and play defensively when you're being chased by an Ace Primal Beast or something like that. But yeah, it should definitely be a close game. Lots of very quick damage can come out of both of these teams, so we could see some snappy kills, turn that into that numbers advantage and stomp over the map. We'll find out how it all pans out though. Game 1, as we head into best of 3s now. G2IG taking on Gaming Gladiators, a JT Meepo, a Quinn Lina, and the old school IO Gyro, who got the relocating mechanical helicopter man gonna be flying around everywhere.
One thing I really like about G2IG's draft is that these heroes, again, are very elusive, very difficult to kill. Let's say you don't manage to kill Weaver, he gets time-lapse off Meepo with the Mega Meepo, with the Dig ability, Inkswell, Shaker. There's a lot of like turnaround potential coming out from G2IG.
Yeah, it sure is. They put a lot of weight on this Meepo as well. Like thinking back to the Huskar and Necro bans, sure about that mid lane in part, but they're also very good heroes against this Meepo as the game drags on with his Aghanim Scepter. A smoke wraparound from Gaming Gladiators going to get them into the mid lane, in behind that tier 1 with an Observer Ward. G2IG are all in the vicinity though. This is a little spooky. Gaming Gladiators do have a strong level 1 lineup here to fight, as do the Chinese squad.
They know.
Observer Ward sees IG.
They just noticed Dyrachyo passing by near the tier 2 tower. Observer Ward has been placed by Celery between tier 1 and tier 2 to provide some, extra vision. Maybe they get a first jump. Gonna get the ward as well. Some extra XP going their way.
And now the bounty runes. We do have one player down in that bottom right. It's the Enchantress just waiting. Try and take one of them. And Monet grabs the other. So 2 for 2. The river runes belong to Gaming Gladiators, but the jungle ones go over to G2IG. So Enchantress, Meepo lane. Nothing to say in the mid. Earthshaker against Lina. And we'll keep our eyes on that one because so often we get these kind of boring mid matchups where it's melee, just farm trading, range versus ranged, farm trading, just getting water runes. This one though, you can see Quinn piling quite a lot of damage onto Nothing to Say and maybe even looking for earlier kills.
We also seen like Lina when she's playing against melee. JT, I gotta say in trouble, but already down to 10-15% HP.
Yeah, I mean, he comes back to get one hit on the gyro. Celery dropping low himself, but Dyrachyo pushing a lot of early damage already onto this Dire off lane. Homing missile level 1, yeah. And good early regen trades for Gaming Gladiators. And they're able to come back and gather up a lot of that CS. Yes, 3. And there's still a range creep to take as another homing missile comes out to chase JT.
Oh, they're completely zoning them out. I also want to see if Dyrachyo, because he's been known to put like multiple points into Rocket Barrage, he wants to battle it out. I like his mentality. A lot of the times, Dyrachyo does remind me of Quost. The way he played Dota during his prime is just like full divide Dotka, wants to push the limits, and Maboka understands that they can't really lane here, so gonna drag the creep wave behind.
What was the old Havost mean with the 4? Just go dive tier 4s, get 4 rapiers.
Yeah, that's it. JT again. Homing missile.
So much damage. I mean, yeah, Enchantress had to drag the wave all the way around behind tier 1. IO Gyro, they're contesting this though. Look at the dire waves come back in again. Sit in the creep wave and keep clicking JT. Courier slips away from Maboka. Celery trying to keep himself in the fog. And who cares about these other lanes? Nah, don't look into mid. Nothing to say. He's taking a few hits, but he's all right trading last hits with the Lina. And bottom lane, that's where all the action is.
Yeah, we've seen this build on Lina, putting like Fiery Soul as your second ability, and then just keep reapplying it to have maximum stack charges, those 7, and then against the melee hero, it's just so difficult to deal with.
It looks like G2IG recovering. I don't want to say recovered yet in this bottom lane. 4 last hits for the Meepo so far, getting something at the very least compared to the nothing he was getting earlier on. But just looking at that last hit chart, right? 14-3, 13-4, 13-3. It is almost utter perfection from Gaming Gladiators compared to the difficulties the G2IG are suffering already in this first 3 minutes of the laning stage.
Yeah, Weaver as carry, like early on, you don't have much to provide. Your Shikuchi is on 15-second cooldown, so you got to be extremely careful, especially in this type of a lane where you're playing against Primal Beast and Dark Willow. These heroes can easily kill you. At least they have a really good combo. Inkswell, one of the best, if not the best hero in the game to use it at the early stages. Inkswell on top of Weaver. I want to see if he puts the point in Swarm on level 3.
Bonk. There we go. Focus taking a bit of chip damage. Does get himself a bounty rune. Yeah, we can look into these other lanes. Quinn, 17-6, starting to pile it on to this Earthshaker now. And could pressure nothing to say away from this creep wave potentially. Has plenty of mana. And we've already seen Earthshaker having to grab raindrops just to protect himself. Knowing how difficult this lane is becoming.
Quinn, he has Glyph available. Let's see if he pops it. He tends to play super aggressive with it, but doesn't land LSA.
Yeah, I guess with the side lanes having difficulties, it also means MTS will not have support rotating to guard his runes. So he's going to have to try and, walk into the river and hope Quinn doesn't follow him. We'll bottle one up. Quinn can go down to the south one if he wants to. Now there's domination in that mid lane for Quinn. 11 last hits for JT, up to 12 now. Suffering. As the pressure is relentless in Gaming Gladiators. Still no kills though. This is just perfect last hitting, perfect laning. You don't need to kill your opponents. It's that thing, right? Where if you clip someone, you don't want them to TP. You just want to keep them up there forever. Keep them all on low HP. Don't kill them. Just make them suffer and bleed for the entirety of the game.
This flat cannon is causing a lot of issues in the bottom lane. Doraccio having pretty much perfect CS top lane. It's only... I tried to go on Weaver, but definitely a difficult kill to get.
Sure is. Dark Willow and Primal Beast, now they're getting their levels though. Could offer a lot of kill threat on this Grimstroke. Props to the supports on G2IG, kind of sitting back in the fog, not getting caught, not getting killed. And potential rotation from the Grim now as well. He's been off map for a little while. Might be called out by Gaming Gladiators that the Twin Gate play is happening. Let's see if Gaming Gladiators can keep this Fire Gyro alive and away from danger. Is there. Catching up onto Doraccio with a Blood Grenade and an Inkswell. They're on this Gyro, but they healed Fury. Keeping him topped up until the Stroke of Fate claims his life. The first blood and first, a real big move there from G2IG. Gets him the kill on the Gyro.
Nice move from Xnova. Goes through the gates, uses an opportunity because Monet was farming underneath the tower, and also, as we said, if you don't get caught by brambles, you're most likely gonna survive. As soon as JT hits 2 Meepos, they're playing super aggressive, and now he's dragging the creep wave with that second Meepo. Or is that a main Meepo?
Who knows? Yeah, I was saying they're not going to get support rotations, but you've got Meepo as an additional +1. Well, cherry on top to come in. Well, Laguna Blade from Quinn clears through nothing but
he's mid now.
Fisher did block him in that river. For JT, the big carry for G2IG comes in to get another kill.
Roaming Meepo, you coming to your pubs after this game. I bet a lot of people in the chat are like, oh man, I want to play some Meepo right now.
Don't do it, guys. It's not worth it, folks.
Your behavior score will drop by 500 in that one game, so...
Even if you do well, it's just by default. You pick Meepo, your behavior score drops.
Tofu, in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it's JT. You're right. The roaming gang can kill in Meepo. The death squad is coming. No matter who he's with. Boka, Xnova, gathering up and looking for Tofu to get another kill. Who cares last hits in lane? He was 0 last hits 2 minutes in. Now he's got 3 kills.
He has the same amount of farm as mid laner. Quinn was dominating that matchup, and now JT, he's all over the place. I also want to see what the build on Meepo is going to be, because I've seen a lot of, like, just a Dragon Lance for stats. I've also seen a Diffusal Blade. I think this is the big one, where you're just burning mana, and later on you can build into Disperser, have like Hasted Meepo, because it's AoE after picking up the Blink Dagger, and of course, Mega Meepo, that's your main item.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter. Get that up and running. Earthshaker, picking up the pieces. Did die to that Lina in the mid lane, so you see the gap there, about 400 net worth behind her. But the difference in last hits, now looking at the difference in net worth, there's not that big of a gap. Only a 1k net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn going to have the backup of Celery in that mid lane. Laguna Blade is ready, but nothing to say will block their path. Just throw the Fisher out. A lot of emphasis on this middle lane now. Again, bringing 3 heroes in. Nova trying to find the little bits of vision they've got around here. But this gives room to Monet, the Weaver, a hero we've not really talked about this match because it's been very quiet up north. He's getting his farm on now, finally.
Not involved into anything, but as you said, starting to get some farm. Going into Dragonlance, going into that Deso Shard build that we did mention. The fights are going to be really chaotic. Once G2IG starts to pick some of the items, like if we're talking about 1-2 items, Ace gonna make a move on Monet, but Monet has time lapse available. Ace did nothing to say.
And now he comes nothing to say. Hasted up with an extra the Grimstroke in behind him. Inkswell forward, damage is coming. There's the Enchant to finish him off with a Laguna Blade from Quinn. Rotation in from Lina, finds the cross kill. Well done by Gaming Gladiators to find something from that, because it was a good move by G2IG to swing onto this Ace Primal Beast.
Meepo making a move, JT in a pig mode. Wanted to speed things up, but now back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, caught up in the cooldown, loses a lot of his HP, and Duraggio will use this opportunity to dive in, looks for the kill. Can he finish it? Not quite! The heal coming in helps the Meepo out, and now the turnaround. Inkswell won't land, Xnova put him on himself, and the relocate gets them back to safety, but might put the Io in a dangerous spot when he returns.
Yeah, he's donezo. There is Inkswell available in a couple of seconds. Celery will not even try to TP out or anything. We'll save it for later.
Even wants to die faster. Runs into the tier 2. Understands his fate is already sealed. Rather die quicker.
Radiant
And respawn to get out on the map. About 1,000 gold until nothing to say has his blink now. Another big swing item for G2IG a couple of minutes down the line. And with the laning phase fully breaking down with all these Meepo moves, we'll start to see this Grimstroke really get involved with the Inkswells. Again, at the end of that draft, looking at how many partners he's got. Xnova, no matter where he is on the map, he's got people to play with.
JT getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter. Straight up rushing it. Needs another 1,500 gold. Imagine Mega Meepo with Inkswell Shard Dispel. Like, this hero is just not gonna die. Like, how do you kill this beast?
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Might just have to ignore the Meepo, focus everybody else first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2 to 5. It was a slow start to the game. A little bit of burst of action, and then back to chilled farming as JT takes up post in that top left corner. Dark Willow's in behind. Ace just going to drag Creep Wave into the large camp. G2IG spread pretty wide across this map. Does leave the Weaver a little exposed bottom. Slippery hero, but not too much instant, consistent control from Gaming Gladiators to catch him.
Yeah, he needs to overextend. They need to surprise him with some like LSA from Fog. Raggio farming this big camp. Monet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lowest net worth core at the moment after that one death. It also, you have Meepo in your team, so I think JT's gonna be like carry for the first 20-25 minutes of the game, so Monet will sacrifice some of his farm for it.
Long extension here from Gaming Gladiators to get into the ancient spot. An Echo Slam there from the Earthshake. Close up Tofu. Now Duraggio and Celery in trouble too. Cleared out by IG as they come swarming in. Duraggio and Quinn holding the staircase for now. Monet was considering his options, but they've realized that Ace is arriving. The big bad beast looking to take down this ancient stack and clear it out under their noses. Gee, they want to contest this for Monet, but it's a difficult one.
No time lapse on Monet. Needs to be slightly more careful. Pulverize is available, but they're gonna steal back some of those ancient creeps.
Honestly, overall, that feels okay. Like losing a couple of heroes, but stealing the ancient stacks, getting your cores farmed up. And G2IG, they responded, but didn't get too much outside of those 2 support kills. Immediately smoking and trying to play down into the bottom lane. Duraccio is all alone. This gyro should be dead here unless Gaming Gladiators can sniff this one out. Weaver Shikuching forward. Duraccio, he kills it now. Out of that invis as Quinn TP's in. He's looking for X-Nova. Raindrops, ooh, into the tree line, but the last hit will come. Gyrocopter stays alive. Quinn just on his own defending this as G2IG didn't get everybody on top of him. Monet's still trying to go for this. Rocket Barrage, a lot of damage on the Weaver now. And Quinn trying to play from the tree line. Finally, they get the gyro kill. Does eventually die, and you're right. JT's Meepo in from behind, finds the kill on a big target.
Some good moves from G2IG, managing to secure the kill, get the kill on the tower as well, and they're gonna get another one. Like, they're gonna start playing, I'd say, super aggressive with this Aghanim Scepter on Meepo and Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. Also, Roshan's gonna be on Dire's side, so be ready for them to take it in the next few minutes.
It was almost like bait in that bottom lane. Like the Weaver and the Grimstroke show on the gyro, and then Lina comes, they kill the Grimstroke, and Game Gladiators feel happy, right? Oh, they didn't kill Gyro, we killed one of them. And you can see G2IG have 4 heroes kind of waiting in the fog, looking to see who overextends, who shows next. Looking for that permanent moment to strike. There's nothing to say in the mid lane. Terrorized, bedlammed up, hit by the stun and cleared out. He's gone a little too deep now. If he was dangling himself, he's gonna lose his life, and Baboka might be in trouble too. Pulverizing kills for a Tofu double.
Yeah, that's a perfect play from Tofu. The Bramble Maze placement into Terrorize, pushes him back into Bramble immediately. A little too aggressive there. Nothing to say. There was the rest of the team not there to back him up, but we do have Mega Meepo available going into Shard, going into Dig. So that's going to be extra survivability for him.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gyrocopter working on his Ag still. A little away from that. Grimstroke sat behind this Earthshaker, looking to see who comes, but Gaming Gladiators, they take the tower, they slip back into farming mode. A lot of creeps down on that bottom lane to gather. And Ace, nicely done here, going to clear some stacks in that northern jungle. Well, look at that, still a Wisdom Rune here for Tofu to take. A smoke up from G2IG. They're trying to trail the big footprints in the ground. The terrible lizard man. He's left his mark, but he's already evacuated.
They would love to take a fight before they go for Roche. They do have more than enough damage just to go, but I guess they don't want to risk it. And they also want to take out this tower for potential buybacks and TPs to a tier 1 tower. Baboka starting to put some pressure on it with the creep. And also they want Monet to finish off his big item. That's Deso. And then going into Shard to be able to apply that Deso in AoE. Anyone that been hit by Shikuchi gets hit by Deso.
I mean, this past 30 seconds has been textbook from Gaming Gladiators. They go in, they clear out tier 1 tower, they sweep back through their own jungle, and they're off the map. They're in the fog for quite some time, kind of knowing that G2IG want to smoke and play aggressively into them. So for 30 seconds, you don't see any Gaming Gladiators heroes until Gyro IO show in the mid lane, and now Primal Beast shows on an observer ward up at top, but G2IG have already fallen back to go to farm. So that aggressive move comes to nothing. Their item timings coincide. But it's kind of bypassed by Gaming Gladiators, who are waiting to get to their next round of items.
Aghanim Scepter finished Ace on Gyro, as you mentioned. Ace very close to his heart, but gonna die here.
He sure is. And they do get the move in the end. Ace overextending there just a touch. Double observer wards were keeping tabs on him, so G2IG were able to set up and get into position quickly.
Ace will have good 35 seconds to think about whether he wants to play Meepo in the next game. And it's all it took. One big kill that's gonna secure them Roche.
That's a pretty good hero, hey? I'd love to play a bit of Meepo. JT, there's nothing to say in the Roshan.
Meepo, when you have 3 of them and you have Shard, it just reminds me of Pokemon. Dog Trio, you can like dig underground.
Who's that Pokemon?
And that's the easiest one to guess.
Well, Tofu didn't find that Obs Ward. Must be just out of range of that sentry. Nearly gets run over by the Weaver coming his way. High ground ward there on the little spire for Gaming Gladiators, so they can see stuff coming. And then Tofu's holding the staircase. Yeah, but that Obs Ward sees them coming. Might see the TPs as well from Quinn's Lina. And that's why G2IG just fully retreating. They know that Gaming Gladiators have expended quite a lot of resources here. TPing, moving 5 heroes top. So the rest of the map, 80% of the map now belongs to the Dire team for sure.
Gaming Gladiators still keeping up with the farm of G2IG, managing to... But, you know, this is Meepo who's farming on a different side of the map, so Gaming Gladiators still in a good spot. Let's see. Meepo has been found.
Yeah, this could be a really good move. Try and blow him up with that move from Tofu. Pulverize him, but
Mega
Meepo.
Meepo.
He can't be touched
He's
now,
underneath the ground.
He's underground, and then comes nothing to say. Blows up Tofu, aims for Ace. Primal Beast in trouble, trying to remove themselves from this fight, but Gaming Gladiators can do nothing but stand and battle into this Meepo, and they all die for it. They do TP out Duraccio, but my god, you aim for the Aegis Meepo, who is just insurmountable amount of tankiness and damage that he turns to kill you.
Yeah,
Look at that, they all did the same amount of damage, 10k per team, but one team loses 3 and the other team loses nothing.
They try to go on him, but he turns into Mega Meepo and then goes underground. Also, Shard from Grimstroke, they're managing to get a Dispel, and after he gets Mega Meepo, it's like you blew out everything. It's going to be impossible to kill. Quinn dealing 5,000 damage in that fight, it's still not enough. This is where G2IG feel really strong, and they're gonna go in one more time. Gaming Gladiators, they might need to be able to like go for the pickoffs. The problem is they don't have this like instant initiation. Primal Beast is not that kind of a guy that builds into a Blink Dagger early on to just jump one guy, follow it up with, let's say, relocate into LSA Laguna Blade. Lina still farming her Aghanim Scepter. Quinn, like his positioning was top tier in the previous fight. It's just that like once you fail to kill the Meepo, the fight's pretty over.
Yeah, and JT's showing that he can just play frontline and the rest of his team can sit in fog, waiting for that perfect moment. Duraccio playing forward here as Meepo does come in from behind. Losing a lot of HP, JT, but the Mega Meepo comes, pulverized, and Quinn from the high ground. Good positioning from the Lina, trying to hold on to this fight.
Back to full HP.
All fine, JT digs, and yeah, he's come back into this battle, fresh as ever. Straight forward onto the Gyrocopter. Monet now arriving with the Deso hits. The Terrorize is good, the onslaught over. Kills the Meepo the first time now. Can IG get over this staircase? It looks like they don't want to. Just allowing Gaming Gladiators to slip away for now.
That's something. They managed to kill Meepo. But for another fight, JT will have Scotty reducing that healing coming out from Io. You're also playing against 2 ranged cores, so that's going to be pretty massive, slowing them down on top of your Ransack and just like putting them in place with Earthbind. I don't think people are going to move. I feel like these heroes on Gaming Gladiators, I like the way Duraccio is itemizing. He's still keeping up with the farm of Meepo, going for Aghanim Scepter, having that side gunner, picking up Maelstrom, going into Wilderness. So the way he's itemizing is he wants to kill the Meepo. He wants to damage him as much as possible. Who picked it up? Tofu. So that's going to be slightly more control in a team fight. 1 point in Curse Crown, 18-second cooldown, but eventually he'll get more points in it.
Yeah, that definitely becomes more and more valuable. There's another smoke move from G2IG, still feeling like they're the strongest squad on the map right now. Quinn has already retreated. But doesn't get caught. And did try and cut in behind that tier 2 bottom lane. Gaming Gladiators making the most of this. Pushing out mid, pushing out top. Yeah, you're right. JT just kills the Tormentor himself, huh? Gets the shard for nothing to say for free.
There was a chance between him and Baboka, since Xnova bought one for himself on that 15-minute mark.
Enchantress scaling with the Hurricane Pike.
The Boca has been silent, he hasn't been in their faces or anything, had a little bit of a slower laning stage, so still wants to be able to scale. They didn't even put points in Untouchable, which is very interesting. There's like bunch of magical damage. You're playing against Primal Beast, you're playing against Gyrocopter with the Side Gunner, burst damage from Lina. JT again, in trouble. Let's see if they can execute.
It just turned into the Mega Meepo. Now you've got a Soulbind, a couple of Phantom Embrace thrown out onto Gaming Gladiators. It gets cut short though, just with the Grimstroke appearing. Gaming Gladiator is not feeling comfortable, but now they did force the move, force the defensive maneuver out of G2IG, and now they still hold this high ground in the jungle. So they can actually cut across, carve through this northern part of the map in towards mid-tier 2 if they want to. Send G2IG back. It's still so scary though. When the map is dark and you're against this Dire team that has Blink, Echo, Meepo jumping out of nowhere, Shikuchi and Weaver coming in, very difficult to keep tabs on all of the angles of attack, right? You're playing in this top jungle. There's like, what, 4 staircases? They've gone for the long wraparound in from the western side. Gaming Gladiator is smoking themselves, but look at Quinn. He could be the one that's isolated and picked off first.
That's a big kill if they can
get him. They Blink Echo the Dark Willow first. That's the numbers advantage for G2IG.
Immediate buyback
from Tofu. Straight into battle, but look at Celery being picked off here. He pops the mech, heals himself up, but JT's arrived. Taking down the Io now, and Gyrocopter all alone. Shredded by Monet. The minus armor too much to handle, and now the Lina in serious trouble, killed off. The perfect play from G2IG.
What an execution. They split him up nicely. First, the Echo Slam on Dark Willow so that he can't get any of the spells off. He can't control the fight, and love the build. Like, nothing to say. Instead of opting to go for Aghanim Scepter straight away, he gets BKB. He knows that there are some spells that go through the BKB, but he wants to have like free reign in a fight. If Primal Beast is not on top of him, he's not afraid of any of these heroes.
Yeah, I think right now G2, there really are too many Gs.
There
in
are
this
a lot
game.
of them. JTIG.
Oh, goodness gracious, mate. Right, well, let's watch this back before we go back to it. Is this wraparound, the immediate jump and burst. Yes, you bought back for that Dark Willow to come in, but the fight is already scattered.
This
like
Fissure,
I was saying,
massive Fissure. Sorry, Gary. He stun locks Dark Willow and then uses Fissure on both Io and Gyro, and then you'll see Monet instantly jumping onto Celery. They're not done.
Talking about Fissures, this Fissure has blocked the Gyro on the low ground. JT's come in, but Duracho does have the Io behind him now. So
Mega Meepo.
Mega Meepo back to full HP, basically. Full binds there on the Primal Beast as they try to charge forward, but Gaming Gladiators can't catch up to them. G2IG already out of there.
You need to be a hero specialist to be able to use Meepo in a professional game. He's going to try to TP out. Ace Onslaught was available, but he did not catch the glimpse of him. Because I see this and I'm like, I'm panicking. I'm not even playing Meepo. Will he able to get out?
And gritting your teeth, biting your nails, curling your toes. He's JT. He'll manage. Yeah, really, as Gaming Gladiators, as soon as you see this Meepo, you've got to know there's 4 heroes obscured by smoke or fog or invis or something, waiting, ready to strike behind him. And then as this game goes on, you start to get into these mind games of JT being given freedom, right? Where he can play with his multiple Meepo clones in multiple places on the map. And Gaming Gladiators have got to be very delicate with how they approach the fights when he's involved. They can't burst him. They've tried and they've failed several times now.
That's what we mentioned, that they have heroes that are very difficult kills to get. Okay, extremely. This Weaver needs to be bursted from 100 to 0, otherwise, and they have extremely low limited amount of lockdowns, no instant stuns, so Weaver will be able to get the BKB off. You can see Monet opting to go for BKB as his third item. Earthshaker working towards that Aghanim Scepter, and now Meepo with the Blink Dagger, so his positioning is going to be much easier, finding the right targets, jumping onto this Lina before she can defend herself. Quinn has BKB in a quick buy, but that's he needs another couple of minutes to farm that.
Yeah, it's a decent change up here that we might have to see Ace be more selfless, give himself up and run into the fight just to break vision, just to give opportunities here to allow this Lina and Gyro, two pretty kind of glass cannon heroes with a lot of damage output, but reasonably squishy, to unload their damage on people. We do have now BKBs and stuff being delivered out to them, so a bit more protection for Gaming Gladiators to be able to stand their ground and fight. G2IG, look at where they're sat. right next to that Radiant Observer Ward. Gaming Gladiators, if there was ever a fight, this is the one. High ground for the Twin Gate belongs to them. Roshan Pit belongs to them. They've carved out this top left corner of the map, and then Hellbear, oh, he's invading. He's come to encroach on their territory. A smoke from G2IG, trying to reposition themselves.
There they are, Hellbear Smashers. You know, some of the members of the team.
The stand-ins just coming back in.
Observer ward placed near the outpost, couple of sentries around that area. They're also controlling the Watcher, but the full wraparound from G2IG. BKB available now on Ace.
You see JT show, right? And Gaming Gladiators, they've got to be afraid. JT will show himself to give the movement and the opportunity for the rest of his team to go in. He just dives on the gyro straight away. Blink Echo, Ratio getting blown up. They've got the final touch. Take him down, but they've got JT. The big kill there for GG.
He's got to buy back immediately.
Now with the pulverized, now the sabing thrown around. BKB's coming to an end. Oh, Salary's IO taken out by Monet. The backup carrier has arrived.
Look at the rainbows.
From JT comes back in, kills him off, and G2IG shred through Gaming Gladiators to control up Roshan.
And this is the type of a fight. You're fighting on your own terms. You do have Outpost, the TP2, Roshan is on your side. Still not enough. Like, Gyro's dealing tons of damage. JT has buyback available, and he's going to be the one picking up another Aegis. He was the one controlling the tempo of the game. So these type of buybacks are extremely valuable. We can see JT jumping onto Gyro immediately, then big Echo Slam. He's still gonna die in the end, but the job was done. It's very difficult to kill all of their heroes, and you can see Quinn, once he uses his ulti, he kind of runs out of steam.
It's just like JT is doing some wild shit. Like, imagine you're playing chess against someone, and this opponent is like pushing your hand, making sure that you're shoving pieces you didn't want to shove. You know, he's running at Gaming Gladiators, forcing them to cast spells on it.
Move. I never played chess professionally, but so I don't know all the rules.
He shouldn't be allowed to do. He shouldn't be allowed to do this, but he's getting away with it. You know, it should be illegal. Gaming Gladiators, they have to cast spells on a hero that they don't want to. They do not want to cast spells on Meepo because he's too strong. And JT is saying, you gotta. I'm killing you guys if you don't cast spells on me. While the rest of his team is in smoke for 10 seconds, waiting. Just waiting in the wings for something else to happen.
It always feels good when you have that like unkillable hero. This is why Raid King is so popular. You have a hero that goes in and is like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna kill me, I'm gonna slow you, Radiance burn. Oof. He just disappears.
Say goodbye, Tofu. Ace will get himself back to high ground, but yeah, spending BKB there has gotta hurt a little bit. One more tier 2 left standing. Last outer tower about to get taken out by Monet.
He's trying. Does have enough damage to do so. Monet has been pretty silent in terms of what he does because JT stole over the show pretty much with his Meepo. It's also hard to see hero like Weaver, but deals ton of damage. He also can't play like super aggressive, and now going for the high ground. Look at the Boca. Those skeletons rally damage onto Meepos.
Oh, yeah, that's no joke. Deso going to work as well for Monet.
Extra 18 damage.
Hell yeah. It crumbles. Gaming Gladiator is going to have the foundation of their base shaken pretty hard here. Dire scan up top because there was a hero showing up there for a couple of seconds. He doesn't go jungle. He comes back to defend his base. A flat cannon and homing missile keeps them at bay for now. G2IG not in a rush to do anything though. They still scale pretty well going into this late game.
Oh, absolutely.
Nothing is forcing their hand to go high ground again. They can come back, gather runes, take out Tormentors, and that extra bit of farm on the map for themselves too. Just chill out and hold this high ground. Gaming Gladiators, you know, they're locked up in their base. All the doors are closed. Quinn working on his BKB.
They need those BKBs ASAP. Gyrocopter has one. We've seen Ace having one in the previous fight. It's now down to 7 seconds.
Dire are scanning.
Meepo's level 22. That's massive.
Gaming Gladiators going for this Tormentor. They've got to get it done quickly. Just in time before G2IG are there in position. A shard for Celery, not a bad one. Slow resistance. That spell lifesteal. Pretty nice for the gyro. Quinn out on the map trying to farm the outskirts. Get to that BKB before this next fight properly kicks off. But it's such a good spot to be in as G2IG. They've taken bottom lane so they can play in that Radiant triangle, push into 2 lanes at the same time. The classic, pincer movement, right? Shove top, shove mid. Don't really show yourselves, just clear waves. And your enemies are going to be forced to keep on defending.
JT also has 5,000 gold in the bank, about to finish off his Hex. Doesn't have buyback available, but Hex is going to be massive. Needs another 100 gold. Sending out the courier as we speak. 45 seconds left on Aegis.
There are very few players or heroes that have the freedom and the balls to just stand in front of a Gaming Gladiators high ground, as JT did just then. Taking a lot of damage, though. Can he get himself out of this with a big Mega Meek? Oh, no, he's lost his first life. Maybe overconfidence as Gaming Gladiators ready themselves, but the real Meepo, he's off to the east.
Kind of failed with the Mega Meepo. It's only 600 radius that you pick up other Meepos from, and he was slightly too far away from them.
Still no chase from Gaming Gladiators, though. They don't want to break out of their base. This net worth lead only going to accelerate now for G2IG.
Radiant are scanning.
Gyro's getting pretty big, though. 19,000 net worth. Got himself a hefty amount of items. Butterfly up next. Feud for Duraccio.
That flat cannon, it goes out so quickly in a matter of seconds when Celery uses overcharge.
Physical burst damage. And an AoE.
Baboka finally gets the shard. JT kills another Tormentor alone. I like how Baboka is camouflaging his items into support items. Ooh, BKB already used.
Oh, double BKB. Quinn gonna TP. So Quinn just bought that BKB. Has to use it defensively. Nothing to say, or also trading his out. As Tofu TP'd out at the same time.
To go back to my point, Baboka buys a 4-staff, turns that into a pike, so it's okay, I have some kind of a save if it's necessary, then gets Hand of Midas to be able to get more support, quote-unquote, items more than Bill's Pipe of Insight, and now, from now, it's just going to be damage.
Yeah, Monet, speaking of damage, just annihilates that poor little Io. Look at that. 1,561. Almost 900 of it. Physical instant damage from Geminate attack.
Level 20 plus 90 Geminate attack. Weaver talents are so good. Having 1 extra Geminate attack on level 25.
JT's
level
got a
15
catch.
mana break. JT is going to get another one.
Well,
this game, Ace does have buyback, but they could go in and poke. 45 seconds. JT needs to be slightly more careful. Echo Slam is available 20 seconds until Nothing to Say gets his BKB.
Yeah, pretty smart there from Ace, honestly. Oh, well, look at that. Duraccio and Quinn unloading onto Meepo, but he's into Mega Mode, so not really being touched too hard. But yeah, nice move by Ace to hold his BKB, knowing he'll need BKB for a proper fight, because if he BKBs and still dies there, game could potentially just be over. But holding BKB and buyback, knowing that he's going to be required to dive deep here, dig deep into his pockets to find something magical to hold back G2IG. 4 staff away from Baboka to get to safety. This is a stranglehold that Dire have had on this map for the past 10 minutes or so.
We said that it's a really, really good game to buy Eye of Scotty, but I didn't mean to buy double Eye of Scotty. That's how good of a game it is. You're playing against Io, reducing that healing, against 2 cores, reducing the healing on Primal Beast, Heart of Tarask. Second Eye of Scotty. I don't recall a game last time I've seen it. I've seen double Deso, I've seen double Earn, which is a bit of a grief. I've seen double Radiance during TI, which is not a grief, but
I've seen double
Scotty,
AC.
Yeah, the double Scotty feels nice in this game. You want to have some extra stats, and as Weaver, you can still replace a lot of your items, finish off your Daedalus, sell Power Treads, sell your Dragonlance, get whether you need a Linken's, whether you need a Satanic.
Yeah, super handy. 1 minute 40 for Roshan to come back up. could be spawned now, and that's why Gaming Gladiators are trying to break out of their base. They'll come in contact with nothing to say. Shield runes up, and he's very tanky. Look in the back. Monet, meanwhile, he's on the celery, and JT, he's found Duraccio. Half HP Gyro, BKBing and running, but the net is there. A quick Hurricane Pike away as Ace blocks out the Meepo. BKB'd up and trying to run, turns and thinks about fighting. But G2IG, they've come in, killed the IO, lost the Earthshaker at the same time. So both teams are going to be content with just relaxing and not going for more blood.
JT still doing Meepo things. Nothing to say, got bursted by Lena immediately in that fight. It's extremely difficult to defend yourself. Like, you get jumped, you get one LSA from really far away. And as you said, Gaming Gladiators, they are trying to figure out whether this Roshan did spawn or not. And JT goes back to the top lane. 50 seconds. Using a scan. They don't know. The map is pretty dark for them.
Another BKB from Quinn as well. You see JT appear on your screen, you know you could be instantly hexed and killed, so you just have to do it. This entire game, like every move is knife's edge Dota. So much on the line here, just in game one. 7 to 25, 14k lead. Props to Gaming Gladiators, staying in this, keeping it competitive in terms of who can actually take team fights, depending on initiation, depending on how you're actually spellcasting in the midst of chaos. Ace's Primal Beast getting tankier and tankier. Looking at that Shiver's Guard up next. And Roshan about to spawn. Radiant Scan doesn't clip any of these G2 IG heroes. They are forwardly placed right in front of the noses of Gaming Gladiators, and JT, the first point of contact, Earth Device, and the Echo, straight on the Gyro, and look at these impetus shots, Baboka shreds him. They've got a Pulverize there, but Ace is stuck all alone. Quinn will try to come in and help. JT, nothing to say, dropping
gets the Mega Meepo.
He's out of there. No, Quinn, you can win 1v1s, but you're not in a 1v1. This is like a 9 versus 1. There's like 5 Meepos, 10 heroes.
Gyro disappeared. They literally have like 9-10 heroes on top of him. Like, it's not much you can do. And Meepo hits level 25, so one extra clone coming out from him. Monet's gonna get another solo kill. Gyro, there's nothing he can do. You can see also Celery getting rooted, so that means that there's not gonna be relocate coming out from him. Laguna Blade, Mega Meepo instantly. Now, he was so close to dying. I don't think it would matter as much, but JT now is going to be picking up that Aegis. Level 25, 5 Meepos.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Was that Laguna on the Weaver or the Meepo? I'm not even sure. Either way, G2IG get away. Oh, JT again. Tries to blink Hex. Doesn't want to follow through, just putting the fear into Ace's Primal Beast. It really is just that surprise factor from the Meepo appearing from fog, siphoning you and killing you almost immediately. And Gaming Gladiators will lose another lane of barracks up top. Duraccio frontlining, trying to chip away. And JT's Meepo.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
First blink picked up by him. First crown, onslaught. Oh, off he goes. Zooming away.
He has almost 7,000 HP with that extra 25 clone and all the stats items. It's getting ridiculous
to witness every time.
Yeah.
Buyback status-wise, we've got the IO as the only Radiant hero currently sitting with enough money for buyback. Very likely the case is going to be that G2IG come and knock in once more. Just a lane of barracks mid, and they're still holding that Aegis and cheese.
Let's shake things up.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
Couple of bounty runes. Nice little bonus for him.
There is no that like one big play that Gaming Gladiators can do. They don't have that hero, to turn the whole fight around with something. They need Duraccio to get multiple flag cannons, but he's getting jumped, and I think he needs a Divine Rapier for the next fight. Has that one in quick buy, but still needs to farm another 3.5k gold somehow.
Oh, Quinn! Oh, gets off his BKB just in time. Now, Pulverize, Gyro standing and fighting, taking the cooldown. Throw the light strike array towards them. This just feels like it's over now, though, as Monet opens up. JT and nothing to say have freedom to do what they want. Io Gyro will buy back, but you're losing your last lane of barracks mid. A couple of catapults. And Baboka shredding through the buildings.
Mega Meepo's in.
In we go.
Out.
Duracho BKB's up, and now Ace is the target of choice. Shredded, killed off with no buyback available. Duracho in trouble, getting netted over and over again, and Celery the focus of Baboka as JT triple net gets on top of them. Quinn will fly over the throne, but that's not going to last too long now. GG is called as the gyro dies to Monet's Weaver, grabbing the ultra kill. Where is the Rampage diving fountain? JT going deep for it, but Quinn has bought a Ghost Scepter. Snubs them in the base, but G2IG will take game one off of JT Meepo.
That's some really good stuff coming out from just the whole squad, but mostly impressed by, you know, JT's Meepo performance. And like, this has been his hero for, you know, a long time. You have these players who are hero specialists. Ace, definitely one of Meepo players, and you know, it's most likely going through their minds right now. Can we use this Meepo to counter G2IG?
It's just so difficult, right? Like, Meepo is now one of these heroes that's like, okay, where this is heavily contested this series. Ace will want it. Now we've seen JT play it. Might just get banned out and dumped in the banning stage somewhere. Game one. A super interesting one. I think about this, that shift in the draft, that IO pick, getting the IO copter against the Meepo, feeling like the Gaming Gladiators wanted to play tempo off this Lina, right? You were saying a lot of burst damage, a lot of abilities to kind of play forward, catch with the Primal Beast. But if you're on the back foot and you're getting jumped from Fog by a Meepo, a Weaver, and an Earthshaker with Inkswell on one of them, one of your heroes is being deleted.
Yeah, it's you lose one hero pretty much instantly. There was this one fight where they decided to split it up, jump Tofu, delete Dark Willow immediately. I also wanted to check how much damage Meepo dealt in that previous game. It isn't as high. Like, it's 29,000 compared to the ratio 69,000, but the damage received is pretty massive. JT tanked 210,000 damage.
What? If you had asked me to guess, I would have said like 100k as my like top limit. 210?
210,000 damage raw received.
Deary me, that's nutty stuff. I mean, I also want to go back, like, that the way that game went, you know, it's very easy to focus on the Meepo and blowing people up. Laning stage, though, was perfection. The first 3 or 4 minutes for Gaming Gladiators. They had the highest last hits, they were zoning people out of lane, and then you look, Xnova didn't die more than once. He had one death to his name. The way that the supports on G2IG played, I think, was just as spectacular.
Because Meepo didn't play laning stage. JT was roaming around. He showed up in a mid lane. First, Baboka dragged the creep wave, managing to salvage the laning stage for them because they couldn't do anything. He almost died for the first blood, but that's just like Meepo magic happening. This is the fight that I did mention. I think this is the big turnaround fight for G2IG, where they split them up immediately. Everybody going for the targets that they should be going for. Killing Tofu immediately, then Monet locks onto Wisp, who doesn't have a single defensive item, doesn't have Ghost Scepter. With Mech, it's not enough. Your Deso plus Bugs are gonna shred you, and then Mega Meepo, look at this. This is so funny to watch.
I mean, such good calls there from G2IG. Like, it's you can look at this and think, oh yeah, having a bit of a giggle. I mean, you can see that Gaming Gladiators had good reads, right? They knew when smokes were coming. We even called it out, you know, 15 minutes in, we had the Gaming Gladiators boys kind of back up, retreat, hold high ground, knowing smokes are coming in. But IG would go for that one extra wraparound further, right? They didn't wrap around one staircase or two. They'd wrap around 3 staircases, go very deep to try and find Lina or Dark Willow. And it always worked out for them.
I think the issue was that Gaming Gladiators didn't have this, like, instant stun in terms of AoE damage. They had decent amount against this Meepo. It's just that he digs underground, he turns into Mega Meepo, and you run out of damage. Primal Beast goes in, he needs to reset his cooldown. Lina doesn't deal as much damage. She also doesn't feel too comfortable standing in the front, and we can see Acer Predator head-to-head. Massive difference. You know, one of the games where I didn't see Ace shine, even in like games where Gaming Gladiators tend to get, like, let's call it stomped, Ace tends to do well. This game was pretty difficult for him, like having to rely on BKB. He needs to go in, lock onto a target, kill it, then reset. But Meepo and Weaver, they have more than enough damage to take you down afterwards. So you can't reset. You can't get the second round of spells.
I think that's a really good point you make, right? It's very rare we see Ace do poorly, like you said, even in losing games. And it's even rarer that his counterpart, his opponent offlaner, does this, this much better than him. Meepo, one of those heroes that can pop out and really, really shine. I'm excited to see this series, flourish and develop. Do we get Meepo coming into, earlier pecking order in the draft? Is he going to get banned out? Is he going to get picked, second phase again by one of these squads? We'll find out exactly what we'll be dealing with. So G2IG, 1 game to the good and looking incredible with that. Pretty sneaky little Meepo slide in there. The rest of the heroes also worked well together. Like even without a Meepo, Meepo was the star of the show. Even without him, their draft would still function decently, wouldn't it?
It definitely would. I just think the game would be played out so much differently.
Slower.
In terms of how Gaming Gladiators would approach, there was this game yesterday we were casting where Wraith King needed to be addressed, and the Enigma had to black hole him every single time, try to kill him off. Tiny had to toss him away from the team so the Wraiths don't activate with Wraith King's Aghanim Scepter. You need to think of something. You need to think of a play in a certain situation that you're not familiar with.
Yeah, thinking back to the bans, that Necro and Huskar ban, super important to make sure they didn't have the cheese in the mid lane and the ways to contend with the Mega Meepo and JT just running rampant over all of those heroes, kind of pigeonhole that leaner pick. But game 1 all wrapped up. It is best of 3 time now. This is upper bracket, don't forget, here for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. So we'll take a quick break and return with game number 2.
Invictus Gaming is one of the longest standing organizations, having been around since day 1, attending TI1 and even winning TI2. It's a household name for most Dota 2 fans. Despite being such a well-known name, they've not been very successful in recent years, including struggling to even qualify for majors and TI.
And they're gonna call it Invictus Gaming.
Clearly, change was needed, and change they did. With a new roster full of accomplished and talented players, their new team looks stronger than it has for a long time. With a core build from 2 of the best players in the world, Monet and TI finalist Nothing to Say, along with returning IG player JT. How could this roster get any better? How about a support duo of aggressive but calculated Boboka and another TI finalist in X-Nova? With such a massive shakeup to their roster, including 3 Malaysians in the roster for the first time ever, it's extremely exciting to see what they'll accomplish on mostly home turf here in Kuala Lumpur. Will this be the event to turn it all around and bring Invictus back to former glory?
It's like
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küstenring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
Unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit den Brüdern und wir chillen, heute Abend ohne Sinn. Ich sing, doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick, und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer, die Musik laut, die Augen schwer, ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Gedanken rollt über den Teer und wir fahren.
Here we go, folks. ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur coming back in with G2IG taking on Gaming Gladiators in a best of 3 in that upper bracket already. And G2IG, Lacoste, the JT Meepo came out to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way this game played out, all about Meepo. Like, he stole the whole show, pretty much. I want to see if this hero gets contested. I'm pretty sure that G2IG have, like, multiple strats. They've been watching Gaming Gladiators, you know, throughout the whole year, the way they've been playing, and you better have some kind of a response.
Yeah, you've got to have an answer to it. Like that gyrocopter IO was maybe meant to be the tempo response to how Meepo wanted to play, but it just wasn't fast enough. Level 4 Meepo roaming around, getting 3 kills in quick succession on that map after being dumped in lane. He was zoned out at the first 3 creep waves, and JT said, "Who cares, creeps? I kill heroes. I'm here to slay." And game 2, let's hope that we see Meepo going up that pecking order and draft priority. Maybe we'll get an ace first phase Meepo pick.
Not necessarily the first phase Meepo.
Let a boy dream!
But I could see, you know, maybe in the second phase, both teams opting to go for it. We might also not see the hero being contested, but as you said, we can only dream about it because this is not something we see every day. At TI, the hero was also uncontested. Byron was uncontested. There was also no contention for Slardar, and these heroes are relatively popular right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see a pretty similar story here in the first couple of bans already. Getting taken out. That's Slardar now. Grimstroke, Primal Beast, Magnus removed by Gaming Gladiators. That Lone Druid Dazzle by G2IG.
Moving
What else do
Grimstroke.
we have?
Yeah, I think Grimstroke was also one of the key heroes because, like, you didn't see what he was doing underneath all these Meepos, the Swarm. G2IG will take the Chen, try to speed things up. Let's see how Gaming Gladiators want to match the pace coming out from G2IG, because they're setting the tempo with this Chen. It's not like you need to go all in. It's not like Chen doesn't scale anymore since he's being a universal hero. It's not like you're I'm stuck. There's a lot of places to farm. There's more creeps to get because the map is bigger, and also like you get shard. You get those ancient creeps. We've also seen yesterday, I believe, where there was a Lycan plus Chen in the same team, and then you had 3 of those ancient creeps, where you can create a lot of split push happening on the map, a lot of map pressure if you don't feel like you need to fight.
Yeah, you've taken Chen away from Gaming Gladiators as well, something that they do rely on in their first phase, these Chens and Enchantresses. Spirit Breaker is left in the pool as an option, but recently that hasn't been something Gaming Gladiators has really played because it's often just banned up and they've not been able to pick it. And that's an interesting one. Pango first pick, not something I've seen in quite some time.
It's been Gaming Gladiators bread and butter for a really long time. I guess the reasoning here is Chen against his creeps, so he can easily get some like extra gold, slow down those creeps, burn their mana so they're not as efficient.
Yeah, it usually comes out in the second phase though. You know, picking it up this early on could get answered by G2IG. Lots of time for them to ban stuff out. And how flexible is Pango in your mind nowadays?
How flexible is Pango?
Yeah, it's like mid lane only, right?
We've seen one yesterday playing from the off lane, pretty much buying the same items, but slower. That's it. And your laning stage is not as good, so you need to drag the creep wave. You can't really lane. This is also not an ace hero, but
yeah. I mean, you told me the only person you trust with offlane Pango now is New, and that's the only one we've seen.
Pretty much. Dude, I mean, can you pick a real hero? Holy crap, why are you picking Pango 2023? It's almost 2024, so I think we can allow Gaming Gladiators to pick the hero.
It's a new season, right? New year, new me, new season. Just pick Pango, it's fine. I do get to cover him a little bit. and a gyrocopter. That flexible pick for position 1 or 5 does come out again for Gaming Gladiators, putting a lot of trust in it. A lot of AoE to deal with the Chen creeps, no matter what happens.
You know what's a good hero against Pango? Meepo. He can't use his abilities.
Just gets netted all the time.
There's a variety of heroes that are really good against Pango in the mid lane. If you want to play Earthshaker one more time, go for it, because yeah, it's a good matchup. Pango does tend to struggle. I mean, I'm sure Quinn knows the matchup inside and out. He's one of those players that, you know, always pushes the limits, plays bazillion games per day, so he's also like the one that was picking his hero first for a long time and then getting countered just so that he can play against the counters.
Yeah, and it's absolutely one of those heroes that can play fast as well, having that kind of short cooldown ulti, just rolling around, picking whichever fight you want to. And both teams really ramping up the speed here. A lot of magic burst now added to G2IG with that Skywrath Mage. Nice silence to catch the Pango out potentially as well.
Yeah, I like Spectre a lot against these heroes. You can easily jump Skywrath Mage, cancel Shaker's Blink Dagger if necessary, jump onto Chen, Radiance Builder. Skywrath Mage does suffer. If he is not the one who's jumping Pango first, one Swashbuckle destroys you. You have 0 starting armor. Later on, you also don't get any armor, which also means that Pango, with his item build, with Orb of Corrosion, with his third ability, you die in 2 Swashbuckles, pretty much.
Just get shredded. Just cease to exist. A little French musketeer. How's your number? 3rd pick for gaming. Is this where you show your tofu hero? Kind of keep things hidden for Ace and the boys?
I don't know if they want to pick a carry right now, if some of these like stronger carries are gonna survive. They still have one more pick, but getting Enchantress, and as we said, you know, it's gaming against Baboka. Eventually Enchantress is gonna get picked, and both games they decided to pick it, one on each side.
10 seconds remaining.
Only such a good hero in the hands of these boys.
But it's also
is Ench something Tofu plays? It's mainly a celery hero, right?
It's mainly
Tofu
celery hero. That's why I wanted to check what's going to happen with this gyrocopter, because Gyro 4 is not as good. You don't have this long lane. But yeah, keeping things open. We've seen Alchemist being played from the off lane. Seems like Gaming Gladiators, they could also speed things up. They can also play it from the safe lane. Could be Gyro 4 keeping things open for them.
They're kind of ramping up into like a minus armor physical damage draft, right? A lot of physical and ranged burst from Swashbuckle, Impetus adding a bit of pure damage, Flat Cannon physical into Acid Spray. And
A lot of survivability.
like you've been saying.
On their side, Alchemist with his ulti, Enchantress with the heals, Gyrocopter, not the easiest hero to kill, Pangolier also relatively squishy. Oh, there it is. I mean, we wanted to see it. It's a tempo hero. Again, great against all of their heroes. Gaming Gladiators are like, can we just let them play Meepo again?
Guys, we've got one pick left. How do we deal with this guy again? I mean, Acid Spray and like long range poke can help because they're not necessarily getting jumped and blown up if they can keep tabs on him. You know, vision from Enchantress creeps and stuff like that, but you're still suffering from the same problems where this Meepo comes out of the laning stage level 4 and starts roaming on you.
And some of these heroes are coming back, something that Gaming Gladiators did. They even played that during TI. It was not as popular, but Underlord, it's been Ace's hero for a really, really long time.
Yeah, I'm really trying to think, is this Pango some like next level bait and switch that like Gaming Gladiators have practiced the position 4 Pango or something? And this is now going to be like Quinn mid Alchemist, you know, some wild stuff like that. Digging deep to try and find some way to deal with this. This JT Meepo and G2IG opposing. A couple more bans.
I love Morphling a lot for G2IG. It's a bit on a slower side. You do have Meepo to buy some space for you. If this is going to be like some kind of carry gyro. Even if you can turn into gyro, get the flak, if it's a support, you don't skill it at all, just so that you don't give, because they don't have any kind of, again, instant lockdown. One thing that they do have against Morph is the Fusel Blade on Pango, but other than that, the hero has a pretty free reign.
There goes Spectre.
That's also a good one. The Fusel Blade carrier, relatively difficult to kill.
I'm trying to think about this Scarth Mage and the game plan coming out here for him. You know, playing with Earthshaker and Meepo, I guess you've got a couple of good stuns already. Is he just going to be roaming around, dishing damage, smoking up constantly like they were in game 1?
Slightly stronger lane presence in terms of kills compared to Enchantress early on, but when it comes down to scaling, I mean, it could be the Boca, could be like Hand of Midas, Aghanim Scepter or some stuff. You never know, but eventually
Basher.
he's gonna scale. Yeah, Basher.
Basher Sky.
That's Duracio's hand.
Is that your new mini game? We were doing this yesterday. Whose mouse is that? Whose hand is that? The camera pans back. That wasn't a difficult one though, was it, hey?
This one wasn't, no.
That was an easy one. Who was the player? Was it Sylar with the tissue on the mouse? I guess you could always figure him out, right, as well, back in the day. Razor for G2IG, so another carry that can play quickly alongside this Meepo, get involved, get on top of... Now, if it's carry gyro, Razor has always been a good matchup against him. If it's Alcopanga, you've still got that link to try and walk the dog. And one last pick for Gaming Gladiator is that you've got so many questions that feel unanswered.
Yeah, because you don't know, like they picked Razor blindly. They don't know what they're going to be playing into. Ace usually plays tanky offlaners, these melee heroes, so they want to make his life much more miserable. And even if it's like Enchantress, Gyrocopter, they don't have any instant stuns, so could be a really good lane for G2IG. I feel like G2IG got the heroes that they wanted from this draft.
Well, the last couple of times they played Alchemist, it was in the hands of Duraccio as a carry, so Elder Titan's going to be the last pick for Gaming Gladiators, and we'll see how these heroes are handed over to each other.
That's
Quinn Pango
offlane
mid.
ET.
Offlane ET?
Yeah, against Meepo. You want him to scale. You want to get your levels, get that level 20 talent, the cleave, remove his base armor, get on top of him. This hero scales insanely well from the offlane if you manage to get the farm, the Echo Saber, like Silver Edge, getting the Aghanim Scepter shard so you can swap the places. It's a good way to try to counter it, because how much damage you get from your spirit when playing against Meepo, it's pretty wild. And they have really good scaling. I think with this ET pick, not sure about the lane. It's going to be him and Tofu playing together into Razor. So I'm not sure if Ace is going to be able to get as much from the lane, but they picked it more for the game.
This was the big topic of discussion, right? The JT Meepo, Ace being a Meepo player himself, yes. the counter, the last pick, ET. It left his hero till the very end, which was why this draft, you know, the first pick Pango kind of felt like it was leaving that door open for Ace right till the very final pick. And Elder Titan really could be the big problem causer. But G2IG still seem like, you know, they're smiling, reasonably happy with how things are going. Maybe they're just laughing off that they forgot ET existed, because I certainly had.
Yeah, it's not a hero that we usually see. We'll see it on a position 4 from time to time. Mostly Y is going to play it if it's a good game for it.
Definitely a much better shout against JT Meepo, though. Let's see if Gaming Gladiators can convert another one of those early good game laney stage victories into something a bit meatier than they had in game number 1 as this best of 3 develops. And Quinn at Pango. He's going to be going up against that Earthshaker again. And like you said, not a super fun matchup against Earthshaker. Some of these melee heroes do struggle. Duraccio has a beautiful cosmetic up on his Alchemist, though. Unfortunately, you guys can't see it, but he's got some Minotaur, you know, Taurus, bull horns going on. Looking very pretty. He'll be down in that safe lane, supported up by Celery's Enchantress, as we do get ourselves into game number 2. Everybody smoking up and wandering across that map to get some early vision down and maybe have another one of these level 1 clashes.
The big difference for me is that this time around, JT should have a better laning stage. One thing that they don't deal well are the creeps. Again, Scarlet Mage having 0 armor, so basically receiving pure damage from every right click. JT.
Oh, have they found him? Shield crash, blood grenade. Concoction channeled. Concussive shot to try and slow them down, but JT half HP already.
Fisher.
Oh, that Fisher blocks them all. Cut off at the pass. Now Duraccio, he's isolated. Stuck up on the high ground as Razor opens up.
Double blood grenade.
Will drain all his damage. The blood grenade thrown. Another concoction is coming. Duraccio, a couple of hits from death. Might deny himself with a concoction. To suicide, he does fall as Axnova is the first blood for real. Level 1 clash, trading out 1 for 1 in terms of kills proper. 2 supports down, but Alchemist did deny himself, while Monet, another good Fisher to block out Tofu, but Ace, oh, the briefcase for Ace coming in to whack him down. JT comes back for round 3 of the fight, and nothing to say, he's walked in as well. Rocket Barrage chipping out on that Earthshaker. 2
This is
for 1.
massive. This
incredible.
Is a huge win for Gaming Gladiators. Not that they denied Alchemist, they got the first blood. They also forced Earthshaker to get Fisher as level 1 spell, so that's going to affect the matchup real hard in this mid lane.
That's an XD with 8 Ds in it. JT having a good old giggle with that level 1 fight. Happy times indeed. My goodness gracious me. So we get ourselves properly into the lanes now. Celery chasing out that Chen. Oh yeah, Enchantress against Chen. Good old classic. Scarlet Mage doing some blocking in that bottom lane to try and push that wave back towards JT. Give Meepo a nicer lane so he doesn't get chased out.
Mid lane, big dub for Quinn. He should be pretty happy about that one. It was insanely good Fisher, from something to say, blocking off 4 heroes and then trying to lock down Alchemist, kill him. But you don't have Enchant Totem, you don't have Aftershock. This is not the spell that you want to get until level 4 most of the time. Sometimes you get it on level 3, but yeah, it's going to affect matchup way too much.
Yeah, now all that learning and research in these hero matchups goes out the window just with one little change. Baboka looking for that sentry ward. Doesn't find it. Celery trying the courier snipe. Does find it. Under the tier 1 tower.
Going their way. Not too bad. Ace also having 1 kill to his name. Having 1 assist as well. Couple of CS. Nothing too, too fancy in this lane since he's playing into Razor. But yeah, good start for him. We'll be going into Boots of Speed. Windlace phase boots. What he wants to do is run away from this Razor static link. Chen doesn't provide you with any kind of stun. Does have a little bit of a slow on that penitence.
Nicely done by Baboka several times now. Duraccio trying to channel stuns to go on the sky. Baboka steps off the lane, hides himself in the trees. Is this another one of those games, Lacoste, where we just ignore top lane, ignore mid? Everyone look at bottom lane. Eyes on the Meepo, that's it. A lot of action happening down there. Ace, 8 and 3. Already we see the top 3 last hitters, Gaming Gladiators. Again, this laning stage that they bring to the table, so strong.
Quinn pretty happy about this one, playing aggressive into Earthshaker matchup. Getting some CS, controlling the runes, yeah. Having 1 CS less than Earthshaker. Should be pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, sure does. Monet kind of being zoned from the creep wave. He's got a Harpy behind him with some lightning spam, but Ace is the big bully. He's the one controlling this wave up, denying creeps, holding the wave back. Monet struggling to get those early last hits in, sat at 8 and 3. So we've seen, early last hits, first 3 minutes, not necessarily the be-all and end-all of the game when you've got JT roaming. As mid, nothing to say, drops down to 200 health. Not really in kill threat just now, but next round, next flurry of spells, Quinn could potentially go for it.
Will be forced to get his bounty rune. The 3-minute bounty, which leaves Quinn in a situation to free farm in this lane.
Duraccio having a pretty good time bottom lane, uncontested. Getting his farm on.
Has ice armor from Ogre Vampire Mage.
Nothing to say, getting jumped on again by Quinn. Really just levying that early position he's found himself in. Make things very uncomfortable for the Earthshaker. Forcing Baboka to make a rotation in, try and guard these 4-minute runes. Celery's tracking him back, though. And Baboka, gotta be careful, wary of the position here of Celery. He throws the Ancient Seal down. Nothing to say, bottles up the water rune, and now it's Celery. Down in the river, getting caught and stunned up. A freebie there for the Earthshaker. Wants the high five as Quinn, he comes in to fight. Swashbuckle, short range one, but he's kept them at bay for now, at least.
Backpacks, branches to use his magic stick. All these small things, especially in mid matchups, they matter so much.
Oh, and top lane. Looks like Ace went for a bit of a dive here on Monet. Static Link will drain a fair amount of that damage back. Creep Wave still here under the tier 1, allowing Tofu to keep the damage and the pressure going. Difficult spot for X-Nova to be in. Like we've been saying through the group stage here, Chen's laning presence has felt a little awkward. Not as bad as it used to be for sure, but still, like you said, not offering a stun, can't really hold them back too much. Later on is where his real presence comes in 10 minutes or so, when he's actually able to get out on the map and push towers.
Oof. Things are changing in this top lane. They're forcing Razor like slightly out of the lane and also having some kill threat. We've seen some Gyrocopter 5s using an early point in Flak Cannon for some extra harassment.
Man, look at him, he's just flacking onto the Chen creeps. They're always half HP. Within that threshold of dying, potentially. JT, one of his meepos dropping pretty low, but the other one opening up to get on top of Celery's Enchantress. Concoction, channel to zone them away. Silence is there. Is he going to self-stun? He does, and now the turnaround from G2IG. Duraccio in trouble. Beautifully done by Baboka and JT. It looked like it would just be a freebie Enchantress kill, but Duraccio oversteps his boundaries there.
He got surprised by that one. You can tell. It's a 3-second duration silence. Got silenced at 2.5, which means that he's going to stun himself, and then JT moves around him. Quinn using his first roll in the mid lane. Tofu's there. No rocket, only has rocket barrage. Nothing to say. Level 5 wants to get level 6 from that creep wave. Will not be able to get it.
No, he will not. Taken out. And even with the best efforts of Baboka to come in and help, they get the kill on that Earthshaker mid. Quinn with that slight level advantage, now getting a shield rune as well. And the short cooldown Rolling Thunder, like we were saying at the end of the draft, this could be the difference maker here, allowing Quinn just to be involved in all of these early fights and rotations, because already 6.5 minutes in, we've got a Meepo in the top lane. He's moving, and he's hunting, looking for the quote-unquote counter to his hero. Ace, the ET, does manage to dip away from that initiation. 2k lead appears for Gaming Gladiators after a very solid laning stage. Dead even in the kills. That slight farm advantage coming to fruition for them. And one of the big things about this Gaming Gladiators lineup, they can keep this Alchemist tucked away, hidden and farming. And it's going to be down to G2IG to go hunting for him. Centaur.
He tried.
He did.
Sneaky little move from Celery. Tried to deny enemy XP rune. It's all about the details. How much can you cripple your opponents early on? Razor not too happy about this one. Monet, both him and Nothing to Say, relatively low in terms of net worth. Already a 2k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, Celery. Passing by each other through the twin gates. X-Nova is going to pop through as well. Quinn was making that rotation top, led by Tofu to try and find people in that outer ring of jungle farm. Entire lane has been evacuated by G2IG, though. And Quinn just keeping it going, on to Nothing to Say. Looks like both squads pretty content trading out towers, mirroring each other on the map for now.
This time around, Gaming Gladiators, they're not afraid to scale into mid and late game with the heroes that they have. You have pretty much every single hero that does well. We're talking about Enchantress, we've seen Baboka in the previous game, how much damage he can do. Then you also have Elder Titan, who's going for Hand of Midas, and maybe Alchemist eventually gives him Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't necessarily need to buy it. He can also like build into Echo Saber, disassemble, have one component, go back to it. So, in terms of counters to this Meepo, they have many more this time.
Yeah, plenty more answers for sure. Baboka trying to get his level 6 in that mid lane. Just leeching a bit of experience. Sitting behind, Nothing to Say as well, but all this is under that Radiant Observer vision. And we see Duraccio getting his farm on. This is the thing, you've kind of got to make a concerted effort here as G2IG to find and kill this Alchemist, but there's so much, noise happening on the map right now with this Quinn, Pango rotating, Ace's ET causing issues up top. It feels like there are 2 free lanes here for Gaming Gladiators, mid and top lane, to do whatever they want to. And Alchemist is being untouched in this quiet period of the match. Quinn making his move. Ensnared up mid-crash. JT gonna get rolled upon, tries to dodge it. Quinn, is he gonna bounce back? No, decides better of it, goes to farm some creeps instead.
Still has that haste rune, thinking about killing Nothing to Say underneath the observer ward.
Homing missile chasing him. That's the Gaming Gladiators, more focused on the building though. Looks like the Enchantress making the call to get these objectives. And Ace up at top, a wise TP away. No stuns there to stop him. And a good deny from Monet, who does remove that tier 1 top.
Gaming Gladiators making a move across the map, relieving the pressure off Alchemist. They know that this hero is very vulnerable at this time. Relatively easy to gank with Earthshaker, Meepo. Like 1 silence, 1 slow from Skywrath Mage. He doesn't get the ulti off. So now they're bringing in numbers in this top lane, and also Ace playing much more aggressive, managing to TP out of trouble.
Nothing to say, just cannot catch a break. Every time he shows on a wave, there's like 2 or 3 heroes up in his face. A much slower and steadier start to this game. JT hasn't fully popped off. Yeah, like we've been saying, that Sacred Relic coming up pretty quickly for Doraccio. Radiance will be here shortly. And it feels like this smoke, Sky and Razor has to pay off. As Gaming Gladiators just farming enemy Ancients, leaving Ace a little alone in this top lane. He's been a bully for the first 10 minutes of the match, but now it looks like he's met his match. Baboka and Monet will drain his damage and his life to take him down at long last. Get that ET out of this match.
Definitely a kill G2IG needed at this point, especially for Monet. He doesn't have a lot of money in his bank, sitting at only 4.4k. NTS also needs to recover. He needs to find some kind of an opening. Right now, his stacks are being taken by Quinn, who's about to finish off the Fuser Blade recipe away.
Really just rhyme Monet with money.
In my head, it's the same.
You should honestly find like a side gig, writing rhymes for rappers or singers or something, just...
I'm down. Hit me up.
All the little puns you can slip into songs. Gaming Gladiators coming out strong into this bottom spot. Double observer boards. Trying to play into their own vision and hunt for this Meepo. And JT, he's going to poof away, it looks like.
What would this song be called? Pandora's Box.
Yeah? Or is that your band name?
Sounds good. I can't play any instrument. I don't know what I would do.
You're the songwriter. You're the producer. Executive. Punducer. Arcane Rune coming up here for Quinn. That's a pretty nice one. Bottle it up and look for a fight. Radiance ready for Doraccio.
12-minute Radiance on Doraccio. Power treads available. Now in the enemy triangle, going to be stealing away some of their own farm.
Just take it all. This map feels like it's getting pretty small for G2IG. Bottom tier 1 gone. Ancients don't belong to them. A couple of wards they've got very centered around the mid lane. And you can see the line there drawn by the Alk saying, hey guys, I'm going back through my jungle. There's lots of farm to be gathered here. You can go forward and look for a bit of a poke, a bit of a fight elsewhere, but I am not getting involved. Ace getting a lot of farm top as well, but here's the jump, the Echo Slam, the Gyro dead, a support kill, but not much else.
Diffusal now completed. Baboka, this item makes Pango's life, Baboka's life miserable. It's just, you lose mana on the hero. You lose like half your HP with 1 swashbuckle at this point.
Yeah, there's just not much you can do about it. There's smoke and try and hide in the fog somewhere. Just don't show.
Be the aggressor. Be the one who's initiating with Ancient Seal.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Medallion up for Celery already as well. Making his move up into this top jungle. Chen does have the Soul Crest fully completed though.
Xnoa has been farming. He understood that there's not much going on in the map, not much he can do. So Solar Crest, Penitence, that's going to amplify the damage and also relatively good defensive item against the minus armor that they have.
And as this game goes on, you've got this Radiant lineup who have counters to Meepo, have answers, have scaling. The Aghanim Scepters that Alchemist could potentially build down the line. Are G2IG on a clock with their lineup? With this Razor, Earthshaker, Meepo, Tricore?
I would say yes. Especially because they're like so far behind. It's already 5k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators. This is how they've been playing throughout the whole year. Just shut the map, outfarm the opponents, go for like one Roche, and then end the game.
Nice
they were
Hurricane.
not relying on getting the second Roche. Celery.
Good Fisher. He tried to push himself down the staircase, gets away from danger. Now, nothing to say the one that's left stranded here. Tofu and Ace have come back in. Chen creeps trying to body block them in the Hand of God, healing him up as well. NTS, oh, he's rolling on the log, gets back to safety. Dangerous times, though. When you initiate on Enchantress, you don't get the kill, and you nearly die. Quinn going to go with the TP cancel. Rolling Thunder just to catch out X-Nova here. Is Tofu going to be the one to get the kill? Rocket Barrage will finish him off, while it looks like the TP down to bottom by Quinn. Getting the catch on the JT's Meepo. Oh!
That's
Quinn
a blink
with the
reveal
moves.
On Duraccio. I was wondering like why Quinn doesn't want to get that kill. Also Tofu seems like he was confused there for a second because like why would he take the kill if Quinn can do it? And this game is just very, very difficult now for G2IG.
Yeah, I mean, they're 8k behind at 15 minutes. They've not contended with the Alchemist. They've not dealt with this Ace ET. And Quinn's Pango, the first pick, first overall pick. Question marks around it, but yeah. Quinn Pango, no mucking around, getting the job done every single fight. People getting rolled on and crushed by Little Musketeer. He's going straight into the Aghanim Scepter as well.
Ace
Tofu.
also having a blast of a game in this top lane, level 11 on ET. Echo Saber about to be delivered.
It's shard time for Tofu, right?
He would definitely
Just
want
save
to
the
buy
money.
15 minutes right now, having Urn of Shadows.
Tons of money saved up. We've got
Okay.
Crimson Guard queued next.
Not a bad one against Razor, Meepo, some right clicks from Earthshaker.
It's been a challenging one for nothing to say. That level 1 Fisher that he needed for that early fight. The lane against
Server
Quinn.
board is scouting them out. They know nothing to say has Blink Dagger. Gonna move to the top lane. Duraccio, again, on the opposite side of the map, continues to farm up. BKB, just a recipe away. Oof.
Ooh.
That's a sneaky ward right there.
Yeah, Game Gladiators, I mean, they don't feel it. They know it, right? They know this is coming. They can back up, smoke themselves. Dire vision there in that top jungle. Not going to be able to see them as they're all obscured by the smoke and can hold the high ground right next to IG. And they could get the jump on Monet, who shows himself on the wave. Immediate move from Ace and Celery. ET, stomp off the Spirit. Quinn rolling in, Monet in trouble. Now the Blink Echo, nothing to say, initiates. The Gyro getting blown up by the Mystic Flare. Meepo's there and onto Celery, but in comes
Duraccio is in.
blowing them up. A tremendous amount of damage from this Alchemist now. Monet is still alive though, draining the damage of Duraccio, but Quinn can open up and take him down. Razor gone, a double kill for your Pango. Meepo in big piggy mode. Oinking and squealing, trying to get back to safety. Duraccio blinks, but incorrectly guesses which way to go. A 3-for-1. And Gaming Gladiators with that one Observer Ward get a teamfight victory off the back of it.
They knew what was coming, so they were prepped. IG thought that they have surprise effect. Also, they would love to have that BKB on Monet. The combo that was here was like Echo stomped, first the slow, and slow from the Enchantress, which landed a stun, and then Monet tries to deal as much damage as possible. But you see Gyro, you're like, okay, I'm gonna jump him. In the end, it's just a position for Gyro, so not much of a value was lost in that fight for Gaming Gladiators. This should also secure the tower in the top lane. Aghanim Scepter about to be completed on Quinn. Items are starting to pile up.
Yeah, they're getting huge now. Like this 12k lead really reflected in the big items being picked up by their 3 cores. Some nice neutral items appearing as well. As JT will get away from Tofu in that bottom jungle. And BKB for Duraccio just really makes things so challenging now when IG relying on a lot of this magical burst damage out of Earthshaker and Scar's Mage. So Duraccio can pretty much have free reign to choose when he jumps in, when he fights, or just a BKB TP out of danger. And he's not going to stop farming anytime soon. Oh, are those Chen creeps? Yeah, those are Chen creeps, huh? Yeah, say goodbye to your army.
Extra gold for him. ET, he's about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter, so we'll have casual BKB if he hits all the Meepos, all the heroes. That's like 7 of them. Potential 14 seconds of BKB.
That's a lot of seconds.
Come on, sprites.
Celery helping out Ace. Clear out a little ancient stack. I mean, in the kill score, there's nothing between. You look at that, and then 13k net worth lead is a pretty big difference. Quinn, 3-0 and 4, 7 of the 8 kills. He's been involved in every little skirmish, every little fight. TP canceling people with roll, forcing them back. It's the reverse of Game 1, right? Every time JT in Game 1 showed on the map, showed in front of Gaming Gladiators, they'd be scared. Now, if Quinn shows up in front of your face, you're the ones running. You cannot go up against this little Pango boy.
It's such a good game for Pango. Like, there is a threat of Earthbind, but JT's countered, so he's also not dominating the game. He's not the one who's initiating and not afraid to die like in the previous game. He was like, okay, guys, I'll go in, but now you're playing against Pango, you're playing against Alchemist, and most importantly, you're playing against Elder Titan, who's about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter.
Age issues? Someone too old to press buttons? What's going on there? Celery calling someone out.
Couldn't find something. I don't know. Probably it happens to us. You know, boomers. Like, yeah, how do I fix that? Oh, there's like 2 clicks you need to do, and suddenly
it's the classic.
fixed.
It's the classic. Where's the ketchup in the fridge? You know, your girlfriend comes across, literally right in front of you. She just picks it up there. It's right there. How could you not see this?
I'm usually the girlfriend in my relationship when it comes down to that. I see everything. It's probably because of Dota, you know. Seeing the minimap all the time, paying attention to details.
You're the noticer. Look at those odds. Almost 10-1 right now. No surprise. Seeing the way this game 2 has been going. And this G2 IG smoke, I mean, just reeks of desperation. They need something to pay off. They're stuck in a rut. Every move they've made has been answered tremendously by Gaming Gladiators, who are equally smoked up and readying themselves for a fight. Quinn leads the charge again and shows himself on Monet. Now, this is the dangerous part where the Pango just runs into the middle of you and you have to address him. You do jump forward and get the catch on him. Quinn is down, but Alchemist in. Meepo stunned and caught up as well. JT getting blown up by the Earth Splitter, and
he's underground.
He takes down underground, dodges missile. Ace is there, and JT cannot get away.
Ace has 650 damage in that fight. Doesn't have Echo Saber, but he hits like a truck.
And Duracio's still chasing here. They got the stun on Monet. He doesn't have TP for 7 seconds, but somehow he's tucked himself in the trees and hidden. Nothing to say TP'd out of there, so they trade Meepo for Pango. Not bad for G2IG, but Roshan will belong to Gaming Gladiators now.
Let's see if they give this Aegis to Alchemist, or maybe Ace picks it up. But I don't think Ace is dying. I think he's in a really good spot. If he's not getting initiated on with Echo Slam, he's gonna eat this little fella alive.
Man, just wait until ET gets that cleave talent.
Yeah, that's why he went for Hand of Midas. He wants that experience as soon as possible. And once Meepo gets out, 1-2 hits and dead.
Well, Aegis for Duraccio. Shard coming up pretty soon for Quinn here, as we'll see him grab up a haste rune right under the nose of G2IG, who are trying to get into that position. Not a massive amount of kills in this match. I think it has been Gaming Gladiators just toying with G2IG across the entirety of the map, dragging them from one part to the other, but with Quinn getting caught here, hasting away though, gets out of danger, barely.
They needed an extra lockdown, some kind of a stunt to keep him in place.
One more stun could have helped out. Oh man, look at this. Assault Cuirass, 23 minutes. Alchemist pretty stacked. And also the Crimson Guard was done on the gyrocopter.
That's a team of big items. Like, how are you going to fight into this? They're just got 2 items to reduce all your physical damage. From Razor, from Meepo, from Earthshaker. And speaking of magical damage, I see Celery going for Pipe. Right now has Solar Crest available, but we'll get it eventually.
Yeah, so if G2IG don't get that burst, they don't get that initial kill immediately, their game plan is pretty scuffed, honestly, you know? They jump Echo, they Mystic Flare, they jump Meepo in there with a poof and that. If they don't kill a target, what do they do? Like, these long extended fights don't feel good for them. They want to be in, numbers advantage, steamroll.
Yeah. What they want to do is lock onto a target with Razor, Static Link BKB, kill it, Echo Slam, delete one of the heroes, Skyrat Mage. Their reset is not as good. Maybe for Meepo, where he can dug underground and dig underground and just get out, heal up a little bit, use Mega Meepo. Nothing to say has less net worth than X-Noah on Chen. And Gyro's going to take over soon. If they win one more fight, he's going to have more than Earthshaker.
Yeah, I mean, no joke. Going back to that point you made about Fisher level 1, I felt bad for nothing to say this entire game. Like, not even memeing, right?
No. Because he's supposed to be the one dominating that matchup, and now Gaming Gladiators on high ground. That AC completed, as you said, extra minus armor. Not just that, level 15 talent on Alchemist. If they sit inside the Acid Spray, that's extra 6 armor coming out from them. So that's extra 11 armor. It's like playing Sven at this point.
He's got like 50 armor sitting in Acid Spray, you know? What are you meant to do with this? You had like Solar Crest put on him, Acid Spray down, Assault Cuirass is nutty stuff. Fisher will block them inside the base for now. Ace though, oh, that damage on Mono. He had to BKB up, trying to defend this. Final barracks in the mid lane, but Tofu's going to come in with Duraccio to clear it out. Centaur moves forward. Gaming Gladiator is just holding their position. Nothing right now seems like it's able to push them back. Get a bit of high ground vision here as well. Just keep tabs on G2IG in the base as Ace will go straight on to Baboka. A dead Scarth Mage with buyback available, but at this point,
they're not
fighting. Feels so overwhelming.
There's no BKB available on Razor. Already used his ulti. Damage that they have is extremely limited. They might need to go. They might need to go with the buyback. Good Echo.
Nothing to say. He's got a good Echo, but they can't get the burst. They don't get the initial kill. They don't have that damage. They make the jump and they try to make it work, but you've lost your Earthshaker. Skyby's back now. Monet the focus. The Razor is falling. The good shield crash and Rolling Thunder there to take him down. Mystic Flare on the back, but Ace doesn't even die. Finally, Baboka gets the kill, but he's traded so much for it. Gaming Gladiator is still 4 heroes strong and going towards Throne. Another catch on JT's Meepo. Duraccio going to work with the help of Tofu, and Quinn will give a bit of assistance as well. But JT's pretty tanky. Meepo stays alive. Aegis down now. First life gone, but Duraccio comes back up. BKB, shiny golden, run forward towards the fountain. Launch concoction in, JT surviving. All Gaming Gladiators. You can't overextend here. You've got to get this kill and they will secure it. Nothing to say, waiting on the edges. Can't get involved.
Tier 2 tower available bottom, so they can't get megas, but, this top lane seems pretty dead. JT has buyback available, no BKB. He tried to itemize against ET and his aura, because it doesn't go through debuff immunity, but needs to use the buyback.
They have to. They have to defend these lanes. And Duraccio now with no Aegis, no BKB. Could be susceptible to being chased out here, but Celery's the one being drained of his damage, and Duraccio's in. Nothing to say, being burnt in the acid spray, but doesn't fall. Quinn back in onto Monet, rolling up a little bit here and snared for a second. But they will retreat and fall back, just resetting, not fully evacuating, because they want to finish this building. They know they've got G2IG under their boot. Monet with a nice BKB timing, but JT just disappears.
Oh my god,
look at him go! Oh my god! Monet nearly falls as well. Nothing to say with Mystic Flare helping him out. Ace, he moves across in towards Baboka. Another Spirit and another couple of slaps will take down the Scarth Mage, and GG called.
What a performance. These are the Gaming Gladiators that we used to see throughout the year when they're dominating, when they are setting the tempo for the game. One thing that we did mention, we have to go back to it, is this First Blood. I think a lot of the times it happened to all of us in the pause where you skill an ability that you don't want to have at level 1, and then it loses you the lane, especially when the stakes are so high. When the skill is so high, it means that Pango gets a much easier lane for him, and Quinn is like dominating the matchup. He's the one moving, he's the one getting the kill onto Earthshaker, getting more XP. He was level 6 before, nothing to say could get, and he definitely regrets it, getting that Fissure instead of just letting JT die there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, Enigma Malefice situations, right? That's the classic one we always think of. Yes, you maybe get a kill or recover a situation, but going into that lane without your key ability really does make you suffer. And a nice lift of spirits there for Gaming Gladiators, tying things up in his best of 3, 1 apiece now, and heading into that third match. And Meepo, 1 win, 1 loss. Ace showing this Elder Titan off lane, an answer to the Meepo, might put a bit of fear into G2IG. That fourth pick Meepo might not just come out snap picked anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. In the first game, they didn't have as many counters. They already picked Ace's hero first, and there was Primal Beast on 8th, and then Meepo came out on 16th. But this time around, they didn't pick Ace's hero, and he had to choose from the pool what he wants to play. And if you're a Meepo player, you also know how to counter it, what you're afraid of, and he would definitely say ET. And we see some of the newer heroes, which I'm really happy about, because it shows that Dota is always evolving. We can always go back to certain counters. Shadow Team is going to counter Luna in certain situations. Some of the stuff that we played, 5-10 years ago is going to come back, because some of these captains have been playing for a really long time, and they try to counter it with the just ET in this game. ET has looked amazing.
Yeah, because there's always these conversations about, lane matchup counters and then hero counters in mid-game, itemization counters. Can we outplay this? Is there some way through vision or initiation or, a switch up of our lanes, a role swap, something like that can shift things? It just felt like this game, Elder Titan, was inevitable. No matter what happens, this ET is going to crush the JT Meepo in that head-to-head matchup. And you also had the Duraccio Alchemist in the lane against the Meepo, feeling pretty good as well. He was throwing concoctions, dealing with a Skyreth Mage, shoving Baboka out of the lane, and then just falling back to farm.
The smiles that we've seen from JT, I think that's right after the first blood when he typed that long XD.
Yeah, that was an XD.
I agree. Duraccio had a completely free game in this one. Died only 2 times. Had 12-minute radiance into a Blink Dagger. Surprised Monet with that Blink Dagger pickup, or was JT, and then continued to farm up, to join with the rest of the team, giving them information where he wants to farm, and then when he wants to join after BKB, he's like, I'm fight ready. I want to go in. And also itemization on other heroes. Tofu picking up Crimson Guard, and then having Celery, casual Solar Crest, instead of playing, you can see the difference between, let's say, him and Baboka, where he tends to get Hand of Midas scale, while Celery, he built for the team. Going into Pipe next, already bought the recipe, but the game didn't last long enough for him to finish it.
Yeah, but it was still that brick wall, though, right? With all these auras and buffs, there's a brick wall that said nothing to say, no matter what you do. If you get a 5-man Echo Slam, you're still not killing any of our heroes. We're that tanky, we're that far ahead of you with a 25k lead at the end of that 27-minute game. Looking incredibly good, just rallying around that Duraccio Alk when he got a BKB blink timing, Radiant's BKB blink timing, 16 minutes into the game, just putting up some ridiculous numbers to be able to play at that tempo alongside the rest of his squad. Now, Lacoste, game 3. Expectations, worries, what are you thinking heading into this last match?
I said I wanted to see game 3 because I feel the teams, from what I've seen, are really close to each other, and wanted to see game 3, but Enchantress, I think Enchantress gets banned in this third game, because Enchantress won both of these games, and I don't think Meepo is going to get picked. Maybe Ace picks it in the end, if they have a really good game, if they don't pick his hero early on. I could
let me tell you what, I'm the real Meepo player here. Win the deciding match with that definitely would be a statement of intent from Ace for sure. Yeah, I'm excited to see what comes out. This gyrocopter being so flexible, not just being a 1 or 5, Tofu showing the position 4 as well, looked pretty damn strong alongside Ace's ET. And we'll find out what's in store for us as we take a quick break and return with game number 3.
been in Malaysia a couple of times before. Many years ago. The first word that comes to my mind when I hear Malaysia is monkeys. Because I remember there's a lot of monkeys around there. And it's just overall a really nice city. And has really good food.
I like hot because I live in Siberia and I don't like, snow. I like to be here, like some weather and probably food, Asian food.
I mean, we were here last year before TI for a boot camp in, what's it called, Johor Bahru, like right next to Singapore. We had a lot of good food there, but it's not quite the same as KL. I feel like KL is very, very like special for Malaysia, and I've only been here once before for a tournament in like 2019 or something, and it was a good time. So I'm looking forward to the food.
Favorite part of being in Malaysia, probably food. I really like the food here. It's like nasi lemak, I think, and just the rice, they make it with like coconut, and it's like super good. And I don't think I could find it anywhere else, like even like where I live.
Oh, I like nasi goreng. I like chicken, rice, like all the stuff, food here, like really good.
因为说出来不是马来西亚，就说只是这个就很尴尬，就是我们点的一个外卖吧，反正是一个泰国的辣椒炒肉的那种盖浇饭，这边也还不错，就是都一样的吧，都有肉骨茶这些都挺好吃。
I have a little bit of a problem with some of the food because I have a nut allergy, so I can't have like some of the curries and stuff will have nuts in it. But yeah, I think the chicken rice is really good.
一直对新疆都是这边的粉丝特别多，也特别热情。
The crowd is very high. Like, that's the only thing I remember is and everybody's just nice and humble and like.
I've always been a huge fan of SCA fans in general. I think one of the biggest thing that motivates me is playing in front of a huge crowd, and I think like SCA crowd is just built different. SCA crowd go crazy.
我来到马来西亚打比赛，我感觉就是观众都蛮热情的吧，就是感觉一般天气比较热的地方，好像观众都会比较热情一点。
Oh, the crowd here is amazing. I mean, all of Southeast Asia in general just has amazing crowds. They're always super passionate, and I'm looking forward to playing in front of that again.
You move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are, Game 3, ready for our viewing pleasure of this best of threes going the distance in the upper bracket. Already IG G2 up against Gaming Gladiators. And we've seen a couple of Meepo picks, Lacoste, to start off our playoff bracket run.
Definitely unexpected. We saw Meepo dominating, and then we saw Meepo struggling against the old school counter of Elder Titan. As soon as he gets on top of Meepo, he's like, well, what do I do? Even like Mega Meepo dies in a couple of seconds. ET was punching. This was 24 pick ET for like 650. That was the max damage that I've seen him have.
With Echo Saber and Harpoon and stuff like that. Doing some very, very quick hits. Then you add in Acid Spray, Assault Cuirass, Solar Crest, minus armor. You know, he's doing like 1,000 damage a hit, something nutty.
Yeah. I also,
along those lines.
Because I don't know the interaction, I just thought of something. Like when you're turned into Mega Meepo, does the Spirit count that as like one hero, or does he count all the Meepos? That's what I need to test after the game.
I'm not sure. We'll have to find that one out. Maybe we can, one of the Meepo specialists will get to interview one of them once the series is done. Yeah. Or someone in chat. Yeah.
Maybe there's a guy in the chat that has like 4,000 games of Meepo.
Oh, there will be for sure. Yeah, enough of that. I think you said we're probably not going to see Meepo again. He's been played and won. He's been played and countered. And maybe Ace will bring it out as a last pick or something to try and make a statement here in Game 3. But we'll find out how it all pans out, because the draft seems like it is already between Gaming Gladiators and G2IG to find out exactly what we're going to be contending with in terms of hero priority, picks and bans. And the big one for you was Enchantress, right? The one that should be right at the top of the list for both teams.
Yeah, I want to see if Enchantress is going to survive. I think, again, it's going to be contested, whether banned or picked in this one. So far, I'm not seeing Enchantress being banned in the first phase. G2IG, well, they're figuring stuff out. They want to go with something similar that they did in the previous game, but they're thinking that Pango caused a lot of issues in the previous one, and we'll remove that one.
Yeah, I mean, Ench, Chen, they're the same letters, just organized differently. Similar kind of hero. You could easily confuse them up. G2IG start out with that one. And Gaming Gladiators, really, a lot of emphasis, a lot of trust, I guess, in this Gyrocopter early pick. The flexibility, the 5, 4, or 1 roles can be filled in by him. Going for him again, and Ench does make her way into the ban list there.
Usually you pick Gyro as a support for that shard as early as possible, but I like the adjustments that Tofu made. This is how Gaming Gladiators played throughout the year, with all these auras paired up together. Now they had Solar Crest almost finished the pipe. They had also this big item on Gyrocopter, Crimson Guard, that did allow them to reduce most of the damage. A little surprised. Like, if you asked me if this Gyrocopter is going to be like this heavily contested, especially in the first phase, I would say no. Game Gladiators still going to give respect to JT's Meepo. Gonna ban it out, since they do have last pick in the second stage, and then they could pick Meepo again and remove Elder Titan +1.
Yeah, you don't want to get bogged down in like building your entire draft to deal with a singular pick. And this also changes the dynamic a little bit from G2IG, right? A lot of emphasis goes into building up that Meepo draft, going into JT's playstyle, his shot calling, what Meepo wants to do. And the man on the screen there, Monet, probably thinking, hey, maybe it's my turn.
What about me?
Yeah.
They gave him Razor blindly in the last one, and it didn't work out. Even though you're playing into melee hero, this Gyrocopter managed to zone them out using Flak Cannon early on, and also Razor goes in, they try to fight him. Like, he can't use the static link. So Monet definitely needs to get some priority in this one.
Well, that could be it. Centaur for JT most likely. Chen, one of your supports. Muerta flexing across support and carry. Not sure where she's heading just yet. And back into Gaming Gladiators picks. Kunga has been that flexible hero both mid and off lane.
G2IG played Muerta as a position 4 as well. Of course, Baboka, no Ether Lance, no Force Staff, none of these shenanigans. You know, Silver Edge wants to scale, a bit of a Dragon Lance, you know. And Gaming Gladiators, this is I would say, relatively good response to not just Chen. It's also great against Centaur. They also picked Centaur into Kunkka. Sometimes it's the other way around. Most of the time it's the other way around, where you want to have X-Mark. You want to have some like cheap ability that can stop them from using Stampede. So Stampede is not going to be as effective in this one, and also having a strong lane. Crystal Maiden plus Alchemist. Crystal Maiden great against Centaur. Again, you can't Stampede away. Great against Gen Creeps, and great spell damage against Muerta.
Yeah, incredible amount of burst damage. Like Crystal Maiden at level 2, probably one of the stronger heroes out there at early laning stage. Definitely can cause some problems for laning opponents. Morphling for G2IG though, so that's going to be a Monet carry to secure a bit of late game play into these melee heroes.
Yeah.
Tofu, the Muerta's on the enemy team.
Tofu showing Muerta. Could also mean something about Gyro, that he's not going to be skilling Flak Cannon at all. Doesn't want to give Morphling free AoE damage in team fights, so I think you skip that one.
What other heroes have guns? Sniper? Muerta, Gyro, Sniper? Get into a standoff between the three of them.
Thinking, going through the hero list, if anything has guns.
Pango has a cosmetic gun on one of his sets. But anyway, last couple of bands. Lina taken out as Gaming Gladiators very likely looking for their Quinn hero in that mid lane. And already with a couple of melees. It would be nice to add a ranged damage dealer into the mix. We've got tons of control, a lot of tankiness. You could do a bit of nuke power, especially against a Morphling.
Gaming Gladiators do have last pick. So G2IG removing some of these heroes. Oh, it's also a good Necro game. I don't know what G2IG plans to pick, but against Morphling, against Centaur, they have like no real magic damage. Sure, Centaur deals some, but I could see Gaming Gladiators pick it up.
Yeah, it could be a way. And what are G2IG looking for at the end then?
They need a hero for Nothing to Say. He is Primal Beast. Of course, he's banned.
As per usual. Yeah, he's played a fair amount. Yeah, there's Earthshaker and stuff like that. Through the group stage. Primal Beast was there as well. Not too diverse a hero pool for him.
What about some good old Thinker for Nothing to Say?
Ooh.
Cheese it out a little bit. They already showed some cheese in this first game, second game as well, going for Meepo 2 times in a row.
That could be cool, yeah. Man, there's not that much to stop him. Like, X-Mark is a little irritating. When you've got ways to play around it. Well, it looks like Timber Saw and the final ban for Gaming Gladiators. That would have been pretty nasty going into a couple of meaty boys. The look of concentration. Trying to figure out what's going on in the mind of Quinn. What kind of hero matchups are we going to get?
There's some like potentially Aces hero coming out, even though we've seen on camera, because Kunkka can be, mid lane, and they might pick something different for the off lane that pressures Morphling. But it was Quinn who was very vocal on camera, so I assume that they want to give last pick to Quinn. They also want to see, there's some time to adjust, because Gaming Gladiators again do have last pick in this matchup.
Yeah, they're always the ones able to respond. That's when you get into the dangers of drafting. You could leave yourselves open, and so often we see these Huskars, Necros, Timbersaws, cheesy heroes getting banned out in the latter stages of the draft. Don't want to get caught with your pants down.
I saw Quinn playing a lot of Timbersaw, but it also means that other people are trying to copy it, because sometimes these heroes do tend to be like forgotten for a while, and then you're like, you know what? Some of these heroes in the CDE mid laners, they got nerfed, but Timbersaw haven't been touched, so
Yeah, you're always afraid of, Quinn's hero pool of like the Queens of Pain and Storms and stuff like that. If he wants to go for some gap-closing catch hero, he's absolutely able to do so. But it's a Lina into a Doom ban. So the topic you were talking about, the swapping of the Kunkka, the potential there, and they still trust and respect the Nothing to Say Earthshaker. 3 games on the trot.
I like Necro. I think you can swap. If they want to, run... This Necro could be played in both lanes. Not the typical Aces hero, but I feel like it's a good matchup in both of those.
Oh, I love this. Graphic and overlay. See the overlaps of the drafts, the bans, the changes. The Gyro stays in, as does the Earthshaker. Everything else kind of swapping around, either being banned or coming out of the ban phase into picks.
And
about a minute left.
Playing Earthshaker 3 times in a row. He's like, you know what? Last time I used my Fisher at level 1 to try to save JT. This time it's not happening. I'm skilling Enchant Totem immediately.
I'm sitting next to my tier 1 tower.
I'm gonna actually pay attention to it to see if he gets it immediately. Most of the time, people don't want to get the spell just in case, but in this one, he does not want to get baited.
Yeah, it was a self-grief. It was pretty hard for him to get anything really done out of that lane.
Do you think he said it's a self-grief or said something to JT? Because it's much easier to blame teammates. Yeah.
No, I mean he's the one who clicked it. He selected the spell he wanted. He didn't have to do anything else. No, this is right down to the wire. Kunkka mid, like an offlane. What they opt for in the end. How do you feel about that?
Didn't expect this one to come. Chen doesn't provide you with much early on. Lycan has some self-sustain. Also not the usual lane to think about. Lycan plus Gyrocopter. I guess they want to hit an earlier timing, Again, seems like Alchemist wants to get 2-3 items, Lycan with the Helm of the Overlord, and they're going to go take Roche, go for even high ground push with the heroes that they have. They also want to be cutting into backlines, make Muerta's Chen's life miserable, and then killing the others. They also have insane amount of control. Also want to see... This is a killer lane. This has been a super popular lane during TI. Centaur plus Muerta. Crystal Maiden needs to be extremely careful. They're also playing into melee carry, so that means that there's a lot of kill threat whenever Centaur plays into melee hero. So this is going to be the lane to look out for.
Oh, absolutely. Yet again, right? 3 games in a row where it's going to be that safe lane for Gaming Gladiators, because a couple of stuns for them. They could look for kills, but as you're saying, they've also got to be very wary of Maiden's positioning, as that Centaur and Muerta can dish out tremendous amounts of damage very early on, just even level 2. We'll keep our eyes on that, as well as Nothing to Say is Earthshaker mid, going up against Quinn yet again in that mid spot. The Kunkka picked up by him. I guess Ace with that Lycan, like you've been saying, kind of going to be undisturbed in that off lane against a Morphling, and a Chen should get into his Helm timing pretty nicely. Actually, I guess that's a question, right? Is it that Helm of the Overlord build? Is he going to go for that pressure, or is he going to go for more of the right-clicky kind of build? Think about the Wolf form on the Alchemist, maybe?
Eventually, I don't think you need to rush it, but I still feel that Helm of the Overlord gives you, extra damage on your Alchemist, extra armor that you most definitely need, and just that tempo. If you're going for Echo Saber, Manta style type of a build, maybe throw in some Orchid to be able to lock down some of these heroes, get the Nullifier. It's still doable, but I feel like in this one, most likely it's just going to be Helm of the Overlord.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, here we go, Game 3, deciding match. And we are in that upper bracket already. The group stage over earlier on today, now into the evening of ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Upper bracket, round 1, best of 3s into Game 3. And Gaming Gladiators and G2IG already all smoked up. But it looks like this time around, G2IG not going to go for that move down into the river. And Gaming Gladiators still playing from Radiant into the Dire Triangle. Could catch someone with this bit of high ground vision. And a Wolf playing forward as well.
JT, pretty much the same spot, but now being much more careful compared to the second game.
It doesn't walk down the stairs this time. keeps himself safe. And Kim Gladiators under the dire vision will get scouted out. JT sat here with a couple of rings of protection. Very well defended. Nobody getting caught at all. What is Baboka doing?
I think the creeps are gonna go for that sentry ward, if I'm not mistaken.
Because it's in tower range and the creeps will aggro on it?
Yeah.
And that's what, gonna hold the creeps back so Dire pushes into tier 1 Radiant and then it swings back towards Dire Tower? So they've got a longer lane to chase.
Yep, that is correct. Let's see if that's gonna happen. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it being used. There it is.
Cool.
So it's like a little bit of a block, but you're not there.
Oh, a D-ward as well from Tofu. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I'll see how this actually works out. Celery was thinking about trying to get in front of that creep wave and maybe block it back, but Baboka's there showing his face. And there's that dire wave under the tier 1. So Duracio's going to miss out on at least one last hit, if not two. Celery's taking a bit of a beating.
Miss all three of them.
Oh, he's going to get this one though, isn't he? Yeah.
Last two. That's something. Celery already down to like half HP, blood grenade. They want to harass JT. He has double ring of protection in this bottom lane, but also good way of harassing him down.
It's all kicking off. Even 1 minute into the game, Monet had dropped very low up top. Gets himself back to his tower, so his creep wave is under this tier 1 as Tofu launches out the flat cannons once again. He does make sure, though, that the range creep doesn't go into deny range. That's a good shout from Tofu. As Baboka down the bottom, dragging some creeps back towards his own tower there. And JT looking to try and dodge away from Duracio's concoction. Self-stun, and JT Centaur runs all the way back across the bridge.
Baboka's like, oh no, I have to get some farm underneath the tower. I'll be able to scale. Please, no.
Couldn't possibly take these last hits from you.
Level 2, they're ready to go. They want to go on Duracio.
What a curious start to this laning stage, though.
If Centaur's level 2, unfortunately Centaur's only level 1, but they do have the calling, they do have Deadshot and the blood grenade available. That's why Baboka is staying away from the XP, gonna block the small camp. So JT gets that level 2 double edge.
And then the mid lane, the one we've not looked into. Melee versus melee. Quinn versus nothing to say. 9 and 5 for the Earthshaker, and always, as expected with Enchant Totem, you're getting these additional denies. Quinn doing decently just to get whatever last hits he possibly can in there. Monet's Morphling, 12 and 1, doing very well right up at the top. Even with the non-stop pressure out of Rocket Barrage, Lycan Wolves being run at him, still having a very nice time thanks to Chen sat nearby.
Chen does have Giant Wolf, Intimidate, so total attack damage reduced is 50%. It's a very underrated creep, I would say.
Yeah, it is. And one thing about this Chen, right? You know, we've talked to death about laning stage and pressure and stuff. I'm so glad we don't see the Chen level 1 passive anymore. You know, you think back and it used to be like, oh yes, I'd go the 3 HP regen plus armor. Now it's all about penitence, get hits, get creeps, do stuff.
Headdress.
Don't just sit there.
Plus Divine Favor, more regen, more armor.
It's the most boring build ever. And here, penitence and a few hits from Monet drops Tofu to half. Morphling just going to sit and click some heroes through this laning stage. Crystal Maiden losing a lot of her HP very quickly to the move from G2IG. There it is, like you've been calling for, the action in that bottom lane from the Centaur and this Muerta.
Took them long enough because JT, they're going in again. Another dead shot, might be a double kill.
Hell yeah.
This was my favorite lane during TI because it has so much kill threat. Centaur, multiple points in double edge. You can set things up, the slow during the calling, displacing heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do just to trick your opponents, get them into these spots where they're taking significant damage.
Completely different game than the previous one. Ace, again, owning his lane, sitting at 22 CS, 5 denies. JT does have Healing Lotus. We'll need to pop it.
It looks like he should be all right here. Oh, another Nova. Duracio needs another, 2 or 3 hits. Concoction is channeled, but Baboka shows his face to keep them at bay. saves JT, keeps him alive. And then, again, just securing some last hits under tower. 7 and 2 for the Muerta position 4. 21 and 6 combined with the Centaur. But yeah, this is absolutely, like you say, a completely different game, right? Monet is on a carry, a traditional hard carry, having a good time, protected by a support. Nothing to say, has level 3 enchant totem, and no points in Fisher. Having a great time in the mid lane against the Kunkka.
That's how you want to play these matchups. Just harass as much as possible. Quinn, a little low on HP, low on mana, would definitely love to X-mark himself back, but doesn't have enough for the full combo, and nothing to say. On top of CS, 26 and 12 at the moment. This is how the last game should have been for him. That's why he probably asked for Earthshaker one more time.
Yeah, definitely got to bring things back, show what he can really do. And Tofu completely out of mana in that top lane. I'm trying to play forward, zone Monet away from the creep wave, but some good aggroing there will drag a couple of the melee creeps back. Chen, I think, was considering the twin gate play bottom, but I think Monet's making the call that he needs to stay top and protect the Morphling. So the Chen will return. Not getting in behind that bottom lane, which was definitely a possibility. 20 seconds until 6 minutes, though. Quite often we see the supports rotating in to guard these runes. It seems like the action is just too thick in this bottom lane. Centaur and Muerta again killing off Celery.
This is also without using the calling. The Boca really knows how much they need to have to be able to get the kill, and he's ready to make a move. Right now, TP to the top lane. They want Lycan before he gets anywhere near level 6. He's super tanky, though.
Hey, it could be difficult to bring down, but they'll have a go at it anyway. JT is dropping low down bottom lane. Duraccio and Celery going for the kill on the Centaur at the same time as Ace dies. So offlaners trading their life there. Seems JT didn't get the memo that he was being ditched and left alone down bottom.
That seems you were right, considering the items that Lycan is buying. Raid Band, Bracer, Magic Wand has Power Treads. That's not your Helm of the Overlord build, at least not early on. Maybe he can still switch to it, but...
Mid lane. Nothing to say. Taking a lot of damage. Tofu's rotation in. Trying to be matched by X-Nova, but he was just a little too slow there. So Earthshaker down. Kunkka getting a nice bit of gold there from that shared kill with Tofu. As bottom, Baboka playing in front of Duraccio. JT just going to focus on hitting creeps instead. Can't go for the kill just yet. Yeah, quite nice back and forth between these two squads, looking for the openings they can, taking the targets that they see, and a dive in the mid lane.
Not done.
Quinn going for the Chen, Celery offering some good damage there with the Crystal Nova, and a root on nothing to say, making sure he can't get in on top of the Kunkka.
Do they want to dive? Seems like they do. They're still looking for something.
I mean, Monet is battling with Ace up top, and in the mid lane, they go back in on nothing to say. They've got the Torrent, the catch, a bit more damage, Frostbite, they have it, they do, and the boat will fly across, not even required. Maiden will die, but this mid lane has gone from a crushing victory from the Earthshaker into disaster.
G2IG, I think the difference that they needed to make is to send this Muerta to the mid lane instead of top lane, and there she comes.
Yeah, coming in to kill off Quinn under the tier 2, sent back by the shot. Now Tofu wanting to trade back, but the level 6 Muerta offering damage with the Pierce the Veil, but the Rocket Barrage. Tofu turns it around, tanking the damage from the tower shots, and still holding Fairy Fire, so he's all right. What a wild ride in this mid lane.
He thought he was fine, then remembered, oh no, I'm playing against support Gyro. He has Rocket Barrage maxed out. He hit that level 6 real fast on Muerta, but so will Tofu. Really close to it.
All right, boys. Everybody in the mid lane. Let's have it. Let's go. Tofu and Celery, they start off with a Torrent, but no chasing up high ground there. G2IG brought a couple of numbers to defend their man.
Nothing to say. He had a great start, but again, feeling like hasn't been able to achieve much. Using Echo Slam, not getting anything in return. The support to a rotation from Gaming Gladiators that has always been their strength. 6 minutes in, 7 minutes, 8-minute rune, you can expect both of these supports to be around the mid lane.
Yeah. And now smoking up with Quinn. Moving top in towards Monet. Ace is level 6, so they've got the shapeshift to chase him. They just need to control him up. X-Mark. Start off with a Torrent. Monet, I don't think he's going to be slipping out of this one. He's going to roleplay as Houdini. Waveform. with the Stampede, but the homing missile keeps tabs on him, and that shapeshift closes the gap. Earthshaker has now joined in. The flak cannon doing some good spill damage here onto the Chen and the creeps, and Ace keeps on going, hunting support in the back. Tidebringer hit was a big one there, but Boca drops low as Xenova's courier falls. Tofu gone, and so's JT. 1-for-1 trade, and it might be a bit more here for Gaming Gladiators, though, because they've got this Quinn Kunka just continuing the fight. Target after target, and even Duraccio getting involved.
Ooh, Morphling managed to get away with waveform, nicely timed. But still, they're running at them constantly. A lack of damage, I would say. Like this Chen, I haven't seen him achieve much other than securing some of the earlier CS for Monet. And this is also going to be the tower. Ace starting to kill it. 3 points in Wolves. Quinn has been very active, involved in 6 out of 7 kills, moving all over the place, about to finish off his Blade Mill.
And now we get into the map state that we saw in Game 2, right? It's a bit of a replication here. We've got top 3 net worth, all Gaming Gladiators. The Alchemist goes back through the Twin Gate to farm through that long line of neutral camps down south after clearing out the actual wave in that bottom lane. And it's down to G2IG to make moves. It feels like Gaming Gladiator is pretty comfortable just to sit and farm and wait for things to come to them. Hide in the trees and see if G2IG do anything.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The question is, who's going to make the move? It needs to be like Baboka, some Stampede action. Earthshaker has no mana whatsoever, and he's getting initiated on one more time. Both supports from Gaming Gladiators are coming.
There, you can't protect him. G2IG, they had 2 supports nearby, but they're going to lose them both, it looks like. Baboka pops his ultimate, trying to fight back. Losing his Chen and Earthshaker so quickly, though, and Tofu racking up a double kill.
Tofu being like the enemy of gaming of G2IG, because going for the same build for now, you know, casual Fluffy had some Urn of Shadows, putting an extra point in Flak Cannon for the laning stage, and dismantling them completely. X marks the spot, catches nothing to say. I'll be honest, he seems a little bit tilted after what happened in the second game, and now in this third game. He's getting no help whatsoever in the mid lane. The help comes way too late.
Yeah, like they're in the vicinity, they're nearby at that Ancients area, but he just gets dived and run at by these very quick magic damage dealing heroes from Gaming Gladiators. Now smoked up again, just bouncing back and forth, playing off of Quinn, playing off of Ace, knowing that the strength of their heroes allow them to play with some serious pace here. And nothing to say, he's been caught again, you know? Tumbler's toy up to high ground, not going to save him from this torrent and homing missile. Earthshaker, he's just being crushed. Oh, it's a good Stampede. Can they wrap in behind? It looked like the Crystal Maiden was getting close. Could slow him down here with a Nova. Another X-Mod.
Duraccio is here now.
Getting cleared out by Duraccio, you're right. Burnt alive by the Radiance. Hand of God is there to buy a bit of time. Monet now joining in as well. G2IG scrambling to bring numbers into this fight. They defend themselves, keep Earthshaker alive. Looking at Tofu as a kill on the Gyrocopter as the one they can take. But it's still a struggle. Every little move that G2IG make, yes, they get a support kill, but now they're going to lose something in the trade. X-Mark into both there from Quinn. The shapeshift from Ace will kill off the Chen.
This was a fight where Ace did enjoy until the very last moment. JT's trying to farm up in the bottom lane, and you see Duraccio very selfless as a carry. As soon as he gets that Radiance, he wants to put even more pressure on the map. G2IG, they don't have any breathing room. Like they need to get those items up. Right now, Morphling, he doesn't have a single item. Getting closer to his Lincoln Sphere to be able to protect himself against X marks the spot, Concoction, spells from Crystal Maiden, but these are very far away. And also JT, even though they had a really strong lane, he hasn't been able to achieve much. You know, these Stampedes, mostly defensive, they want to put some pressure onto Alchemist, because the way I see it, net worth, it keeps increasing. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to hit an earlier timing again.
Yeah, they are. 7k ahead. Stealing out Ancients, clearing stacks on the dire side of the map. And Ace, this big bad wolf, he's going to be chasing these little piggies all across the map, huffing and puffing. No matter how many Fisher brick walls you put up, he's going to break them down one way or the other. Oh, look at that homing missile. Oh, yeah. Yeah, little robot. A funny little dance and run on his way through that dire base. But again, so much rests on the shoulders of nothing to say. His Blink Echoes, they are the primary form of initiation. He will get a catch on the Maiden here. Still alive though, Celery. Turns and
Stampede.
fights though, Celery. Celery just stands and bursts him down. Now they move on to JT as well. The Stampede will get him to safety. But you're playing on your side of the map and you're losing heroes like that. It's got to feel so bad.
Yeah, they were waiting for Stampede, for Xmark to spot the finish. That's why we said during the draft, usually it's the other way around. Feels like a little bit of a counterplay there, picking Centaur into Kunkka.
Yeah. That's been painful for him. And Alk about to crack 10k net worth 14 minutes in. Blink Dagger's ready. So this pace is only going to increase. Ace with the Echo Saber, outputting a lot of damage himself. Oh, he's been given free reign just to do what he wants in these team fights. And once more, it's one of those problems, right? Thinking, game one, JT had a good time on Meepo. He was opening fights, he was unkillable, giving vision, breaking fights open, and allowing people to jump targets they want to. In this game, game two and this game, IG have really struggled to find that bit of vision, that bit of intel, information on where Gaming Gladiators are. They just hide in the fog and wait.
Network keeps increasing. They need to get some kind of a jump. There it is.
Oh, the shapeshift's out. Ace, chain stunned. Oh, he's slipping away from them, out of the grasps of G2IG, and now in comes Durantio, straight down the throat of this Muerta. A lot of damage, even through the hand of God. Does get pushed back by the fear, but look at Ace. And the other side of the fight, clearing out the Chen, and nothing to say he's been caught by Quinn. The lane matchup that Quinn was meant to get dominated in as he turns it straight back on his counterpart. Muerta gets away from Durantio up top, but another disaster, tragedy strikes once more. Dire team can't get anything done.
Gaming Gladiators way too strong at the moment, and Kunkka has another displacement tool. Tidal Wave has half the Aghanim Scepter. There it is, just buying a little bit time until Celery comes, forcing another defensive Stampede, so that means that they can't be aggressive. And look at the ward near the tower where Centaur just passed by. Another Observer ward that's not gonna get dewarded.
That same one, yeah. That one that spotted the smoke in game two. I see here Ace ever so barely with that magic wand. Gets away, gets earned up, and then he just returns to the fight to kill off the Chen. That's a very spread fight from G2IG, not really collapsing as they would have wanted to as one unit. It's disparate, it's sporadic. Don't seem to be on the same page when it comes to initiating here and getting into the fights.
JT still needs 100 gold to finish off his Blink Dagger. It's not like it's the worst timing. It's Phase Boots, Wand, Vanguard. It's just that Gaming Gladiators are playing so fast. It feels like it's already 25 minutes into the game, judging by their items.
That's because that's Alchemist. He's going to have BKB in a minute.
One of the wisest guys we have in Dota once said, when it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game.
Well, this is one hell of an Alchemist game. Well, they're trying to make a move down bottom. At least doing something of their own accord. Set their own tempo, get a tower, get some gold. Carve a bit of map for yourselves so you've got access to these jungle camps. Durantio just clearing out. Moves back to safety.
Very good read from Durantio. Knows that something was cooking. I don't think they would be able to get the kill, but just the way he farms is really good. Turning off Radiance when there's nothing happening so that other heroes, if they're smoked, they don't see him. So pretty smart thinking from Alchemist.
Not too much here to stop them clearing out a tier 2. G2IG are smoked. Radiant Vision there. Not going to see JT moving forward. This smoke could catch Gaming Gladiators unawares as they make the move on Quinn. Half HP, Fisher to stun him up. Still tanky, need the Echo Slam to finish him off. That is a huge kill for them, but the turnaround from Gaming Gladiators, the two supports with a cooldown, and the freezing field blows up Aboka. They lose the Maiden, though. The rest of them into the back lines, clearing out X-Nova with Ace. Diving deep to hunt the
He has
squishies.
no mana for stun. That could have been a kill. Maybe if he lands a stun. Ace is super tanky, 2.5k HP, but they could have stun locked him. Gives enough time for Earthshaker to get close by. Muerta is not feeling herself in this game. You're like, okay, I'll pop the ulti, maybe survive a little bit longer, but Tofu, every single time, he's on top of him. Rocket Barrage, Spirit Vessel, Hold Down. All those abilities making his life very difficult. And we talked about Baboka, that he wants to scale. He already played Muerta at this tournament and going for pretty much the same item build, trying to pick up some Shadow Blade so that he can try to scale, deal some damage. But very low on levels, level 8 only.
And it feels super important there. Monet gets the kill. Does turn into the gyro for a level 1 flat cannon. A bit of spread damage from the Morphling. But at what point does Monet feel like he's the big bad boss in this game?
Needs at least another, like, 2 items, but things are not too bad. Monet, in the middle of the pack, he's playing against Alchemist, so you can't match the pace that Alchemist is farming with Morphling, unless you're having like some Giga Chat game where you have like 5 kills, Hand of Midas or something. But right now he is in recovery mode, about to finish off his Manta style. Morph can carry this game. They need a couple of more of these good fights.
Everybody's got to support the Morphling. We see the net worth of the Centaur and the Earthshaker really starting to dip now. They're flagging, getting behind everyone else. Just nowhere to be on the map. Top portion all belongs to Monet. You can't play mid, you can't play bot. And that's the pressure from Gaming Gladiators hemming G2IG back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Basically forcing them to bunker in their base. While Dyrachyo just continues stacking coin after coin in his big old bank account. Absolute monster. And JT, blink on CD.
Minutes.
Oh, he's spotted by Quinn. Oh, JT. Sad times for the Centaur. Surrounded. Maiden and Kunkka both here. He'll stampede. He's reasonably tanky, actually. Meanwhile, though, Dyrachyo going alone. 1v3, killing nothing to say.
Has BKB, so he's good to go. You can see Monet doesn't even want to try.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty tilting for the Earthshaker. Just run out by the enemy carry, buy your tier 2, next to 2 supports, and you still die.
Yeah, Baboka can't really help him there with Shadow Blade. Maybe a dead shot would do it, but yeah, extremely greedy build coming out from Baboka.
Try and be that additional carry. Roshan time now for Gaming Gladiators into the pit straight away. Oh, G2IG just gonna kind of be relegated to taking their own Tormentor. X-Nova has the Hand of God to survive through it, and Baboka salving too.
Could have been a double kill for Tormentor. There's no Hand of God. Both him and Baboka were very low.
Aegis for Alk? Or is it Aegis for Ace?
I think you still give it to Alchemist. He wants to be the one sieging the high ground. It's much better than Lycan. The Ace has Manta style available. Going into Harpoon next. These supports, they're gonna die. Like, even cores. If you lock onto Earthshaker, start right-clicking him down. Right now, Ace sitting at 250, almost 300 damage.
Very, very serious challenge here for G2IG. One that they have not faced really so far through the tournament. Had a pretty clean run through that group stage. And now going up against the undisputed kings of the DPC. Gaming Gladiators showing up post-TI. Looking very hot here in game 2 and 3. Very crisp moves as Monet a little out of his base here. Does feel it.
Quinn.
Waveform's back.
Quinn wants him. He wants Water Boy to taste his water park.
Where does Kunkka get his water from? He's just running around carrying bottles, spiriting it from the ocean. It's got to be seawater, right? It's not nice, fresh glacier water.
He's not wasting, the fresh water.
This is some nasty, dirty, salty water. Don't want to be touched by that.
And I like...
Easy tier 2.
Love his cosmetic. I've never seen that one on Kunkka. It looks like Davy Jones a little bit.
Oh, the tentacles? Yeah.
Off to the high ground they go.
Straight up, force the glyph.
As soon as they get it, that extra armor that level 15 talent gives, plus AC again, plus 11 armor coming out from Alchemist if you're sitting inside Acid Spray.
Looks like Murata was thinking about cutting waves. Did get a courier kill. JT's going to clear the one behind as well. TP cancelled by the Kunkka, realizing there's no point going back. So the glyph and the wave cutting seems to have worked for now. Tier 3 dead. Backdoor regen should start kicking in again soon, but the building's falling pretty quickly here to Dyrachyo and the boys. They're going to take them down before that can happen. A little bit more damage. There we go. Jobs are good. Dyrachyo going to miscue his blink there, it looks like. Blinks and stays up on the high ground, but now retreats with the rest of his team.
Monet needs those items as soon as possible. He was thinking about getting a BKB, but it might be too defensive. So now opting to go for Shadow Blade, Silver Edge, any kind of cheap damage he can get. Durachio's in.
Just dive the base, go onto tier 4s. Nice push back with a tidal wave. Opening things up for this Durachio Alk. 20k net worth, 24 minutes in, seemingly untouchable right now. Can do whatever the hell he wants to. 2 minutes left on the Aegis as well, and this is a difficult spot to be in. They've got to make moves, and they'll get onto Tofu. Nothing to say. Blink echoes the gyro, but what next?
Centaur's gone.
What next? You're just going to lose all your cores now. BKB TP out from the Earthshaker. Centaur dead. So you've busted everything onto this gyrocopter, and Tofu, yeah, drops the chat lines. Of course he does. That's a position 4.
It's like watching the replay from the previous game. Alchemist going for the high ground. They're relying on some big echo slam, and they don't get it. They're killing Gyro. Seems like they're still in game 1, thinking about Gyro being carried. And TS gonna fly one more time.
Down he goes. No buyback available. He's got Aegis. He's all right. He'll have BKB when he comes back up. While Celery, a 1v1 between Maiden and Morphling. Monet does come out as the victor in this one. JT and Xnova jumping forward with a 3-man stun, but Monet cannot do anything. He doesn't have the damage to offer in this fight. So JT initiates for naught. Ace will turn, slice him down like an alchemist. Hungry beast, just munching on G2IG in this game, number 3.
They want to close it out. Celery is being the bottom lane. They want to go and try to end it. You also have lane pushed in since Lycan picked up that shard. And buyback coming out from Celery. They don't have enough damage. Morphling, it's still way too early for him.
Yeah, I mean, he needs another 20 minutes or something to really get involved in this match. This one feels all but over. Gaming Gladiator is just looking to put that final nail in the coffin. Clear out the midway with the gyro. Push down bottom with the rest. Monet into Alchemist form. And a good Fisher to block the creep wave back. But that shouldn't really stop Gaming Gladiators. Relentless move. Lane to lane. And pushing in to that tree line on the right. Good call down to scout out and see who's lurking. Nothing to say.
Ready to go in.
Jumps straight into the back lines. Concoction on the Chen, calling his drop. Nothing to say, blinks away. Quinn, though, here, we're going to swing it back with
That's
the
gonna
water
be
park.
Megas.
Mega Creep's coming, but he's dying by his own throne. Tier 4 is offering very little safety here to the Muerta, as Mega Creeps will start coming here for Gaming Gladiators, and they'll slowly fall back, retreat, because there's not much else to do in this dire base. They've run out of activities.
They can wait for next Roche if they want to take it safe. This is 27 minutes. It's, you know, to secure the first series of the upper bracket, so couldn't really blame them, even if they decide to wait a couple of more minutes. The game is just way too important, but, you know, also knowing Gaming Gladiators, they could go and say, like, whatever, we want to end the game.
They just picked up 2 Titan Slivers, hey? Alk and Lycan both have Titan Slivers. Sick item to grab when you're wanting to finish the game out when you're already so far ahead.
Yeah, that's status resistance against Earthshaker, extra damage, magic damage as well. Works out amazing against the heroes that G2IG have. Now Scotty finished against Morphling, healing from Chen, healing from Hen, almost said that. But yeah, they're gonna finish off the Tormentor, pick up the Shard.
Pick up the Wisdom Runes. I heard someone taking a ton of Lotuses as well somewhere on the map. And multiple silver edges for G2IG. Morphling just finished off his one. There's something in particular they're wanting to break?
I don't know. I'm just thinking break their items. It's because the game looks really over. It's more about the damage. Like, I think it's more about, you know, them being able to lock onto these supports and kill them instantly. JT forced to use Stampede.
Oh, the harpoon. There's no running from the big bad wolf. Dragged into the X mark and taken down with no buyback as Durachio goes past the throne straight onto Xnova's Chen. Morphling, Baboka, nothing to say, hiding and cowering in their fountain as Gaming Gladiators start to go to work on these tier 4 towers. Chen gone. He's got buyback, but I don't know about this. Buyback for what? You're a Chen. Not really offering too much in the way of impact now. Mega creeps arriving in the base here. The Howl going to work. Baboka steps up. Pierces the veil. Gets X-marked and boated though. Quinn with a blade mail. BKB. Nothing to say, tries the Blink Echo, but doesn't get anything done at all. GG called. And somewhat of an anticlimactic finish to this best of 3. Game 1 started out with a bit of spice, but it got very bland very quickly. Gaming Gladiators showed up. No nonsense stuff, Game 2 and 3, and crushed them.
Yeah, I think this third game shows why Gaming Gladiators were like considered the best team in the world for a really long time, and why they were winning majors. It's the same playstyle. Like, nothing has changed. You see both supports, Tofu Celery, moving to the mid lane, making NTS's life miserable. Both of these games. Like, even though this time around he was not forced to pick up Fisher early on, he just couldn't do anything. Kunkka gets level 6 again, much faster than him. They kill him. He respawns. They kill him one more time, put an aggressive ward behind his tower, and just continue to dominate it. Then you see Ace on top of the network, killing enemy tower, rotating to the mid lane. And while all this is happening, Veraccio, he's playing Alchemist. There's a lot of attention drawn away from him. You can't really gank him. You're playing with Morphling. You have Chen. These heroes are very difficult to deal with him. And then he's just free farming, and the rest of the team is making plays around the map.
Yeah, there's just so many problems, right? You talked about this mid lane where Nothing to Say is being run at by 2 supports, something you called for in Game 1, right? Gaming Gladiator's biggest strength is having these 2 side lanes come into the mid lane, put pressure there, help out Quinn. And then you have this domino effect where you have lane bleed happen. Ace is now the big bad wolf. He's chasing you down. Quinn's rotating with his blade mail already, trying to catch people and kill them in the side lanes. And Alchemist is just like, nice, guys.
Thank you.
This jungle's pretty chill, There's no one there. 2 games in a row, Veraccio just gets to farm that entire bottom side of the map completely free.
After losing that first game, G2IG, they were winning in a very convincing fashion, trying to go for it one more time. And then Elder Titan happened. They were prepped for potential Meepo coming out. And in this third game, because Gaming Gladiators, they're really fast to adapt to problems that are thrown at them. In between the series, they have their coach, CY, who's been pretty amazing when it comes down to drafting, bringing some new ideas, and just shaping up the playstyle for the Gaming Gladiators. They couldn't do much. I think this bottom lane, they were supposed to get like more kills. Baboka also leaving the lane, going to the top lane, killing Lycan. There was no help for Nothing to Say whatsoever. He was there pretty much alone. Some Chen rotations and also Tofu on this gyrocopter. Again, not picking up the shard. He just got it. Going from Tormentor, going for different item builds. I really like that. It's not like he's stuck in this position where it's like, okay, mentality, I have to buy it, otherwise it's not going to work out. And again, Quinn dominating the matchup, being super active, involved in 22 out of 26 kills. He was all over the place.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you lose the first 3 minutes of the game, you're behind in last hits, you're slightly behind in net worth, but if the rotations work and you put pressure everywhere on the map afterwards, it's worth it. It all works out for you. Like playing against Gaming Gladiators, you are literally running around putting out fires everywhere. There's a fire over here. There's a fire over your house is burning down. Morphling doesn't have enough water to do it. Needs to rely on these other heroes who don't have a fire hose between them. It's just so difficult. You look at every single lane, you can't show anywhere because you're going to get X-marked and run at. You can't find the Alchemist because he's tucked behind. And then you're being dived at your tier 1. You're seconds late to respond to Nothing to Say being dived. And then you got a Lycan who's hunting on the northern side.
Yeah, how do you even help them? Maybe like most of these stampedes were used defensively, and then they hit one big timing. As soon as Veraccio gets AC, they're starting to go for the high ground. There was a fight between Monet and Celery. Big chunk of money for Monet, but the game is already over. Like you can see, Monet running away. Muerta doesn't deal damage at this point. Neither does Chen, and a lot of head scratching. But a lot of JT's impressions, because even when they're losing, he seems to be having a lot of fun.
I mean, that expression wasn't fun, right? That was him.
No, it was like head scratching, but you can see the smile.
You can see him sucking air through his teeth.
Ooh.
There's a little bit of pain, a little bit of smart in there. And happiness, of course, from Gaming Gladiators. Taking that series and moving on and marching forward in that upper bracket of the playoffs as we are already getting into the meat and potatoes of ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and G2IG dropping down into those lower bracket quarter-finals, and they'll be awaiting their opponents, of course. And Secret, Liquid, BetBoom, and Tundra all await them down in that lower bracket as things start to heat up here for ESL 1 KL.
Gaming Gladiators already securing upper bracket finals. They need to win best of 3, best of 5, and another tournament win for them.
It's like, how many times have they found themselves in this spot, right? You know, you win upper bracket finals, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to go to the grand final and win 3-0, right?
Yeah,
it's been the script.
Throughout the whole year until Team Spirit showed up, we might see another Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid in grand final somehow if Team Liquid manages to make a lower bracket run.
Oh, it's definitely possible, yeah. I mean, you know, this is the way G2IG, you know, they get the lower bracket run. More Malaysian players in the home field, you know, with the advantage, making that lower bracket run. We'll have then mid one up against G2IG, you know, Malaysian versus Malaysian players down there as well. Make things a little bit more interesting for the home crowd. As that does wrap things up here for day 3. Group stage done, playoffs started, but we do have an interview coming up shortly. I believe Celery is getting prepped and ready to have a quick chat with us about what's been going on. We're going to start thinking about what do you want to ask him? You know, do we talk about the Meepo to him? Do we talk about this gyro pick? What are the big things that you're kind of excited to hear from him?
Just want to pick his brains about like what happened after TI, and this series was pretty interesting because there was a lot of mini mind games going on. You know, coming into this series, you know that Enchantress is going to be like heavily focused, and just want to hear his thoughts about the hero picks because this guy is super smart about Dota and super chill.
Yeah, we've got to keep trying to sneakily ask them what heroes they're going to pick later on down the line. We've tried it with Saberlight, we've tried it with a couple of other players. So what have you got, you know, hidden up your sleeve? They've all been very, very, you know, tight-lipped, very, very shut-mouthed, don't want to give anything away. No leaking strats or anything like that. Because, yeah, like we've been talking about, it's kind of been refreshing and cool to have some of these newer hero picks come out and priority picks appear. The Slardar is the big one, and Grimstroke coming into the forefront of play. And you know, having this Meepo, the ability for some of these players just to grab up a cheesy pick here or there, has been super exciting. I think Celery is ready for us. We can jump into the interview with him, and Lacoste, it's your time to pick his brain. Celery, about ready to join us here on the C-Stream. Congrats on that victory. Looked a little bit scary with that first game against the Meepo, but my God, you guys had a counter, then you banned him. How do you feel, and what was the kind of thought process when you saw that Meepo? Were you surprised?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we were pretty surprised. We didn't play against Meepo in a long time, and in hindsight, it makes sense. This guy plays a pretty good Meepo, but it was very surprising. We didn't play against it for so long, and then once he's level 4, he's just a roamer. He's going ham. Yeah, we were very surprised.
What did Ace say? Like when they picked Meepo, did he say like, "Oh shit, we're in trouble"?
No. We felt like we had a really good lane against him with Gyro, and I think we owned him pretty hard on lane. But then he just went mode roam, and he went pretty ham, and we probably played a bit too passive. So then they just slowly won the game.
And coming into game 2, in the back of your head, was it that they're going to try to pick Meepo again?
No, I mean, not in particular, but we knew that they might pick it at 18. And we talked a bit about the ET, that it could be very good against it. I mean, it is very good against it, right? But I think without ET, the way we played the second game was just a lot better, more aggressive, more in their face. So I think we would have won the game without ET as well, even though Ace wants to take the credit.
Is there much, you know, communication and kind of outwardly talking about what you're doing, specifically thinking about game 2 and 3? Because from our perspective, everything seems very systematic. Like it's almost as though you're like robotically ganking mid as 2 supports, ready to go for these runes. Do you communicate these things in real time, or are you so prepared and so like drilled that you do it automatically?
No, we talked quite a bit in between game 1 and 2. So we thought we should just be more proactive. So that's what we tried to do. And then you just kind of see how it goes. Like, I don't know exactly where Tofu is in this game. It looked like he was mid a lot. For me, it's more, what creep do I find? Where is the creep? Do I keep running into the creeps that I cannot take until I'm 5 and I'm unlucky? Or do I get a nice creep and can I go mid now? You just kind of go with the flow. You see how it goes. But we definitely talked a lot about it, what we should do different.
Okay, so but there wasn't like we should gank nothing to say until he cries, anything like that, because it felt like game 2 and 3 you guys had a lot of focus on that mid lane.
Oh, it's more the opportunities arise, right? Like in the third game as well, we just wanted to kill him, and then we thought, well, like I'm not gonna run bot now. It doesn't look too good. The center was hard to kill, and where is he gonna go and shake? He's probably gonna come back mid, right? So we just try again. Just see, you just go with the flow.
Yeah, you guys seem to be, on a good track to win another tournament. I want to hear from you, what did post TI look for you guys? Because you finished second, and you needed to reset, and you're looking, like you're gonna win the whole thing without even doubting you. So, what was the process? What was the team talk, team prep after TI?
Oh, chill down, man. Quinn had to win the 1v1 for us to get here. Then we were lost game 1.
I know.
Now we're top 3 all of a sudden. But definitely not easy. It was very close.
Not easy.
I mean, we talked quite a bit after TI. Like, do we still have the same goals? Do we align? Do we want to stay together? Like, does everyone want to try their best and just keep going? Like, if you're not on the same page, it's not good, right? But we felt we're on the same page. We all enjoyed trying hard and playing together. We're really good friends, so you just keep on going.
Yeah, the power of friendship in Dota. Also, when it comes down to playing 1 versus 1, does Quinn practice that? Did you guys have any input for him? How does that work? Because it doesn't happen often.
Yeah, no, Ace and Quinn played 25 SF 1v1s, and Ace kind of owned him. But we already signed up Quinn, right? So
really?
He had to play. So Ace would have played, it would have been quicker.
Oh my goodness! I mean, did Quinn have any words when he came back after winning that 1v1? Because he wins 1v1, and then later on in the series, you first pick him Pango. How's his ego doing?
No, he's really good. I mean, he's asking for the heroes. We're not forcing him into anything. I was joking though. If we would have played SF in the official, his brain would probably break a bit after you play 25 plus SF games where you don't have bottle, you keep spamming solves and mangoes. So it's a good thing that didn't happen.
Pain and despair. Well, thanks for joining us again. Congrats, making your way through into that upper bracket. Looking pretty damn good. A crisp and clean in game 2 and 3. Celery, a pleasure as always, and good luck in your future games.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. And there we go, Celery. It's always great having these little interviews after series, right? Picking the brains of players. Always a nice smile when they've won a series as well, having a bit of a laugh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way they got here is they had to play 1 versus 1. So, wanted to see if they actually practice how much. It's a lot of games. Playing 25 1 versus 1s, and this was not a short one, especially the official one. They played for 10 minutes. Shadowfiend 1 versus 1. Usually it happens quite fast. One guy tries to go in and end as fast as possible. Aggressive, some blood grenades, try to triple raise them.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go, looking at where we're standing right now. Gaming Gladiators move forward to that upper bracket final after taking down G2IG. And currently going on at the same time, Azure and the Falcons still going on the mainstream. And of course, we will have G2IG dropping down to face off against Tundra or BetBoom in that lower bracket later on down the line. But that wraps things up for today. Day 3, all done and dusted. So much Dota being played so quickly. It's incredible just to, watch the meta develop, all these heroes coming out, having some nifty little alchemist picks from Gaming Gladiators, probably going to be on the radar for some of these other teams as well. Bring out the big money-making man once again. It's exciting to watch it all. I mean, keep our eyes open for the playoffs coming up in a couple of days.
Absolutely. And I'm really glad that the teams are also experimenting with the picks, so we're not stuck again in this blade mail heart meta. You see it from time to time, but a lot of the teams are experimenting a lot more with the heroes, the way they play, the clash of the playstyles, people wanting to scale as much as possible. Then you have, again, Gaming Gladiators who want to end the game as fast as possible.
Absolutely. Thanks all for tuning in. That's it from me and Lacoste. Make sure you do tune into the mainstream, which is still going on with that best of 3 and the other upper bracket match from myself and Lacoste. Yeah, see you next time. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, gotta be careful. They have 1, now in trouble, has to skewer away. LSA already out, Pure down to half HP, but they don't have anything to finish him off at all. Dark Willow is gone, stunned now, onto Abed, Blacklist. They need to stay in this game to try and keep moving on this tournament, but They are getting absolutely destroyed by the Betboom team that stole back wall. Where's the combo? The Torn Storm says there. Back wall onto Tor is pretty good with the AA blast, but will it be good enough? Look at the phylactery coming out. Evo is getting the magnetized onto several. Is it enough to kill Nishi? Yes. But now rolling through, they find the CK Shiro. Oh no, that is not actually the way they wanted that to go. And AA is going to die. They get caught right as he blinked in for the back wall. No.
That's a big kill if they can get him.
Get him. They blink echo the Dark Willow first. That's the numbers advantage for G2IG.
Immediate buyback.
Tofu straight into battle, but look at Celery being picked off here. He pops the mech, heals himself up, but JT's arrived. Taking down the IO now, and Gyrocopter all alone. Shredded by Monet. The minus armor too much to handle, and now the Lena in serious trouble, killed off.
Need to go. They might need to go with buyback. Good echo.
Nothing to say. He's got a good echo, but they can't get the burst. They don't get the initial kill. They don't have that damage. They make the jump and they try to make it work, but you've lost your Earthshaker. Skyby's back, now Monet the focus, the Razor is falling, the good shield crash and Rolling Thunder there to take him down. Mystic Flare on the back, but Ace doesn't even die.
To get some kind of a jump. There it is.
Oh, the shapeshift's out. Ace, chain stunned. Oh, he's slipping away from them, out of the grasps of G2IG, and now in comes Durantio, straight down the throat of this Murta. A lot of damage even through the hand of God. Does get pushed back by the fear, but look at Ace. On the other side of the fight, clearing out the Chen, and nothing to say, he's been caught by Quinn.
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
never gone.